101.3 The Fan.
And a highlight.
Brunson's looked like they're going to lob it. Nope. Anunoby, corner three, fires away. Shot's no good. And the Spurs win. What a response from San Antonio. They do it again.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Jacob Ray and his computer on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Also running the Odyssey app. The celebrity homecoming and the imminent sweep canceled as the San Antonio Spurs have created an NBA Finals.
Listening back to that, I do agree with Spurs fans now. Breen has put out that the Spurs won at the end of that game. That's the end of a long streak. He goes, they've done it. It's like, boy, you were bummed the Spurs won that game. Damn.
13-game winning streak over, and San Antonio controlled this one.
They did, and you know we were wondering like what Vegas was thinking with the point spread, because it just the way the Knicks had really controlled the first two games and going home. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense, especially because it came down, right? It was at 2.5, came down to 1.5. And it just, I mean, they obviously were they were using their computer model. They were not going to continue to kind of be swayed by the first two games of the series, agree with that or not. That's what they did. And they were like, all right, home court's worth X amount of points, and we'll just kind of flip it. But San Antonio really controlled this. I mean, there was a time where, obviously there was a 17-point turnaround, in that second quarter, and it was, and the Knicks really kind of took control of the game. But San Antonio, to their credit, they came out in the third. They could have wilted and gave up and made this a foregone conclusion. But now you got a real series.
I did the whole time. No, not the whole time. I'll say as the fourth quarter kept inching, and it was they couldn't get within 8 there near the end of the game, and then all of a sudden they did get to 5, and then it was 3. I was like, okay, here it is. This is going to be where San Antonio does something goofy or whatever else. But more than anything, it was a good and bad thing for the Spurs that okay, they're coming out there's just a different mindset here with Wemby, and there's a different mindset of getting him involved and how they want to get him involved.
Yeah.
And I hate it. It's good. I like it, but I hate
consistency.
That they do this. They've done this 3 different times in the playoffs where it's oh yeah, we have him, and then they forget again. And I don't know, or Wemby even forgets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can do this.
Yes.
And it's insane to me how consistently he will let himself fall into the background, and how consistently they'll let him fall into the background.
Yeah, it's we've done this with 3 and 4 different Wemby coasters of shooting too much from the outside. Okay, he's going to start dunking. They're going to lob it up to him. He's not going to be aggressive. Well, he went straight to the bucket, and I counted 4 easy Wemby baskets early on that led to a 14-5 Spurs lead. Points in the paint. San Antonio had 16 of them early on. Wemby matched his field goals attempted in the first 5 minutes compared to the first half of the other night. But 4 easy Wemby baskets. You see him catch it in three-point land, and he's thinking about it, but then he's like, no. Everyone's telling me I need to go to the hole, and I need to be on the move. And New York was sloppy. The only thing that was going to cost me my underdog bet was early cat foul trouble or just nerves with the anticipation of the entire day with an 8-hour ESPN and ABC countdown clock.
Crazy.
Towards the show that had Mike Bassick even texting, oh my God, I don't care about the NBA as much. I have not been watching. I am glued and I am here for this. And Jalen Brunson, I put him first in the spotlight along with everyone else. A lot of the other Knicks were just nervous, sloppy, and turning it over.
It's 27 months since Jalen Brunson has had 3 straight games of 4 turnovers or more, and he's done it to start this series. He is just he's not been good enough for this series.
No, he has. And it felt like I had to go back and look. It felt like he missed more shots in the fourth quarter than he did. He only missed 2. Felt like he missed a lot more.
I know his shooting percentage was worse earlier in the night, and I know he ended up bumping it up some.
But the turnovers, kind of sneak in there and magnify that, and he's got to, own some of that, because you're right, he has not played his best game, and that's the thing. If you're a Knicks fan, the Knicks are still up 2-1. He hasn't played great.
Yeah.
He hadn't played great at all in this series. Now, and a lot of that is what they've done to him. They've done a great job defending.
Well, they have defensive personnel. I'm more worried about San Antonio moving forward, following the Mavs in the West, than I am Oklahoma City. You put Wemby to the side for a second, how are you going to deal with Harper and Castle moving forward for years to come? And if you stack up a big three, and I got Wemby added to Castle and Harper compared to Chet, Jalen, and SGA, I'm more worried about what the Spurs do. But defensively, to your point, Stephon Castle and throwing Dylan Harper has some undercover strength. And just throwing guys at Jalen Brunson, his physicality is not overmatching them. And his jumper is off. He's shooting 30. Jalen can still kind of get that mid-range shot, that little fadeaway whenever he wants. He's not making it. He's shooting 37% from the field in the series and 32% from three. Your field goal percentage is not supposed to be that close to your three-point percentage, and it's a 5-point difference.
Yeah, not anymore. It isn't. And they got hot-ish in the last minute or two. Last minute from three, and they made a couple of them down the stretch. But prior to that, they couldn't buy a three. The thing is, neither could San Antonio.
Both teams were 0 for 16 from three at one point in the fourth.
Yeah, and and then all of a sudden they Champagny or whatever his name is, they start hitting, and then the Knicks started hitting. Anunoby, and they had I think it was Hart hit the other one, but neither team could buy a bucket from distance, and you're sitting like, why you keep shooting? That's just the game today.
Yeah, it's I still don't nothing about last night made me go, oh, okay, never mind. This is a live series. I still think the Knicks are going to win this series because it feels like as soon as Brunson plays a complete game, they're gonna be able to confidently walk them. But I just don't trust San Antonio to come out and play the same game every time. And then that's the problem, is that they've shown consistently they have to be reminded of how they need to play basketball, and then they do it, and then they slip back into bad tendencies. It's almost like you're training like a dog or something. Like come on, hey, no, repeated commands. You got to do this, dude.
And what the hell happened to Cat? Total disappearance for the guy that Barkley and myself and others had as the finals MVP. He was a non-factor, 4 for 10 from the field with 11 points throughout the entire night.
Do you think, for Cat or otherwise, do you think the atmosphere was any distraction?
I think the atmosphere
was an inconvenience.
I don't know if I take it right to Cat first, but look at the amount of turnovers and the sloppiness in the passing. I thought specifically for Brunson, and Josh Hart's passing, every other pass for him seems like it could be intercepted across the court, but I thought for particularly the Knicks backcourt, the nerves were there.
I think
it's amazing too, right? How playing on the road eases. Yep.
He said it's just 12 guys and the coach. That's it. There's no family. There's family during the NBA Finals, right? But for the most part, there's no neighbors bugging you for tickets. No, you hardly see your family. It's just 12 guys along with the coaching staff and the trainers, and that's it. And it's just about basketball. And I think that especially for a young team, you can maybe be a little bit more relaxed because they don't. I bet you that Dirk in 2011 had a much better handle on how to handle the home than Cooper Flagg does today, right? It's just you just dealing with the people, the constant bugging you. You haven't set that up yet. You haven't figured that out.
The
home crowd. So going on the road might be easier for a lot of these guys.
I had to jump off of the Meatballs group text.
Uh-oh.
I could not take it because of the bitching and the whining and the crying about the referees and the officiating. And it started with Wemby's cheap shot to Brunson when the Meatballs, my New York and New Jersey friends that I went to school with at American University in D.C., were screaming and seriously whining for a flagrant 2 ejection. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I can't. You guys are supposed to be tough New Yorkers. It's supposed to be street ball. Look what you did to the San Antonio fans after the game with these viral videos of these fights, and y'all beating everybody's rear end in the streets. And you're crying for flagrant 2 ejections. But one of the Meatballs say the Spurs are going to win.
Was that on the wait? Which one was that on? Was that on the back of the head to Brunson? That one? Okay.
A flagrant 2?
Yeah.
Ejection? Flagrant 1.
That's a flagrant
totally
1.
fine.
That's a flagrant 1.
The Castle Brunson play, they lost their minds over that. If you wanted to call that a flagrant 1, okay, fine. They ended up calling it just like a regular foul.
And look, they reviewed it. Like, what do you want them to do? They reviewed the play. They reviewed that Castle one, and they
have
said,
an earpiece to New York. Adam Silver was there. He was probably whispering.
Right,
He was giving
yeah,
you hand
absolutely.
signals.
Was that weird too at the end, like the late call where the referee, like when he's announced to the crowd, did he say Wemby or something?
Yes.
Where he's like, I was like, what the hell was that?
It's way too informal. They've been doing it with players. They're calling them like by their nicknames. J-Dub. J-Dub had access on the baseline. I'm like, yo, keep it professional.
Air Jordan here.
Oh, yeah. Magic. Way too much stoppage time, by the way, in the last 6 minutes of that game.
It is World Cup time.
Every other thing going to commercial and every other thing going to replay. And I'm like, come on, this is just dragging out. But Mike Brown spent about 5 minutes crying and whining. Did you guys feel like the Knicks got screwed as they were in the penalty for the final 9:18 of the fourth quarter and the Spurs held a 24-8 advantage in free throw attempts?
I mean, I think that if you wanted to say that they absolutely missed the Brunson one, that should have been a flagrant one.
Yep.
No doubt about it. The other one, I mean,
you're agreeing with me, not a flagrant 2.
not a flagrant 2, it's a flagrant 1.
Bobby?
Yeah, flagrant one.
Not an ejection.
It's not an
also, go ahead. I'll finish that.
Maybe in the regular season they eject him. It's not in a playoff ejection. Even I still wouldn't have done the regular season either. The other one, I mean, they went to the review. Like, what do you want to do? They went to the review and they said he did not, wind up and all that crap. And I know, Legler and Richard Jefferson, two guys who never won a damn thing, who somehow are on an NBA Finals broadcast, disagreed on it. They disagreed on it, but too bad.
No, it wasn't a flagrant. I will say the ridiculous outshooting. Like anytime I see like a large free throw disparity in a section of a game, especially when two teams are like San Antonio and the Knicks, I am thinking like, all right, somebody's probably getting an unfair like lean on the calls, not intentionally, but it's just not balanced because there's no way the Knicks are just like basically 1/3 of the aggressive driving team to the basket that the Spurs are. But the thing I'm trying to figure out right now is Wemby as part of trying to figure out how to like really sharpen his game? Is he just a baby giraffe who doesn't know how to use his limbs at this point, or is he kind of dirty? Because he does throw those elbows a lot. There were a lot of shots of him doing it against the Thunder. And I can't tell if it's like he's just big and awkward or at times, or if he's doing this on purpose.
There was one against the Thunder. I was like, man, that's just like that guy's elbow. His elbow is
swings
the same.
the elbow.
It's the same height as the other dude's head. It was like, that one didn't look like the one against Oklahoma City. I was like, all right, I'll give him the benefit.
You talking about the ejection?
No, I'm talking about multiple times how he's done it in the playoffs.
Okay, well, the one where he was ejected earlier in the playoffs, that was dirty.
Yeah.
What he did to Brunson, that was dirty. There's the video of him whispering to the guys when he left the floor, hard fouls. Mm-hmm. And people are kind of going at him for that, for giving out the code red.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, to give out the code red for a hard foul. I mean, there's no point in fouling if it's not going to be a hard foul. Every foul should be a hard foul.
Like I said, there are some times where I look at it and I'm going, he's really great at selling it, and he does look kind of awkward at times, but there are definitely times I think he's a little cheap.
877-881-1053 to give us your read now on the NBA Finals. 2-1 with Game 4 tomorrow night.
Caitlin Clark also made a buzzer beater last night and won the game for the Fever. I just saw as a headline on ESPN. So
number one. Well, I saw the highlights, so there you go. Number one player, under 25, according to the different publications out there. So give us your read on the finals and where things stand. Jacob Ray in for Pepe vacationing in the Bahamas. We got a concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock expressway. 877-881-1053. And I'm glad that Jacob Ray is here today and this week with the breaking news that happened yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour, because you now have the new villains, not villains of college football, and they're right here in this state. The Sorsby fallout next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up at the Low T Center. Maybe you're waking up this morning and you're just dragging a little bit because you were watching the game and the post game. Getting older is part of life. Feeling exhausted all the time doesn't have to be. Sean Sharif here for the Low T Center. If your energy is down, your sex drive is not what it used to be, your workouts feel more difficult, your focus is off, or you just don't feel like yourself anymore, it may be time to head to Low T. About 1 in 4 men over 40 have low testosterone, and for many male tolos, the symptoms happen so gradually you may not even notice, or just assume it's stress, work, lack of sleep,
Or your spot at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. Tech fan Jacob Ray in for Peyton Russell in the Bahamas at the Nice Resort. The Brendan Sorsby fallout yesterday after the breaking news came in the 9 o'clock hour that a court rules he is eligible for the 2026 college football season after missing the first 2 games, and the world of college football was angry, distraught, and plotting some revenge.
Yes, it was. Coaches gave the following quotes anonymously to The Athletic. What are we doing here? This is the worst thing I've seen in 20 years of coaching. If gambling isn't punishable, what is? And a player told them, so I guess we could gamble on our own teams and get away with it now. You have reports from Ross Dellinger, who's done a great job on this story, that potentially Big 12 schools.
Sonny Dykes, by the way, said, how's anyone ever going to trust the outcome of a game again?
Right. Big 12, we have confirmation that
Black Sox scandal was brought up by the Florida AD.
Right, at least 2 schools, one of them was Georgia. I think Nebraska was the other one, said, we are pulling out of all negotiations with Texas Tech on future games in any sport. Big 12 athletic directors are saying and telling Brett Yormark in his office, we have concerns about playing them. We are considering not playing Texas Tech this year. That's a conference game. What are you going to do, forfeit the game? So TCU, let's just say TCU, they would forfeit the game? Because if they refuse to play Tech, that's TCU that's forfeiting.
And Pete Thamel said Big Ten officials are talking about this as well. So all the teams in the Big 12 and all the teams in the Big 10 are flirting with the idea of just not playing the Red Raiders in anything.
And this is the story that would maybe jump the Big 10 and the SEC to break away. Something like this. This would jump them. Because they just need a push. They just need a reason to do it. I think the reality is that Tech is secretly probably hoping that he just goes to the supplemental draft. That would clear them, that would get them away from them. Because this,
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think this is we're dug in. We're going for this.
Cody's dug in.
If Cody is Texas Tech, Cody is Texas Tech.
Cody's asking Grok on Twitter how many arrests Georgia has for speeding.
Bobby, is it fair to have this viewpoint and possible action towards the school when it's the court that's allowing the player to participate? Is it fair to take all that out, that anger, on Texas Tech?
It's the court allowed it, but I mean they're fighting for it. Yeah. So it's I don't know, it's a little bit like, whenever you've seen or heard of any sort of there was a infidelity in a relationship, and then you go confront the guy who slept with your girl, and then he's like, don't be mad at me, you should be mad at your girl. Yeah. And then it's a little bit well, no, you still did it. And so I think there's, from Tech's angle, they may be like, hey, be mad at the courts. Yeah. It's but you're the one that's going in there. What are you talking about? So no, I think that I think ultimately what this is there's a ton of frustration across college football right now with Cody Campbell, whether it's this or anything else. And I think there's just naturally a lot of irritation about anything he does because of people don't like how much money he's able to throw around, which good for him. He's got it and he's using it. And there are plenty of people who have, not plenty, but there are a lot of people who have Cody Campbell money that don't use it this way. He's willing to use his money in this way. Yeah. And so you can't hate that he's willing to just pour into the program and pour into his university.
If I had Cody Campbell's money, I'd be doing the same thing for Tennessee.
But
same exact thing.
We went to the Ranger game with you watching softball, Tennessee softball.
But
buying up all those girls.
I think there's just a total
Jobstein over here.
There's a total just frustration with what Tech has done with their football program over the last couple of years. And it's naturally going to cause a lot of resentment anytime they're in the news.
Well, let me say this.
By the way,
and-
Cincinnati has skated in this whole thing, and I think it's ridiculous.
They have, and they've known. They've known since day one.
Jacob Ray, this is for you and all the other Red Raider fans. And I didn't tweet this yesterday because I was too excited for Game 3 of the finals, and I didn't want to waste my entire night.
Yeah,
and
you don't want to ruin that.
I saw Choppy deal with a little bit of it. Texas Tech, you're the villain. It's not just Sorsby as the individual villain. You have gone from cute, likable, fun, tortilla throwing, Joey Maguire fist pumping to the villain, and you just have. So everyone is going to be celebrating a Sorsby pick. The memes are going to be there. The GIFs are going to be there. And with every Texas Tech loss, coupled with Cody Campbell and the Texas Longhorn trash talking, you have been transformed into the bad guy.
Yep.
So just deal with that reality. The transformation is about to be complete. And it's kind of reminding me our interaction and what you dealt with a little bit yesterday on X with the Aggie fans with Manziel. When I kept saying Johnny's acting like a punk, and Johnny's going to be a bum, and Johnny is acting like Justin Bieber, and the Aggie fans could not take it.
Oh, no.
And
fans.
it was a weekly war and battle with them all the time. And I think that's where we're heading to a little bit here as people are trying to argue with you over what county and what jurisdiction the ruling came from. When you're trying to get that, and we had a little bit of it with some Penn State nut jobs over the Paterno, what's the other dude's name? Sandusky stuff. And you're going to get your college, Baylor. We got a little bit of it with Baylor defense and everything there with Bryles. But Texas Tech, just know your cute little fun story has flipped.
Which, by the way, those two, you're not at all comparing those two stories.
No. Just the fan base.
I'm saying, like, for anybody who would just automatically go like, grouping us with that. No. We're just talking about like tactics.
And look, I mean, you could say that, it's not a Lubbock judge. Oh, well, it's Lubbock County. So where do you think Lubbock County would have their courthouse? Just take a guess. What city Lubbock County would have? Was it Post? I don't think it's in Post. It's probably in Lubbock. And it doesn't matter. Like the point is, and by the way, everyone.
And Sorsby looks like a bad guy too with that hair. I'm sorry, Jake. He's got the back of your hair, but it's like curly and all. It gives me a Razor Ramon feeling.
Don't bring me the. He's inundated with marketing about gambling. Well, does that excuse him for drunk driving because there's alcohol ads everywhere, or this is protecting his mental health? Nobody
shut up
in the history of the world ever complained about a gambling addiction when they were up $500,000. Okay, it's when they get caught gambling illegally or they're down that they say, "Well, I'm just addicted to gambling."
Yeah, my mental health was bad last night.
Yeah. Listen, nobody's a bigger degenerate gambler than I am. There is, I push back. Not everything's an addiction. Sometimes you make bad decisions. All right, it's a bad decision.
Jake,
nobody's a sex addict until they get caught by their wife. That's when you become a sex addict. You claim it.
How do you feel about the villainous role, and do you agree with it?
I mean, the bottom line is you're not a villain if you're not winning. So
you're not winning.
This would have been
in court.
This would have been irrelevant if they went 6-6 last season. If Brennan Sorsby was still at Cincinnati, nobody would be arguing not to play them right now. Like, that wouldn't be a thing. I think these teams realize that their only shot at Tech in the Big 12 is if they don't have their quarterback. I was talking to one of my buddies yesterday. I think Tech could roll out Jacoby Williams, Quentin Joyner, and Cam Dickey in a triple option backfield and go 12-0 in the Big 12 with how easy that schedule is and with how good your defense is. But the bottom line is, I don't necessarily know all this fight during the regular season is worth a season of Sorsby. Like, you have a guy for 1 year. It's a rental. And I don't necessarily know if it's worth tarnishing your football program. You got a 5-star quarterback coming in, a 5-star freshman quarterback coming in next year. You got a top 5 recruiting class. So if they can do some damage control, I think it's worth it. If not, I would just move on.
Good take. Speaking of the effect on the season, BetOnline and Vegas sent me the changes to Texas Tech's year. Their odds to win the college football playoff went from 25-1 to 14-1. Their odds to win the Big 12.
Yeah, that was Sorsby betting on it and moving the line.
Their odds to win the Big 12 went from plus 105 to minus 150. their win total went from 10.5 to 11. Remember, we were questioning why is this story worth just a half a win?
Yeah.
And then his Heisman odds are back on the board at 18-1. That's ninth best in terms of the Heisman Trophy winners.
I would be stunned if he got many votes. You know, like the villain thing. I don't know how many votes he would get.
Well,
Johnny,
this is part of my FAF. If he's ruled eligible and he balls out and has the best season, he should win the Heisman.
Yeah.
Period.
I've stood by that.
I don't think
rule.
those voters, they don't practice that.
If Tech is in
because
the
of
national
grudges.
title and he plays out of his mind, he'll win the Heisman.
Yeah, maybe. They won't win the title though.
No, they won't. But I mean, if they're playing at
But
a
there
level,
will be voters, to Choppy's point, that will hold this against him.
probably. Although yesterday they were talking to some people at the CFP, and the CFP committee said they wouldn't. Some of the anonymous sources and stories yesterday, people at the CFP committee said they're like, nope, if he's playing, he's playing. So we're not going to hold that against Tech.
And why are you just automatically ruling them out after the Indiana Hoosiers just won it all?
Well, look, they went up against Oregon last year, and they got absolutely mollywopped. They're not that good. They were that good in the Big 12. The Big 12 is trash. It's ass. It's Shady McCoy ass.
Tech is good.
Everybody said Tech is good last year.
Tech's
Tech
trench
wasn't good
play.
last year.
No,
They were
Tech.
trash last
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. Okay, you can do your North Texas bit all you want, but I mean, the reality is
they played Oregon. And they got destroyed.
Yeah, and a lot of people okay, so Tennessee got destroyed by Ohio State, and the SEC gets destroyed by the Big Ten, but you still come over here and slob all over them every time you talk about the SEC, and it doesn't matter. So you still say how great the SEC is, despite them getting their ass kicked by the Big Ten every time.
Did they get their ass kicked?
Okay, so he's like, this isn't a real argument. Okay, I got it. All right, I see you're doing a bit now. I see you're doing a bit now. All right.
Did they get their ass kicked?
I see you're doing a bit now. All right.
What's the bit?
He took a random take and he decided to dig in on
Ohio
it.
State? Are they as we don't
They're
know
not
about
as good as Ohio State, but neither are all but two teams in college football.
So they're not going to win. So they have no chance of winning. They're not on that level.
Notre Dame beat teams that were worse or that were better than them in the CFP a couple of years ago. Ohio State was the 8th team in the CFP a couple of years ago.
They were not the 8th team. They got put at the 8th seed because they lost to Michigan. They were not the 8th best team.
How are the Texas Tech fans reacting on the Frankel and Frankel text line 877-881-1053? And I think Jacob asked maybe the best question of all, is all this worth it for Sorsby, and is all this worth it for 1 year if he rolls out? Because again, the image of your program has totally flipped.
It is worth it.
Imagine if he rolls out there and he plays
Why is it worth it? You said they can't win.
Why is it worth it? Because name recognition. College sports is as in recruiting is as much about name recognition as anything else.
Is this a positive recruiting element? I don't think it is. One of the dumbest sayings of all time is there's no such thing as bad publicity. That's an idiotic, stupid statement.
All the arrests that Georgia gets, all the arrests that Urban Meyer
They do not get the
Florida
recruits because they're getting arrested.
No, they don't. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying it doesn't matter. Like your program, how it's run, name recognition matters so much. And seeing that the school's going to go to bat for you, that Cody Campbell's got all this money, he's going to throw at you, he's going to go to bat for you on social media. I don't think it's a negative. Like, you want to be, it's much better to be known and recognized than anonymous. And prior to Cody Campbell, Tech was an anonymous national program.
Why Tom Brady wants you to drink that good nut next on the Fan. The Tolo team of attorneys, maybe they would have some insight into this college football story because they are humongous sports fans. It's Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel and Frankel. Why did Tolos choose them? For any accident that
Rangers president of baseball operations Chris Young teams up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Jake. In for Pepe on his honeymoon in the Bahamas. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Tom Brady getting a little bit naughty, launching a coconut water and a funny little commercial where he refuses to say the name of it in a conference call. And the name of the coconut water is Good Nut. Good Nut coconut water for Tom Brady.
We calling a coconut a nut? Is a coconut a nut?
No, but it's like how you call protein like protes. It's just you're doing some abbreviations.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't really. I never got into the coconut water thing. I don't even know if I can recall what it tastes like and what is.
It's supposed to be good for your digestion, I think. I think it's supposed to make you go.
Does it taste great? I've always wanted to go on vacation and drink out of a coconut.
It looks like a milk carton, right? So it's like the baby blue kind of milk carton-y things. I've tried it one time. I don't remember it being, terrible. I'm not a big coconut fan.
Jake, are you? Coconut water?
I tried it once. It kind of is like the same vibe as like drinking a different kind of milk. It just kind of throws you off. It's just not the same.
It's weird. It's got like an odd taste. It's good to if you're mixing it into stuff, it can be good. And it's they talk about how it's really good for hydration and stuff. Like Eric drinks it all the time.
Of course he does.
Eric drinks coconut water consistently.
The way that these guys were fawning over Eric at Peyton's wedding, I had Spittle and Choppy to my left saying, God, look at Eric. Look at Eric. If he was single, he could slay everyone in this entire room.
Including them, it sounded like.
What a great-looking man.
When we do a fan roast, I'm already writing my Eric jokes. So
that's what Eric's been really pushing for that. Eric really wants us to do the roast of the fan.
Yeah, we should.
Oh, really?
As an event.
Ooh, I don't know if everybody's feelings could take that.
Well, yeah, he specifically he named 2 people at the station that he thought I don't think we could make jokes about them.
Who?
I'm not going to say.
So even more of a reason to make
so this
jokes
was
about
off
them.
air?
Yeah, we were just talking off air about it. I said at the station.
Dawson's won. I think I don't know how Dawson would take it, judging by his Sandler interactions.
Oh, and there's the other one.
Well, Sandler doesn't count. And I know that.
Sandler would just be correcting each one of your roasts.
Well, actually.
That's not true.
Corey. Oh. Corey might. I know he's probably listening right now. And I'm a sensitive individual as well, but I like that type of cutthroat comedy. But
yeah, I don't think
know
you
how
would
Corey,
get upset because you would be
if it's good. You want it's that if it's a strong diss and the joke wasn't funny, that's when you'd be like, all right, you're gonna get ripped.
You would also
if it's
have
funny,
an
you'll be like,
opportunity
all right,
to rebut,
right?
So that's the whole point.
Yeah. So I would say I don't know with Corey Spittle. Bosses would have to be off the table.
Yeah.
No, Spittle would remember that.
It'd be how they the comedians write the jokes for Brady or whatever. We'd be like, here, Gavin, Tim, you guys read these jokes. We wrote these for you guys.
Yeah. So there's Tom Brady with his little naughty coconut water. After the show, when we were in our meeting, this scary, awful tragedy in Austin.
Dude, well, not quite in Austin. It was on the way to Austin.
On the way.
Yeah, this was Yadier Molina, who I didn't realize his son plays, I guess, high school baseball in Austin. But it was a plane that was taking off from the Dominican Republic to go pick him up. It's this, jet that he charters all the time. So it had taken off and they had trouble and they were coming back to the airport. And then in the course of the landing, it's this terrifying video. Twitter kept taking him down yesterday, but it's this terrifying video. This looked like the landing gear had issues, and it was just kind of skirting and bumping along the runway.
I think they took off, realized there was an issue, and tried to.
Yeah, they circled back. They came back around, and they were trying to land, and they skidded on there, and then just hit the pavement a couple times, and then it just essentially blows up on them. It is an insane video, but Yadier Molina, they were going to pick him up and then bring him back because he charters to be able to go watch his son's games, and so I mean that was an awful video yesterday. Yeah. The pilot and the co-pilot were the ones on board. They both passed away, unfortunately.
And they were initially on the runway. They hit something. They skid off. Then they hit something again as the plane keeps bouncing up in the air, and that's when the thing explodes and. Landing gear collapsing and everything. It was a big mess. I tried to look for the initial reports that they don't really have anything available yet. Obviously, it's so soon. They're just recovering the black boxes and cockpit voice recorders and everything.
So when there was a very famous flight, I think it was Delta 191 that crashed here.
That was here.
Yeah, that was here.
A microburst.
That was a microburst. But what happened was that microburst. If you've ever driven down 114.
What's a microburst?
It's like a concentrated downdraft of intense air and rain and wind, and it is like one of the most dangerous things for planes to fly into. So it took down Delta, and the plane literally skidded across 114. It hit a car, killed them, but it went into this big gas tank that they had off to the side. So this plane looked like it had hit something the first time I watched it. But then when I was watching it back, I was like, I think that thing just I think the gas tank or something with the fuselage hit and just
could have created a spark, opened up things. Yeah, I mean, a lot of
that's
things.
That's what happened to TWA Flight 800 allegedly. Was that it had that little spark and blew it up?
What are screw worms?
I was trying to figure out what screw worms are, but apparently, so there was a case out in Andrews, which is kind of north of Midland, and there was another case in LaSalle County. But it's basically like maggots, flies that turn into they hatch these larva maggots, and they infect cattle, among other things. Some people's dogs have been infected by these, so they kind of latch on to open areas of the body. So that could be a wound, it could be your eyes, right? It could be any kind of open area,
an orifice,
an orifice, right? And they're really, really, really bad. And they are kind of overtaking a lot of the cattle. Now we've seen 3 or 4 cases now, or new cases in the state. And A&M's ag department's on this. They're on the case. And the Department of Agriculture, both the State Department of Agriculture and the U.S. Are all on this and trying to see, what's going to happen here and how they can combat this. I heard that they can release flies in the area to kill the flies that become the maggots.
Oh my!
Right, so they're trying to combat it that way because how do you kill all the flies? Right? How do you all these maggots? Right? So they're wondering if this
Citronella candies.
Right? They're wondering if this is going to cause beef prices to rise or dairy.
Man.
Are they dairy cows? Right? We don't know.
Maggots driving up all our prices.
Maggots. That's right. Wow.
Maggots.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
But we've seen it's a parasitic fly. Infests living mammals, especially cattle. So
we're going to send their big brothers after them.
They've been on a migration track since 2023. If the fly is not contained, it could cost the cattle economy upwards of $2 billion. A lot.
And a lot of national stories being written about barbecue places going out of business all over because of
this?
No, just in general, increased cost of beef. Now you add another problem and another layer to it. Not good. Is this what caused the fish massacre?
This is not what caused the fish massacre, gentlemen. This is one of the most wild ways to open an article that I've ever read. A popular lake in Arizona has closed after all of the fish have died. All of them?
All of them.
Every single last one. Yep, apparently. Officials said Friday that San Carlos Lake, one of the largest lakes in the state of Arizona, and also the lake that
there can't be many lakes in Arizona.
The lake holds the state records for largemouth bass, black crappie, bluegill, channel catfish, and flathead fish, like the largest fish that have ever been caught. They said that this entire lake now is devoid of any life. According to the San Carlos Recreation and Wildlife Department, drought conditions and water released from the dam led to the deaths of all the fish. And they keep saying this in every release. They say all the fish. Like, this is every single last one of them. And they said there are fish carcasses just floating all over this lake and that it's dangerous for people to go in the water right now or do anything. So this lake is closed, and the department is trying to figure out what to do with the carcasses as they pose health risks. But that sounds like a plague. Like Arizona did something.
Yeah, this is how Dante's Peak erupted. Mm-hmm. All the fish started dying, and then they noticed it, and then Pierce Brosnan had to come rescue Linda Hamilton's kids from the cave.
Maybe they thought San Carlos Lake was in Lubbock County, and the plague was sent to the wrong place.
Wow.
That could be it.
We getting some changes to some infrastructure here in the Metroplex.
We are. I don't know if you saw the video, but the Sheraton Hotel in Arlington, the big white monstrosity outside the old Globe, the old ballpark, came to its crashing demise over the weekend. An implosion, a very cool implosion. I love a good implosion. I've never seen one. Like, I always wonder, like, you know, I didn't know it was imploding. I may have taken a drive and got a nice little video. But this, you know, we had been there. We did an event from there one day.
Wow.
It was for a fantasy football convention. We did something. You and I were both there.
Okay.
It was some kind of big fantasy football thing.
Was it one of those Romo things?
Yeah, I think so. That was the esports building. They did an esports.
Maybe T.O. was there?
Yeah, they did an esports thing there for years. Back in the day, this is where the Major League Baseball teams would stay. It was right outside the ballpark. So when the ballpark first opened, a lot of them would stay there. And then it kind of got a little bit older, and they wanted to get a little bit further out of town. They wanted to be kind of in Dallas or in Fort Worth. So most of the teams are staying at, you know, the Crescent or the Worthington, or you get some of the Four Seasons.
Where are all the World Cup teams going to stay?
That's a good question. So is it Croatia?
Yeah, it's pronounced Croatia.
Yes. One of them's in Mansfield at the high school. All right, that's what they're practicing at the high school. One of them is in Frisco.
Freaking poot.
Those are the home bases.
Taking their funds. They have to go down to Mansfield High to stay.
They're getting this. They're staying where Peyton Russell just like took geometry every day.
I don't know where they're staying while they're here. I mean, the Super Bowl team stayed at the Omni in Las Colinas, and they stayed at, maybe it was the Omni in Fort Worth too. May have been both Omnis. But there's plenty of spots. But there's only two home bases here, and that's one's Croatia, I think, and maybe Egypt is in Frisco. But so this was a historic, you know, spot in Arlington that is now gone, now demolished.
Is President Trump now banned from the rest of the NBA Finals? And did you enjoy the Cardi D's last night? Game 3, next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet professionally clean, clean way, green way, Zerez way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's a flash sale. That's right. We got a flash sale for you this week. It goes through the 13th, so you have this week to get it. But you get big summer savings. You get 3 rooms pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109. And a free hallway cleaned, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. It is all from Zerez, and it is that time of year to get that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way. We do the carpet, the tile, the hardwood, the upholstery every single year. They also offer grout cleaning. Yep, on that tile, you can get the grout
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now the dribble. Shot clock winding down. Castle has to put it up. Bang! Stephon Castle from three-point range. And it's a 7-point Spurs lead.
Mike Breen with the call on ABC and ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday with another free concert ticket giveaway coming up in the commercial-free expressway when we ask Reddit at 7:40. This was a 4-point game at the Garden with 2:20 left. Vassell with a heave to put San Antonio up 7. Brunson answers with a 3 to make it a 3-point game with 30 seconds left, and then the Spurs get clutch. De'Aaron Fox hits that mid-range jumper with 12 seconds left, and Anunoby hits a big 3. It's 113-111 with 9 left, and then Stephon Castle, who is going to be a humongous problem for years and years to come, along with the young Dylan Harper, hit some stone-cold free throws, and the San Antonio Spurs ruin the celebrity party at the Garden, and hopefully we now have a series.
Is there a I don't know, maybe not maybe it's a discussion later, but the thought of like what you say with Castle being a problem for years to come. I was talking to somebody over the weekend, and they had said that they were wondering about
Reggie.
No. They were wondering about the Spurs. Is there any shot they become what the Thunder were 15 years ago? Where it was like they're going to win, and then they just never do, and they get broken up. Like I wanted, because I also think like Castle will be a problem, but like we also looked at them, we're like, oh, they're inevitable. They got up against the Heat, and
yeah, of course it's possible. The Celtics were inevitable,
but I don't think anybody ever learned from why did the Thunder not work. Like they just assume ego or whatever, but like nobody ever like really. I think we're.
What you're talking about with Durant and Harden and them?
Yeah, like the idea of just the Spurs, like they've got this young great core together, and like, is there anything that could disrupt them?
Yeah. The Mavs did. That's all I can recall about it. But the celebs were out. I had a lot of fun yesterday watching all the social media videos talking about the security and the build-up and all the delays at the Garden.
I got to hand it to the security there because they had one entrance open. One entrance to the entire arena, and they got everyone secured.
You got to remember
everyone
that's Penn Station too.
I know. It's a but
the place was full at tip-off.
It was full 30 minutes before tip-off.
Yeah.
Credit to the security there. I was like, there's no way they're going to get all those people in. The security's so slow. It takes us. You can't get through Love Field with any remote time.
I remember Dolan's got all that facial recognition stuff outside, so he knows exactly who to ban.
They're using those American E-gates where you just like scan your face and you walk right through.
Yeah, Charles Oakley still couldn't get in. but Jimmy Johnson was there in a Knicks shirt next to DJ Khaled, Larry David, Pete Davidson, Chris Rock, McEnroe, Jeter and Eli, Jon Stewart, of course Chalamet, Robert Kraft, Jay-Z, Tracy Morgan, Spike, Mike Bloomberg got run over.
Stabler and Benson were there. Benson and Stabler from Law & Order SVU.
Oh, okay.
Jalen Brunson's in love with her. With her.
She's awesome.
Is that why he's distracted and playing so poorly?
Hargitay.
Yeah, so the place is packed, and President Trump sits up top with Dolan in the suite.
Who was the other girl there? Was that
the blonde behind him?
Or the one next to Dolan? May have been Dolan's girl. That was the one question that nobody knew. Was he going to sit courtside or up in the booth? And I assumed that Secret Service was like, no, you got to be up there.
Yeah, we kind of knew he'd be up there. Spike Lee said this felt like, he compared it to Ali Frazier 1 with the type of build-up. And Mike Breen and Shaq and everyone they were saying, we've never heard the Garden this loud. The odds...
That was cool to see. It really was. Like
yeah.
That is one of those things that you will.
I wish the game was even better to live up to the hype because San Antonio kind of controlled the game.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't
right from the start.
It wasn't a great game, but the odds were out on whether the president would get booed or cheered. Now, before you tell me what you saw and heard yourself, what do you think the odds favored was going to happen?
It's New York City. I would favor booze.
Booze minus 300, cheers plus 200. Did you see sufficient evidence or video to help you make the decision if you're the sports book. I did.
I thought he got booed.
Yeah.
There was a USA chant before, and then right before the anthem, right? There was a USA chant right before the anthem, and then when they showed him during the anthem, that was the only time I saw the booing. Like that was the only time they did it with the sound.
I could just see Trump being like, I walked in, they all stood up, they put their hands on their hearts, they sang.
They made noises for me, okay? It was wonderful.
Well, Knicks fans are upset because they think that he messed up the mojo. Yeah. And, of course, their 13-game playoff winning streak is over. And Stephen A. Smith came out yesterday, Knicks fan, and said he has no business being there, and I'm going to blame him if the Knicks lose. Well, the president was told about Stephen A. Smith's comments after.
It was, I think, mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith was talking about running for president. He said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
And Steven will love and eat that up today for his podcast. The aptitude.
He'll do it again.
It's like when he said I won 2 club championships, not even senior, and he said you got to be incredibly smart to win those things.
Stephen A. will then turn this into on his podcast. He'll go like, you know what, I may just show you that I have the aptitude to run for president. I may just run against you, and he's going to start that whole thing up again, and he'll love it. He'll be able to get a whole other media cycle off of it. Did he actually say? I saw the headline yesterday. I didn't actually see it. Did he actually say with sincerity, "I don't want a ring if the Knicks win the title"? Stephen A.
I did not listen to it.
I saw the headline. I didn't listen, but he apparently had said, and the comments I saw were like he absolutely meant it. Like he thought he was going to get a ring from the Knicks.
I'm still waiting for my ring for the Mavs, but whatever.
That's right. At halftime, just to add to the circus, apparently Cardi B performed, and the Inside the NBA guys were doing their show.
Has the New York Knicks up 7, looking for a 3-0 lead. We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those B's. That might be Cardi B's. I sure am. You love it. I'm pretty sure those are B's. I don't know.
They are not Cardi B's. They may be Cardi D's. So that's Charles.
Good line.
Absolutely hilarious. Getting it done again. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Micah Parsons being a questionable teammate. Bobby, you first sent this as I think the NFL Network or NFL.com was doing a little montage of the top 100.
Yeah, it was the top 100, and he was talking about like it was a preview clip for it coming up. Mm-hmm. It's a.
Are they doing it again the same way this year, 2 a day?
I think All right, I think they're gonna do it. Man, I've got like this hanging up in my throat. They've got like 2 a day, or I think it's gonna be like another one of these things where they're doing like a 1 week. It's this stupid lead up thing. They think it drags out. Last year it killed it. But they asked every player. It was like supposed to be a promo clip of them all saying who their number 1 player was, and they pop through and everybody's saying different names, and then it hits Micah, and he just goes, probably Iceman, and then you gotta go. George Gervin plays basketball for 1, but 2, it was, hold on, Iceman, who's that? Oh, wait, that's that dumb nickname that they're trying to give to Caleb Williams now. He thinks Caleb Williams is the best player in football.
So I'm going to be honest with you.
Uh-huh.
For the first 2 hours after you sent that, I was just questioning Micah's football intelligence.
Well, this is the...
and then Twitter let me know what the real story was.
Yeah.
That, his quarterback is in the same damn division.
Yeah.
Is that why you were sending that it was a stupid comment?
No, I was sending it because it was just like, why would you ever say Caleb Williams
That's
is number
what I
1?
was thinking.
Yeah, it had nothing to do
Jordan
with
Love
Jordan Love.
didn't even land
No,
in my...
I'm used to him giving props to people who aren't on his team and it causing a lot of controversy.
But it's usually the Packers.
Yeah, exactly.
Not this time.
Yeah, but then now Jordan Love's on his team, so he can't rightly give him credit because that's his teammate now.
This is like OC. Right? Was it OC that said Romo?
Oh, that's coming up.
Well, I mean, there's
that's coming up at 7:20.
No, this is Caleb Williams. Why? Forget just even being in the division. Why would you ever say Caleb Williams is the best player in football?
I mean, you could say
Did he
that
embarrass him or something? Did he like juke him out for a sack and embarrass him at some point?
Right. You could say that he'll have like traits to eventually get him there.
You could see the traits. You could see the
well, he got
raw
drafted
skills.
one for a reason.
The nails are on fleek.
They are.
But what about Jordan Love?
Yeah. Who's a consistent player? Like, I shouldn't say he's got inconsistencies about his game, but he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's consistently above average, like a good, solid, like right around the top 10.
What would have been best is if he would have said Dak. That would have made me laugh.
And this is one of those things about these lists, right? Like, okay, so how would you answer it if you were Micah and you have Jordan Love on your team? And they're always asking, who's the top 5, who's the top 10? And then you don't always be fake and name your teammate. How do you answer this? Because on one hand, I want to give him credit for honesty, but then it's like,
I'm surprised he didn't say me. That's what I'm surprised. If it's who's the best player, I'm surprised he just go me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm the best. Like,
well, I would have asked him top 3 quarterbacks, and how do you answer it if you believe Caleb's better than Jordan?
Didn't he do this? Didn't he give his top 5 quarterbacks? This got him in trouble a couple years ago with Dak. He put Dak in there and people were, I don't remember, but I think he's done a quarterback list before and people got pissed off at how he stacked it. So he just doesn't know.
All the Cowboy fans came out, they're like, typical Micah, big shock, big surprise, what a teammate. I was questioning his football eval.
Right.
That was the biggest thing to me. That's why I said it.
That's the problem. It's a lose-lose anyway, but the problem is you can't put Caleb number 1. You can't. You just can't.
Who's the player you can put number 1 like Micah could that people would be like, you're not a bad teammate if you just say that, and it's not your teammate?
I mean, if you say Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league, no one's going to argue with you.
Yeah.
Not a single person.
You could say Allen.
You can say Allen.
Maybe you could say Lamar.
The only people, like, you would get in trouble if you were a Bills player and you said Mahomes. Right? You would get in trouble on the Bills with the fan base.
Would people have been mad if he said Justin Jefferson? That's in the division, and he's considered the best receiver.
No.
I don't think people get mad at that either.
No. Next game of the Stanley Cup Finals is tonight. And yesterday I was talking to the Hockey Hawk, who has been listening as part of the 6 a.m. club, Gavin Spittle, the boss. And I was like, well, Vegas has been like, they should be up 3-0. And he gave me a kind of a look of hesitation as if that statement may be off.
He reads money, Puck.
And I think that Vegas kind of agrees with Spittle. I was a little surprised at the odds to win it all and how close they were. Vegas is minus 180 and Carolina's plus 160. There's a 64% chance that Vegas wins it. But in my mind, it's felt like they should be up 3-0, and Carolina's lucky to have gotten one.
The way the games have gone, they should be up 3-0. If you money puck it,
it's exactly right so far.
Please stop.
By the way, money puck 50.1% chance for Vegas to win tonight. So basically a coin flip.
So
PFF in studio.
If you Kenny Atkinson,
I'm getting PFF in studio. If you Marcus Mosher, clear your schedule.
No, there's no way you're getting Marcus Mosher. He can't send a Mike Tyson avatar to like come talk.
Clear your schedule, Marcus.
If you Kenny Atkinson the series, it's right where it should be, right? But I think that Vegas on the ice, like they've put together more dominance in this series than Carolina has.
Exact outcome is supposed to be, according to Vegas, the Golden Knights in 6, then the Knights in 5, then the Canes in 7. Conn Smythe leader, of course, Mitch Marner with the stupid hat trick the other day. He is minus 220, followed by Taylor Hall and Stanky. Oh, Stanky is third on the Conn Smythe list at plus 650.
Man, Stanky he's awesome, and that's going to sting. I know, Miko, you make the trade again because you were a win now team and you had a chance to get one of the best players in the sport, but you knew what Stanky was going to be. The Stars knew. The Stars knew when they made that trade how good Logan was gonna eventually become. He was already good here. They knew that he was going to be one of the next great players in the league, but they were in a position, in a situation where they were going for it.
He didn't help me on my 98-0 team last night, so I don't care.
Oh.
Let's hook you up with a concert ticket giveaway. And why are all the New York Giant legends loving every Cowboy quarterback, commercial free, in the Expressway on Sean and RJ next? But let me go ahead and get your house and business
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas through it all.
The Expressway on Sean and RJ is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free in the Expressway. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40 on your home are the Rangers, who get back in action tonight, and the Dallas Cowboys. We got a concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. What was that?
I just cramp or something. I don't know. It hurt on my ribs. It was painful. It was painful.
Cowboy OTAs today.
Yes, we're supposed to have Brian Schottenheimer talking, I think, at 11:45, and then practice in locker room.
All right, the New York Giants, I don't know if they're trying to soften us up or what, but a worst take nominee last week was O.C. Umenyiora with the over-the-top, insane praise of Tony Romo, saying he was the best quarterback, basically, of his generation.
Oh, yeah, we got destroyed. You were out, right? We got destroyed for that take.
No, I was here.
You were here for that?
Friday, worst take.
Yeah, it was.
Well, we did it initially, right?
Yeah, when we first talked about it.
Yeah.
I think
I was here for that too. I think
it was the
destroyed for what?
For calling him an idiot. For saying that
Romo is the greatest of all time.
Okay, so if we're sitting at a sports bar, this is where people. This is where I get hung up on details, and it's a pet peeve of mine because it's like stick to the argument. I always get on people about this. I get on Bobby about this sometimes. No one's talking about this. We're talking about that. If we're at a sports bar, or we're playing 20-0, this NFL game that's like 82-0, and if Peyton Manning's 55, 51, whatever Choppy has tattooed on his lower back with Manning's stats, if his 50 touchdown season comes up,
way more than 50,
and Tom's Randy Moss season comes up, and then Tony Romo's season comes up,
which his best season, 14 maybe.
His best season was like probably compared to Tom's 07 was probably like 14 touchdowns under Tom and 1 interception more.
If you sit at a sports bar, and again, this is what Umenyiora basically said. If you sit at a sports bar and say out loud 36 touchdowns was his career high, that Tony Romo was better than Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, you deserve to have a glass smashed over your head. So shut the hell up. Stop talking about sports.
Well, he played the game.
You're banned.
So he played the game, and how are you going to tell him? You're going to tell the guy who played the game, played against these guys, played against both these guys.
Yeah.
You're going to tell him that the other guy wasn't better? Yes. That's exactly what I'm
You're an
gonna tell
idiot.
him.
Just shut up. You're an idiot.
And Barry Bonds says that Jamie Moyer is better than Randy Johnson. Then all I'm going to say is, I'm sorry, Barry, you just didn't see the ball out of Jamie Moyer's hands very well.
Right.
Okay, because Jamie Moyer could not break a pane of glass.
We just talked about the top 100 list, and Micah Parsons, who's a Hall of Famer, said Caleb Williams is the best quarterback in the league. And that's not... I don't even know if saying Caleb is the best player in football right now is as crazy as saying Romo was the best player of his generation. I may side with Caleb's upside as being less crazy than that. So just shut up.
Yeah, at least you could talk yourself into Caleb is the most talented player potentially, or like you could at least talk yourself into that. There's not really a way to say that. Because, I mean, even PFF, by the way, since you want to have them in studio, they came out recently with the all-time team, or the teams of the last 20 years for a team. Dak was ahead of Romo. He's the starting quarterback.
But honestly, what I think happens is, and don't even look at the text, Choppy.
Oh, my God.
You already stretch it. What happens is people lose the plot. They don't take the topic as OC said Romo was the best. It filters through their brain, and they hear Romo's not good. You didn't think Romo was great. And that's how all subjects in society get twisted and turned, and that's why we all fight with each other so much.
It's Jordan LeBron. If you say Jordan's better, you talk anything, why do you hate LeBron?
Why do you hate LeBron?
Yeah, it's not a hate.
He's like the second best player of all time. I don't know what to tell you.
It's not a hate. 9-4-0.
He's not as good as Jordan, but he's the second best player of all time.
Tony Romo would be a top 5 quarterback ever with the Super Bowl. That's what we're arguing against. That's what we're fighting.
Okay, well then why didn't Tony Romo sniff an NFC title game?
Why didn't he win a Super Bowl?
He didn't even get to a conference title game. And then when you make us react like this, then it comes across as hate because you didn't compute it into your system initially the way that you were supposed to.
Because he was a legitimately Like,
He's a fantastic player.
He's a legitimately. I don't know if
you
I
want
can
to
say
say
great,
he was more.
but he's
You know what?
really, really
you
good.
want to say he was more entertaining? I'll give you if you even want to say he was more entertaining than Tom or Peyton.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to say that because of the running around, the J.J. Watt highlight, and the theatrics, and the this and that gave Parcells a heart attack, fine. But I stick to the actual words and the sentence and the statement and the topic that is put out there. The exact thing, verbatim. Literally,
Mm-hmm.
what are we talking about? But that's one Giant.
Yeah, and now we're going to talk. So we go from an awful take to maybe the best take we've ever heard on this radio show before from Carl Banks. Here.
Thank you. That was a good last 2 minutes for me.
From Carl Banks. Carl Banks, the New York Giants legend, and he does media out there still, doesn't he? Right? Like I think he does. I think he does commentary on the games and stuff.
Radio broadcast.
So this is a man who keeps up with the sport. Okay, he's not checked out at all. He was giving an interview to this website that I've never heard of, Bola VIP. And it was just this written interview where they're asking him a bunch of different questions. He's talking about how good he thinks the Giants will be or whatever else. And then it gets down to the question of quarterback. They asked the question, they said, being in a division with so many good quarterbacks, like nowadays in the NFC East, every team has their franchise quarterback figured out. From a defensive standpoint, what's it like? Do you want to prove it wrong? What's the message? And he says, Washington has a very elite quarterback in Jaden Daniels. Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the conference, not just in the NFC East. He's the best quarterback in the conference. Jalen Hurts is a very good quarterback, and I think doesn't get enough credit for the things that he can do. And then now the Giants have Jackson Dart. So this is great on one hand. He has the great take about Dak. And then on the other hand, I go, but it kind of invalidates it right after that when he thinks that Jalen Hurts is underrated and that Jackson Dart is good.
Well, the first part was invalidated, so you didn't have to wait for the second part.
Jaden's good. He just gets hurt. He gets hurt now.
Look, I could get in a best case scenario, best case scenario, I could get Dak to 2. I'm not saying he's 2.
In the NFC?
In the NFC.
Yeah, it's tough to get ahead of Stafford.
You're not getting him. You're not getting him ahead of Stafford.
Career-wise either.
So it's got to be Stafford.
Most of their career, he's been a better player than Stafford.
Oh God, here we go.
He has, but I mean, like right now he's not better.
And at the very least, let's just call it. He's not better right now.
Yes, and then and then you can throw him into a mix of Hurts, Goff, Love, Baker, Purdy. You can throw. The arguments can just ensue and go from there.
It's a taste.
I almost feel like Carl Banks forgot about Stafford. He had to have forgotten about Stafford, who just won the MVP.
Right.
But you can't say he's better than Matt Stafford.
He's defended. See, I don't know that it's best case 2. I think you have to work to get him below 2. Like 1, he's not getting 1. It is Stafford right now. But I think you have to work to get it. I don't think there's a strong case for Hurts being better. I don't think there's a strong case for.
Okay. You love Purdy.
I do love Purdy. Like Purdy's struggled though recently. Like he's not been as good. So like
weapons either.
If you look at, it's because his receivers all want to leave town every year. It feels like
because of him.
I mean, something. I like Purdy. I like Purdy. I think Purdy gets underrated. I would put Purdy probably 3rd. But I mean, the one who would probably get the closest, I think, would be
Goff
or Love. But Love has not been consistent, and Goff. I think just if you look at what they've done, like in terms of like just not obviously how far they've gone in the postseason, but what they do with their level of play, Goff has not been up to Dak's level most of their career.
You know, for all this talk about how loaded the NFC is, the AFC hierarchy of quarterbacks is better.
Oh, not even close.
That's just weird.
Yeah.
Micah said it the other day.
They've done a terrible job building around those guys.
Welcome, Myles Garrett, but these are sharks over here. Mm-hmm. Well, you'd think that the shark-infested waters had the quarterbacks. The quarterbacks, though, the big dogs, like that's a weak hierarchy I just went through for the NFC. But you do it for the AFC, and they're better.
It is, and
much better.
Much better.
Like not even close better.
The AFC quarterbacks are much better. The NFC teams are much better. And it's almost as if the AFC teams said, we got the quarterback. We are washing our hands of this roster. We're just setting it out there. Because there's no excuse for not building better around Patrick Mahomes in his prime. That's a good organization.
Well, they've been to a lot of titles.
They have, but they've let the organization, the depth of the roster really take a hit. Patrick has a team-friendly contract. right?
What do you think they've done to hurt the depth of that roster?
We have talked about how bad the team is over the last couple of years. It's been held together like a bandit. They went to a Super Bowl with barely having a positive point differential.
I mean, they've been getting old. Like, that's mainly the thing. They've kind of gotten old.
That's a bad job of roster management.
But, their secondary just all signed for massive contracts elsewhere. They let those guys go. They've had Chris Jones. They've had I don't think they've had they've just not been good lately. They've not played well. But, I don't think they've done, a poor... I've never thought of Kansas City as not putting stuff around
I think they've done a
Patrick.
terrible job the last 3 years putting stuff around.
But don't you think they've had to pay the piper at some point?
Yeah, they have. But again, Patrick took kind of a team-friendly deal. Right?
It was a team-friendly deal. Bobby, maybe you can look up the details. I think of it as a team-friendly deal compared to what he... could have had. I don't know if he's...
Oh, he's not poor.
What's he making a year?
It's 45.
45 was the average annual value, and there were these, weird triggers that were built into it, because remember, it was a 15-year contract or whatever.
Yeah, it was a long deal.
But it's it's got these triggers and these various things in there that they can reset. But, I mean...
Buffalo's done a relatively bad job building around, Josh Allen. Cincinnati's done a terrible job building a defense.
His cap hit next year is $85 million.
Yeah,
in 27, Mahomes is $85 million.
So. All right, we're talking about all these NFC teams. Let's do an RJ Choppy exercise of NFC eliminate.
All right, so
Ask Reddit coming up at 7:40 after our concert ticket giveaway.
All right, so let's take these 8 teams. There are currently how many playoff spots available in the NFC, Bobby?
There's 7.
That's right, there's 7.
7.
One of them is going to go to the NFC South. So we're going to just cross them off. So no NFC South. So that means that there are 6 playoff spots for 8 teams. Really 9, I guess, if you want to throw Minnesota in. I didn't throw Minnesota into this exercise, but a lot of people think Minnesota's a decent roster and they love their coach, and Kyler could be whatever. Could be the rejuvenation.
Justin Jefferson was loving Kyler yesterday.
So 8, eliminate. You got to eliminate 2 of these. And we've already thrown Minnesota out. So it's Seattle, San Fran.
Or eliminate them to make the playoffs.
You got to eliminate 2 of these 8.
Okay.
Seattle, San Fran, Rams, Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago, Philly, and put the Cowboys in.
And why do we have to eliminate 2?
Because that's 8 teams, and there's not enough spots. And you got to eliminate 2 because the NFC South automatically gets a bid.
Okay.
So you only have 6 spots.
So Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago. Where was the other team I was missing? San Francisco, Seattle, Rams.
Philly, Dallas.
Philly, Dallas.
Oh, okay. All right. I got all of them.
Is there one jumping out that you want to pick off first?
I mean, who...
Let's just agree, right? Everyone's going to put the Rams in.
Rams in.
I think it's...
Detroit, susceptible. I think Chicago, Green Bay, susceptible.
Chicago has a massive margins that they could potentially regress if you look at kind of peripherally how they played last year.
Detroit's boost is going to be they have the second easiest schedule in the league. That's Detroit's kind of...
I want to lean towards Philly just because I'm trying to think of what the record will be for the second place NFC East team. Since I've already said the Cowboys are going to win the East, I'm just wondering, if I have the Cowboys winning the East at 10-7, I maybe would knock Philly out at 9-8. So I would tentatively pencil out Philly.
Those are better teams. You maybe feel like
Seattle, come back down to earth.
Maybe some, probably not enough to miss the playoffs, I wouldn't think, but it's really tough, I think, for us to get 2 divisions back-to-back years or whatever, to get 2 divisions, or no, Detroit didn't even make it last year, where you get 2 divisions that send 3 teams. That's so...
That was the North the year before, 2 years ago.
That's a really difficult thing. So I would say probabilities tell me it's one of those North or West teams that would have the worst odds. But also, the division winner in the East is probably going to have the worst record of the 3, and so whoever's behind that is going to have that issue.
Because Chicago, you're right, they got a lot of peripherals that could come back down to earth, and then their schedule they're going to play a first place schedule. So they're going to get Seattle right? And so they'll get Seattle, they'll get Philadelphia, and they'll get Carolina as their division. Obviously, the interdivision teams.
So who's yours?
I think Chicago's going to miss out, and it'll be the loser of Philly, probably Cowboys. I want to say San Fran.
Yeah,
I really do.
They were 12-5,
but yeah, they're just an overall solid organization. I think it's going to be the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys will finish to be the other team that's going to be out.
I do think the 49ers could regress because I don't know. They were good. I don't know that they were always as good as 12-5 last year. It didn't feel like. And they've always got something going on. Like, I know everybody always says that about Dallas and stuff, and it's true. And it's probably just because San Francisco wins through it most of the time. I mean, 2 years ago they didn't, but they usually win through these issues. But every year they've got somebody who's pissed at them and doesn't want to be there anymore. And it's like, I mean, the Samuel stuff went. Trent Williams tried to get out of there at one point, which Trent Williams, I guess, said
it was about a contract.
He said he's done after this year. He kind of insinuated.
They redid his deal.
Ayuk, he's complaining about everything now.
Well, he's coming here.
That's right. He is. That's the Poly Market says that's a 34% chance or something that Ayuk signs or gets traded.
It's not going to happen.
By the way, this is the Bears schedule from Thanksgiving on.
Why is it not going to happen, Bobby?
Because it's literally the most inefficient use of their resources. They would never do it.
Here's the Bears schedule Thanksgiving on: at Detroit, Jacksonville, at Miami, at Buffalo, Green Bay, Detroit, at Minnesota. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm looking at Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago. I'm trying to pick one of those to couple up with Philadelphia in the NFC East. It's like Micah's out for a while.
Yeah, but I mean they are in the division with the best player in the NFL, and so because of that, right, that can cause. But I mean, there were Green Bay. There was something weird with them last year. Like, they should not have been a 9-win team, and so there's something that's broken about their structure right now or about their core that I don't know if they figured it out yet, because they shouldn't have been as bad as they were at times last year.
Who are your two teams out in the NFC with the choppy exercise? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel fan text.
Chicago, Dallas.
Oh, Bobby. You're supposed to be a home. You're supposed to be a paid employee.
Dallas, it's 2027. 2027 is really the year where 2027 is the year where Dallas is going to. It's a lot to have to replace in one offseason.
Probably.
All right.
They will be better. I don't think they're going to win the division.
I'm the only one believing right here. And
not chatty.
Not these two. Yeah, you hear that, Schottenheimer? Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Miles Smith in concert on September 6th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It's Tuesday, commercial-free, expressway, Tolo ticket giveaway, and right after that, every single week, that means this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where you can submit your answers here for Ask Reddit, which we do every Tuesday at this time. You can also put your answers up on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and we'll kick them around the studio here. Because I know you feel like this is a segment that Peyton usually is well prepared for.
Yeah, he's got incredible answers.
I almost was wanting to, as I was walking out the door, have some of them stashed and record him drunk answering them, but I couldn't find enough Ask Reddit questions to actually use for him at his wedding the other night. So I'm going to lead off with you, because, and I know you don't normally prepare for these.
I didn't even look or put thought into it.
I know, because you didn't send a song to Jacob, which we're going to do here in a sec. But I did. This one right here was put in here specifically for you because I know you'll have an answer. Sean, what do you find disrespectful but no one else seems to? Because I know you're very big on respect and very micro disrespects that you think are indicative of larger things.
Micro disrespects. I love that term.
Yeah.
Thank yous. The amount of people who just don't acknowledge it. They're so selfish. They're so self-absorbed. They don't even realize something's being done for them. It doesn't irritate me. It bothers me that Bobby brings breakfast as often as he does.
Yeah.
Because it's forcing me to keep up with all the thank yous. And he eats breakfast 3 times a week. It's a tremendous gesture, very nice, but I feel like I got to repay it at some point in time down the road. But people are selfish. They really are, and they have their head in the clouds. It drives me nuts. And I would think that other people would get worked up about it, but I guess not as much as me. Microphone drives me crazy too, being off. What? Your mic being off drives me crazy too.
I turned it off to.
That's how loud he is. He thinks his headphones are on.
Well, I keep the headphones so low. Yeah. I can't tell. Like if I were to turn my mic off right now, I can't tell the difference between this and
we can though, so stop doing it, please.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Yeah, because I'm the opposite of this. I don't like. I expect nothing from people. I don't take much as a sign of disrespect. I mean, I've had people take jobs from me and I didn't take it disrespectfully. Like I just, so I'm the guy whose head's in the clouds. That it doesn't register. Maybe I would care if I noticed it. I just don't notice it.
And now I got to think of what his answer is for him, because I do feel like there's some things he gets worked up about that he thinks are like attacks, but I can't remember right off the top of my head. That I'm always like, oh, really? That was the one that bugged you? And so like I got to think of what that is now. For me, it's I don't know, like because it doesn't seem to bug anybody else like it does me. Like I get genuinely like irritated. I think it's rude and disrespectful to everybody behind you when you're like, just, oh yeah, no, like, hey, I'm right over here. Come meet me in line. Like, and that whole thing, like just saving spots in line into somewhere. I get so.
I think it depends how many.
I start looking around like, I got to see, if I see some angry faces here, I'm going to start an uprising right in here. And nobody does.
At like Peyton's wedding bar line. If I get in line,
you'll try to get me to like sometimes if we're separated at the airport that you'll be like, just come over here, and I'm like, I'm not cutting people.
Yeah, like if I bring just Zach or Chiafalo or Amanda over solo, I think that's fine. If I tell 5 people to come join me, then I
taking advantage of this. Yeah,
that's a problem. Yeah. I think that's a little bit of a problem.
For the 972.
But like if you're going and standing in line, right? If you drop Kristen off at a barbecue line. And you're like, I'm going to park.
Oh, yeah, I think that's different. When it's like clearly somebody is meeting you there and just coming to stand in line with, like they get there 20 minutes later and you're like, what the hell? Who's this person walking up?
Yeah.
That's what drives me nuts.
Well, what sucks is you walking past everyone. You know, if it's a concert line or something, and you go and you duck under the rope, but you got to make it known that you have a relationship with this person. Like, hey!
Oh, yeah, it's got to be, you got to be loud. And it's got to be, you've got to give them context that they wouldn't have otherwise. Like, hey, so, I just dropped our kids off to play together, and so they're good. They're good.
For the 972, listen to anything on your phone without earbuds. Especially on an airplane, like that's annoying. Like people listen to video. Bobby would do this.
I don't know if I've run. No, Bobby has headphones at all times.
But when he says, "Hey, you got to listen to this," you got to listen to this. Kids who are rude to adults. When a person under 20 calls me bro. That's my kids say they'll sometimes.
That's a good answer, because I think I genuinely think anybody who's saying that to you is not being. They're not being disrespectful, or they're not trying to be disrespectful. But there would definitely be people who would probably take it that way.
I would.
If somebody called you bro, if they're 20?
I mean, if it's like
just wait till Ollie does it.
Well, he's doing it a little bit off of like something he's watching, and I've cut that out real quick. Bro, hey, bro, no. And you're not going to call me by my first name either.
Jacob, did you have a disrespectful thing here?
Yeah, this is something I realized in college. It's more of a relationship thing. When your significant other or watching somebody else's significant other go out to bars without them, I'll never buy women saying they go out to bars for fun. You're never going to convince me there's not an ulterior motive, whether it's attention.
You mean like a girls' night? If she goes Friday, have a girls' night, and you're not going?
No, like 2 girls going out alone and one of them single specifically.
Oh, okay.
Like you're not gonna be if the single one is out there like going around, you're not just gonna observe, is what you're saying.
Exactly. I don't have an issue if it's like 10 chicks. No, go have fun. Yeah. But like if it's 2, because my girlfriend's had a friend for a long time who was single and she'd disappear halfway through the night, and then my girlfriend's at a bar alone. And it's like, you're not just going to have fun. That's not.
Oh, so that's what you think is the disrespect. The single person who then will just then blow you off and leave you alone. Okay, I got you. I thought we were talking about a cheating thing here, and I was getting kind of confused.
No.
All right. Next
Sounds
one.
like your girl's friend is kind of easy.
Next.
He is.
Aiden perked up.
There we go. All right.
He's going to bust out that checkered suit.
Next one here on Ask Reddit.
And then bifocals.
RJ Choppy, which song gave you goosebumps the first time you heard it?
Well, look, the easy answer is the first time I heard Rocky Top in the stadium. And it still does to this day. It's different, And by the way, it was against your Red Raiders, Jacob, on 1997. I think it was 52-3 we won. But the first time I heard it, it just gave me goosebumps. I'd never heard the song live before, and it did. It's still to this day. But that's a cheat. That's a cheat. You can't do that. On the radio, the first time I heard Disturbed cover this song, it's the greatest cover in the history of music. This is a better cover. Hang on. Maybe Tina with Proud Mary. Maybe. But Disturbed covering Sound of Silence is just tremendous. Okay. This is not it. Oh, you. No. All right, that's enough.
Oh,
you don't get to Bobby. You don't get to infringe.
Is this the song that made you cry?
Yeah.
Play the real song.
No. Jackass. Keep your little bits over there.
This?
Oh, it's great.
Turn it up.
Great cover. Remember this song, Simon and Garfunkel?
Okay.
This is good.
That's a good song.
Yeah. They covered this. The best cover, man.
This is good. Sean, you didn't say it's like, did you have one though?
CeeLo.
CeeLo, of course.
CeeLo.
Jacob,
No, I did not have one.
Jacob, what's your answer for this?
I was late to the whole Led Zeppelin party. I couldn't sit through the long songs, and then the first time I listened to Stairway to Heaven all the way through, you reach the point where it hits this part, and it gave me goosebumps.
Great.
Go on.
It is it's probably the most famous guitar solo of all time. And I almost went with the Led Zeppelin song. I almost went with Whole Lotta Love. That one was one that stuck out to me. Instead, I'm going to go with one that I don't think anybody's ever heard of this song. And it's a solid...
No one's ever heard of it.
I don't think anybody in our audience has ever heard of it.
1975?
No. It's definitely probably a little more hipster, though. But it's just, I had never heard a song structured this way, and it did give me the goosebumps. Christine and the Queens. It's a song called People I've Been Sad. And this song, I heard it on the radio and I was like, what the hell is this? And it was playing with the stereo in there. It was doing the left side, right side stuff.
Oh.
And she has this really high register. I was like, holy cow, I've never heard anything like this.
That is cool when they mix it like that.
Yeah.
I don't have goosebumps, but I guess I'll just get emotional. The last real emotional one after my boy Ricky passed away. And I guess I had never listened to the song that much, or it never hit me, but at his funeral they were playing George Strait, Carrying Your Love With Me, and I was like, oh gosh, I got to keep playing this. So I'll go more emotional than the goosebumps.
When we were talking about, because the girls were crying during the father-daughter dance at Peyton's wedding,
yeah,
and I was like, when the song was starting, I was like, is it going to be Butterfly Kisses? And Amanda was like, no. She's like, no, you can't play that, because she's like, nobody can get through it.
It was McGraw, right?
No, Butterfly Kisses was
No.
the song. I don't remember which song it was, but it was a Tim McGraw song.
No, the song, the daddy-daughter Tim McGraw song. Does he have multiple?
I don't know. Yeah, he does have multiple. He's got 3 songs about family, but I don't remember which song it was. I remember it was Tim. Remember it was Tim McGraw.
I think My Little Girl.
But it was no. That was the Butterfly Kisses is a wedding nobody's supposed to be able to get through, because it's just it's super devastating. It's a dad reflecting the whole time on oh yeah, my daughter's grown up and doesn't need me anymore. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go with Sean. What's something old technology did better than modern technology?
Old technology did better than new technology. I don't know.
I think...
Stop going to me first on these. You got 2 other people.
Teach math. I can't understand the way the hell my kids are learning math these days. I'm like, you just added 4 steps. PEMDAS, mother, PEMDAS.
Whoa. You got to have the what? You don't like the little like anchoring.
First, outer,
with
inner,
Common
last. This is
Core
not
and
that
stuff?
hard.
Yeah.
Foil.
It's the, and I don't know if it's a technology as much, but it's the just in general like the. You buy it and you've got it, and like when it comes to media and this whole like streaming, everything going to streaming media now, like that's not a better way to do it, I don't think, because you've got the stuff that like we'll buy something, let's say, all right, let's buy this movie on Amazon Prime, and then if their license lapse, it just disappears from your library, and it's like, oh, you bought it, but you actually didn't own it, and now it's gone and it's disappeared. So you don't actually own any of the movies you have unless you own like a physical copy.
Here it is. Water faucets with knobs instead of sensors.
Yes.
The second floor bathroom sinks are so terrible. They don't come out.
What about the toilets? Do you sometimes have to like get up and then sit back down and get up to make it?
No, but the soap dispenser and the water to come out, and I feel like they're doing it intentionally to lower the water bill.
Yeah, they don't trust us with water.
It does not automatically come out, and it does not stay on
I agree.
long whatsoever. That's a good one.
Jacob, what's your answer here?
I don't know if I'm old enough. I mean, I immediately go to the lawnmower. My dad's had a cadet lawnmower since the day I was born, and he's had it the whole time. Huh? A Cub Cadet, yeah, Cub Cadet lawnmower. I used to sit on his lap and ride along.
I'll say construction, house construction for damn sure.
You hear a lot about that from people in that industry too. About that, there's like, homes are not built.
My house in the ghetto, 3 times smaller than what I live in now, was so much better built. It's not even close than my new home. It's not even a conversation. It's not close. Old construction.
All right, ask her to hear 105 through the fan. Sean, let's go to you. What food is like crack to you, where it tastes so good nothing else matters except another bite? You'll have an answer for that.
Every time I eat my own or good Maryland crab cakes, I say this is what I want my last meal to be. Every time. I can't afford it to eat it as often as I would like to. I'm trying to get Royal at Wild Fork to come up with an affordable crab meat, but it's so expensive. But every time I eat a phenomenal crab cake, I'm like, I could eat. It's one of those things you tell yourself you can eat every day.
Yeah, it's one of those like bottomless pit,
which you wouldn't be able to eat every day, but a great crab cake.
If I'm not talking about blue
which
box,
doesn't exist in Texas.
I'm not talking about blue box craft. Like really good, like white cheddar macaroni or something is one of those things where I'm like, I think like past the point of feeling full, I could keep eating this because it's so good.
Chocolate chip cookies. Just about anyone. I could just never stop.
I'm very picky about like what there's some that I think don't taste nearly as good as others.
If they're soft, any hot, soft, fresh chocolate chip cookie,
even the Chips Ahoy, like the harder ones, I could just.
Now it's got to be the red Chips Ahoy or the Keebler Elf red.
The Keebler Elf,
not the blue.
That's the soft batch, right? The Keebler Elf soft batch are great. Yep.
Oh, the soft batch.
Jacob, your answer?
A BLT, a good BLT.
Ooh, really?
There's nothing like driving home. Yeah, I mean, especially when you worked in radio and you drive home at 11 o'clock with the thought of a good BLT sitting there waiting for you. It's nothing like it.
I've never had a BLT.
An MLT, I haven't.
Mutton, lettuce, and tomato?
I haven't.
Oh, baby.
Have you ever had a BBL?
What's that joke?
Yes.
It's from Princess Bride.
Mutton?
I
know no one in this show has eaten mutton. I'm surprised. I thought you'd be a little bit too young for a BLT. I'm proud of you for that.
Is that a you thing?
Well,
I think so.
Do you love salad?
Yeah,
do you love tomatoes?
I feel a BLT
He's
is
a gym bro. He loves salad and stuff.
A BLT is a grandpa meal. Like that's like a dad meal, right? That's something you got to eat. You got to over time.
It's a great sandwich.
It's a fantastic sandwich.
I love it. All right, Ask Credit will finish it up with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40. What trade category are the Texas Rangers in, and should they have Tony Romo at every game moving forward? Choppy with some Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about moving up 7 spots in the latest power rankings?
Six, 7.
All right, very good.
6, 7.
CBS, I got a question, though, about MLB's season so far we will get to in a second, but latest power rankings came out. I was wondering, I was like, how are they going to look at the Rangers last week? The offense was decent when it was at home. Had a blip for a game in one of in the game they got shut out, but they have moved up to the 13th. The longest write-up of any of the teams was what the Rangers had on their and it's up 7 spots, almost to 500, 1 game under. DeGrom 100 and 101st wins last week, which got this writer thinking: Has there ever been a pitcher cost so many wins in their career by their teammates? So he had, obviously, Jake DeGrom is the pitcher of the generation. Him or Kershaw?
Kershaw, because Kershaw was available more. Maybe DeGrom was more dominant at times, although Kershaw dominance was unreal. But remember, in 2018, he had a 1.70 ERA and 217 innings, and he only won 10 games that year. He won 10 games in 200 innings in 32 starts with a 1.70 ERA. In 2019, he had a 2.43 ERA in 32 starts, and he only won 11 games. And that's why you're sitting here wondering, how the hell was Jake DeGrom only getting to 100 and 101 wins? It's because, arguably, the pitcher who has been cost more wins by his teammates than anyone else in the history of the sport. Yeah, I remember.
Maybe Felix?
Felix lost a lot. Greinke early on lost a lot that he shouldn't have. I remember Cliff Lee would lose games he shouldn't have lost, like specifically when he was in Seattle and then in Texas a little bit. But I don't think of DeGrom that way, because I think of DeGrom costing or DeGrom's health costing him more than anything.
Skeens?
Oh, Skeens.
Yeah. This is another one. He's got 101 wins. How many no decisions does he have?
Probably, I don't know. We'll say it's 160.
It's low. It's 91. He almost has as many no decisions as wins. I mean, the bullpen holds half of those. We're talking about a guy who's got 150 plus wins. Now, the win stat doesn't really matter anymore. People don't look at pitcher wins like that. They're still looking at Jake DeGrom as one of the great pitchers of all time, even though he barely gets double-digit wins ever in his career.
And Skeens is actually on pace to have the most wins of his career with an ERA that is a full run worse than what he's ever put up. He's at a 3.09. He's got 6 wins. His highest win totals have been 11 and 10.
That's why they're saying like the win thing doesn't matter, because he's having a much worse ERA year, but the win totals are piling up.
Skeens has 9 starts in his career where he allowed no runs and didn't win the game.
Wow. Is this a good thing? Speaking of DeGrom, Jim Bowden says that he will be, right now, he has him as the only Ranger that makes the All-Star team. Jim has...
Jared Sandler would say Zeke.
He did say Zeke has a shot at the second base spot. He's given it to Jazz Chisholm. Now, Durant's having a much better year than Jazz. Jazz started out as hot as ice. But he's kind of come on of late.
He started putting on Stanton's pants, and all of a sudden he could hit.
He put on Stanton's pants, and he's now using Judge's bat. The guy doesn't use any of his own stuff, and so he's come on of late. But Zeke has had a better year throughout the season, much better. The problem is Zeke's not going to win the fan vote, and that's just the reality of it. I mean, it is a popularity contest. I think the players know that.
Chisholm's OPS is under 700. He's good.
He's not having a very good year at all. He's not on the power numbers. I mean, he went like a month without hitting his first home run. But I can see Zeke getting some player votes, and that'll get him on the roster as a reserve maybe. But right now he's just got it with Jake DeGrom. I saw this, and tell me if this is a good thing or not. 27 of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball right now are within 5.5 games of a playoff spot. Kind of jumbled. There's nobody really separated. The Dodgers, obviously the Dodgers, but nobody's really separating. So we are 40% through the MLB season, which is the equivalent of between like week 7 or week 8. And, so week 8 this year, the Jets were 1-7, Cleveland was 2-6, Tennessee was 1-7, the Giants were 2-6, New Orleans was 1-7, Arizona was 2-5. New Orleans really came on. They were effectively out of it. But is it a good thing, or is this showing that it's very bland and boring and mediocre?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's bland and boring right now. It can end up being a great thing because it'll be fun with everyone jumbled up. But
come September, if everybody's within 5 games, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I think the Rangers are a good example of this. It's good that the Rangers can still be buyers, and it's good that the Rangers are where they are in the division, but I don't watch the Rangers and think that I'm enjoying high-quality, fun baseball right now. So, right now, bad and boring, eventually fun and entertaining, maybe starting with the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think
split answer for me.
Yeah, there's a problem with right now. I don't feel like
if we said the Rangers are first place in the West, we would all poo-poo that.
Yeah, nobody would. No, it would be like talking about the NFC South or something. Like it's not something that's super impressive.
Or midday ratings.
I think there's just in general, Major League Baseball right now, there's not a big entertaining, there's not a lot of entertaining teams at all. I don't think a lot of the teams are super entertaining to watch. We've talked about this before. Those teams that when you first got here, those Rangers teams, even when they fell short of the West, those were
fun,
exciting players across. Like Hamilton was here, Adrian Beltre, you had Mike Napoli. There were all these players that were just fun personalities, fun players to watch. They played their asses off. I don't know that there's a lot of teams that remind me of those kind of teams that I watched growing up.
I'll tell you. So let's go back to 03, 04. And this is back in the day. I was going to a lot of these games. Stringing. We were stringers getting audio.
Yeah.
And you're sitting up in the press box, and there are these 4.5-hour games, and they were fun. It was 9-8. It's maddening, but you'd always rather the fun 9-8 than the boring 1-0, unless the pitchers are great. If it's just bad offense. But that brings us to the trade deadline and what the team does, and you mentioned score some runs. And Jeff Passan has the tiers of where each team is, and he puts the Rangers in the could acquire somebody, but there's issues there. And he's actually doing this where he's saying each team is going to unload somebody and buy somebody. So the player that he said if they were to unload someone, it could be, and he threw Jock Peterson in there. Which, from a contract standpoint, that would make sense, right? Because you're going to get rid of somebody who.
Yeah, if you're selling.
If obviously you're going to go for it, probably not. You wouldn't want to do that unless they're buying and selling, and in which case you could get somebody on an expiring deal.
Or if they think this is fluky and they think we should do this now before people realize they can't hit still.
Right. And the one guy they went and they got was an interesting name that is kind of somebody that everybody knows, and you either love him or you hate him.
And by the way, this is about Jock's career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Last year, the stats would say last year was the fluke. He's a career 237 hitter, and he's been playing since 2014. Well, this year he's hitting 238. His max power was 25 home runs. He's kind of come back down to 15 and 18, maybe 23. He's on pace for about 20.
Yeah.
About 20 home runs. So this is kind of what Jock has been.
And the one guy he says that they would go or maybe get, and this would fly in the face of Zeke Duran, and that is a second baseman, Louis Arise. Now, Arise
will hit 400, and that'll also be his slugging.
Right. And is on base.
Yep.
That guy doesn't walk. He doesn't hit home runs. He doesn't steal bases. And historically, he's been pretty. Average would be kind of high as terms of his fielding. He has not been a great fielder. Think early career Ian Kinsler with less range. That's the kind of second baseman he has been.
And he
is having a good year stats wise in the field this year. but historically he's been bad.
And at the plate, he is Juan Pierre if Juan Pierre couldn't run.
Right.
Juan Pierre.
If Juan Pierre couldn't run.
He's a singles hitter. He is a singles hitter who does not hit home runs, and he does not walk. Like, that's it. Like, now, he would cut into the strikeout rate. He does not strike out. Right? He is really good at putting the ball in play.
He won 3 straight batting titles.
Yep. That's good. There's value in that. I think in the playoffs.
Juan Pierre won 3.
No. We're talking about Louis Arraez.
Oh, I was like,
I think he won 3 batting titles with 3 different teams. Is that right? 3?
Was he with 3 different teams? Yes, he was.
It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, Twins, Miami.
Shows how much they valued it.
Exactly. Nobody values it. They keep signing him to these 1-year deals. I think the Giants gave him a multi-year deal. But he doesn't strike out. You could maybe throw him at first base if you want to. But that's a guy that they mentioned as a possibility. But then again, if you get him, you're gonna sit Duran.
And how did they move up in the power rankings? Both you and Bobby had this. What was the leap?
7 spots.
7 spots.
Seven
yeah,
spots from 20 to
ones.
13 with CBS. And so that's they're buying in. They're believing. They've had a good couple series, a good couple runs. The thing that's a little bit encouraging is the way that they've done it. Is just for me is that they're winning games late now.
And they have a special guest in their front office booth to attend games to prove to be the Magic Rabbit's foot, as Chris Young told G-Bag.
Really funny story. On Friday night, we had a visitor to our suite who came in. We were losing the game 2-0, and I think it was the 5th inning, and he pops in, and maybe in the 6th inning. I can't remember which inning we kind of had the outburst for the runs. He pops in our suite, and it was Tony Romo. And Tony was at the game with his family. I invited him over to come sit with us and just see kind of what goes on in the baseball ops suite. He walks in, we make some introductions, and Higashioka immediately homers, Wyatt doubles, Seager homers, and the group was going nuts. And, Tony, you've got a permanent spot in our baseball ops suite. So Tony brought us good luck on Friday night. We're very grateful for his support. He's been a big Ranger supporter, and to have him at the game and to have him kind of high-fiving with our group was a special moment. We got a good photo after the game, and really grateful for him to stop by and bring us some good luck Friday.
Oh, there it is. Cool story. With Romo popping on by. Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. Spittle just said, why aren't we mentioning Latz as an all-star? 1.86 ERA, 9 saves, might make it as a reserve. #baseball sparrow.
I don't know how they do the closers. I assume that's player.
They pick the best ones.
Player votes.
I wonder if it's just, I don't know, what's his innings like? Because the 9 saves is obviously not like way near the top. But like that's why I would wonder if he's just like, is it just he's innings-wise lower than other guys?
Well, he definitely would be, I think, because, I mean, he was
the league leader's Cade Smith with 21.
Yeah, he just got such a late start, right? He wasn't the closer until, May?
Yeah.
Gosh, his whip is 0.62.
Latz?
Yeah.
Oh, he's good. He's definitely a good pitcher.
Latz has 29 innings pitched. Cade Smith has 30.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how he compares to the rest of the league.
Well, but Latz has started some games. He has pitched long relief. He just got such a late start in the closer role.
All right, why are all of our soccer stadiums under attack? RJ Choppy's World Cup Minute is next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to QC.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's us against the world, bro, just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is stop page time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let Chop nutmeg all over you.
Man, y'all have opened up a can of you-know-what, and we are bringing it to you. The Europeans are dumping on American stadiums, or stadiums, as Jerry would say. This was a tweet that, as of yesterday, had garnered, 13 million views. And right now, it's at 16 million. And the very simple 7 words: these U.S. stadiums have a horrible aesthetic, generating all those views. And people are coming up with videos of nothing in Europe comes close to on all these college football stadiums, like, just going, having their moments or fireworks going nuts. Nothing compares to that. And I'm really, really sorry that the aesthetic of these stadiums that are smaller than most of our high school stadiums, that, I'm sorry that the Allen Eagles Stadium is bigger than half of your stadiums over there in your cute little Premier League. But, these European fans, man, they are just sticking me right in the side here. I'm not even call it the Euro pores. Not the Euro trash, the Euro pores. Europorans.
These all look like Hard Rock. All of their soccer stadiums look like Hard Rock. They love this canopy style. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So they're coming here, previewing where the World Cup's going to be and attacking those stadiums. So they're talking about AT&T
and the Mercedes-Benz and MetLife and all that.
Okay.
The MetLife looks like a dump, but
are they playing in LA at the?
They are. Yeah, they're playing at SoFi.
The Rams play?
Yeah, at SoFi.
Like SoFi looks like a
terrible aesthetic. What are you talking about?
It looks like, I think, the fanciest stadium in the country.
It looks amazing. No
one's ever complained. I guess you got to go inside AT&T, but I mean, AT&T looks like, maybe
place.
Star Wars isn't big.
Yeah.
The Death Star, maybe it's not big in the UK. I don't know.
That's the Raiders. The Raiders play the Death Star, right?
Oh, I was calling Jerry World the Death Star.
Jerry World is what he was calling. The Raiders Stadium is really nice.
Badass from the outside.
Yeah, it does look like a Roomba, but it looks like a very nice Roomba.
Have you seen the outside of the soccer stadiums before? They're weird. They all are designed like this little, like, I don't know, like they look like a semi-flat tire or something.
Oh,
they're like these little, but that's how they all look like
they're
this.
cool looking.
Yeah,
I'll give them that.
But they're not original either. They all look like that.
It does look like a flat tire.
And there's not a stadium aesthetic.
Well, look at this. They all do this crap too. It's this like overhang. They want the roof like overhang and then a hole in the top. So they would have loved Texas Stadium.
Yeah, because they're allergic to the sun over there in Europe. Like all these things, they're just Harry Kane crying out there and wherever he is about the sun. I got a candle to heat.
Should have made them fill those spots at wedding.
Just look at the 8 a.m. football games.
That's right.
All the stadiums look the same.
And I get it. It's tough. It's tough being coming over here and seeing all these monstrosity stadiums, and it just bothers me.
You shouldn't be allowed to travel to Europe. You know how they say to people who complain about America, "Well, leave." With your attack of every other country, you shouldn't be allowed to go. We should reverse it.
Yeah.
We should reverse it. You shouldn't be allowed to go travel in other countries.
That's why he was banned from the Coliseum.
You should only be able to vacay domestically.
Well, listen, when I go there, I don't complain about it.
You did complain about getting blocked from the Coliseum.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I did complain.
And you said, "Do you know who I am?"
I did complain. I did ask them to Google me. I did complain about not getting allowed in. I thought Europe was great. I thought it was great. I thought it was fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But I don't go over there and complain about, the fact that they don't have air conditioning anywhere.
Yeah, the pickpocketers.
The pickpocketers.
Right.
You know what I did? I just carried a purse.
Yeah.
They ain't going to steal my purse.
And then you got let down. Like,
I got let down.
You got
big
no
time.
U.S. hope.
I got let down big time. And, ESPN, just lie to me.
By the way, Dan Hunt tomorrow at this time in studio, chairman of the World Cup committee for Dallas. So we'll have him in studio and figure out if he has any tickets.
So ESPN,
I know Joe Trahan's ass doesn't.
ESPN came out with the top 50 players of the World Cup.
White Trahan, not you, Joe.
Right. Oh boy, I screwed. I sent the wrong text to the other one the other day.
Oh,
yeah.
What was it? I hope it wasn't a race joke.
No, God. It was.
Don't get worked up.
I was asking.
I was like the Trahan, not Reba.
Yeah. I can't remember what I was asking. I was asking Joe Trahan.
White or black?
White.
You were texting White Joe.
I was texting White Joe, but I accidentally texted Black Joe. I can't remember what it was about. It was about the.
Yeah, you can.
Oh no, it was something to do with the World Cup.
Okay.
I think it was either about tickets or the party.
And Joe and Black Joe's like, I'm black, right? I don't love soccer.
He said, wrong Trahan, brother. I was like, oh man.
I wonder how often that happens.
The Saints PR guy at one point was named Joe Trahan. So whenever they would always go, when the Cowboys would go to New Orleans, all three Joe Trahans would take a photo together.
Gosh.
And White Joe's from Louisiana, right?
No.
He went to Southern Miss.
Because he directed us towards all those crappy dinner places.
Yeah, he went to Southern Miss.
He knew the area, I know. Yeah, but I'm not sure if he's actually from there or not.
I don't know do other shows insult like we do, Jake, when you're working the other shows? Because every time I look over here, I feel like you're giving a laugh. Like, I can't believe you guys are just talking about this stuff.
I think you guys take very good targeted shots at other people.
He's a fan of where we're targeting the shots.
Oh, here's what it was. I was trying to ask White Joe Trahan for Seinfeld tickets, and I accidentally sent it to the wrong Joe Trahan.
And Black Joe Trahan's like, what do you think I consume
wrong
more
Trahan,
of?
brother.
Soccer or Seinfeld? 0 for 2.
So ESPN came out with their list of the top 50 players in the World Cup. Not a single American on there. Just lie to me. 99% of us have no idea who half of these players are. Like, we can name like the top 5. But I didn't need the 50.
Can we? I can't.
I mean, you might be able to name a couple of them, like Kane or Messi.
Sure, I know him.
Right. Ronaldo. You know some of these guys.
I know those two.
But I don't need the 5th Ecuadorian player on here. Just lie to me. Put like 1 or 2 Americans on here so I get somewhat excited. I don't expect them to win. I think they can make the round of 16, maybe. But I don't expect. Just lie to me.
16?
Get me excited. I mean, it's hot. We're playing in the heat.
Oh, man, you're hanging on
playing
to this
in the heat.
thing.
Oh, I'm hanging on to it, baby. There's no doubt about that one. Hanging on to it. Open these roofs. Open the windows.
That's what you need. Or just like change the thermostat like the Rangers did. Maybe that'll change some things.
Yeah,
maybe it will.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you've seen like what they're doing with the grass in a lot of these places. Like, by the way, at AT&T they've raised the field, so it's like, you know how like when you go and you see like in the end zones where there's that raised area where the cheerleaders sometimes dance.
Mm-hmm.
Like the field level is at that level now. They've raised it that high. So that's basically field level. So those boxes underneath are basically all covered, right?
Wow.
But they brought these pink lights down to kind of like make it like a grow house, like
What's
to
that?
grow the grass. I don't know what that's for. But it's really, really cool how they're able to do this at all these stadiums, indoors, outdoors, whatever, and make the natural grass.
877-881-1053. Has anyone been texting that they're going? Or that they got tickets? Everyone's trying to line me up for watch parties. That's what I've been most excited about.
Friday, cold beers and cheeseburgers. You could be out there.
And that's where?
It's in Hearst, or no, Euless. It's right there in that like HEB area. Yeah.
And that's Friday. Mm-hmm. Okay. I got a couple different guys like, all right, let's watch, Team Mexico play. Because the bars will be an awesome scene.
Yes.
Like, the second place venue for me, other than the stadium, would be Texas Live, but I feel like Texas Live will be absolutely impossible to get into as well. Right?
Yeah, for sure. Especially pregame, especially. Even during the game, you might be able. They're going to have a pre-match, but they're probably going to have a minimum, right? A table minimum. I wonder.
I don't know.
I don't know if they'd have a table minimum. They probably they won't seat you unless you have everybody.
You mean like you got to pay for a table?
If you go to certain like sporting events, like big time events, you might see a table minimum.
All right, what do you want? Mimosas on a plane or a hidden trap door?
Dude, let's do the hidden trap door.
You got it.
This Kansas family was like kind of demoing the house, and they noticed something was going on behind this bit of sheetrock. And they move the sheetrock, and there is this door that is bolted shut. So somebody put a wall over the door. Obviously, they wanted to cover the door.
Yeah.
And then you see the guy unscrewing this door. Right? He's unscrewing. Like, there's screws all over the place. They open it up.
Isn't this an exciting... Whenever I hear about something like this, I always get excited.
I think treasure.
Wouldn't you want this in your house? If they're like, hey, you can have...
Not if you open it to a wormhole.
I was going to say, would you not think like if there's something like...
A hidden door, it just seems like an undefeated feature.
And it's like you can't get in there, like it's bolted up or covered up.
No, it's accessible.
The covered up one, I think that's a body.
Like a Batcave lever.
Yo, the lever.
Open it up into a little man cave.
Yes, if it was
bookcase moves.
If it was just open, that's a great feature. If there's one covered up, I'm thinking somebody hit a body in there.
And I'm thinking somebody hit. And the guy's like, I'm not going down there. Like, there's no way he's going down there. They I guess they finally did, and it was just this empty crawl space. But if you find this door in your house, you have say you buy an old home, there's no way you go down there, right? Not a chance.
If it's covered, no. I move. I just don't open the door.
No, you gotta get someone to investigate it.
Yeah, I would probably be like, hey, I just got the door open finally. Kristen, would you check that? I gotta go take the trash out real quick. I would be volunteering to do jobs while she went and looked.
So what was it?
It was just a crawl space. You know, he goes down there. There's like some.
Yeah,
it was just a mess. It was
pitch
black.
At my parents' B&B.
Wow.
There's this basement like latch door.
So one of those that's in the ground.
Yeah, it's underground. Yep. And my mom just told me that the innkeeper used to go and grab snakes from outside and throw the snakes down there in the room to take care of mice that would run around because it's sitting there. You've been there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And she's like, yeah, there's like snake skins like you'll randomly see because they would just go and throw snakes down there. Now you want to talk about an absolute nightmare scenario. But yeah, you go in, little closet, storage closet, and then you lift the ground, and there's this underground room there, and she just throws snakes down there for pest control.
That's a horror movie.
That's a horror movie.
That's the start of a horror movie.
God. Was that? Did you have to use that area? Like, was that area being used by the bed and breakfast at all? It was just
like a storage closet to the side.
It was snake storage.
Something was stored in there, so somebody had to go down there to get stuff?
No. It was in there, and then the door goes down a ladder. You go down a ladder, but...
So there was nothing down there other than...
No.
Pests.
I don't really want to get into what I think it may have been used for back in the day. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line on DFW Sports Station. Back to the NBA Finals at 9 o'clock, but will pass rush by committee sink the Cowboys this season? That's next. And below on the home of the Cowboys after this.
Get to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Sean is going to be dead wrong about the Cowboys cornerback situation if Tommy Yarish's article is correct. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. Before we get to feeling better about Savone Revel, we do have Cowboys OTAs today. There will be availability this morning, later this morning, and then into the afternoon. So hopefully we'll get to find out a little bit more about the Jalen Thompson situation.
Why don't you ask Shoddy in the presser?
I mean, somebody will ask him before I will get to it.
Why don't you just do it?
I could. I'll go like this. I'll raise my hand, and then Tad will put me on the list, and I'll be like 8th on the list.
When's the last time you raised your
last time I asked a question?
Yeah.
Last game of the season.
In like a
we're in the post game presser.
Post-game presser.
Yeah. And so that was whatever that game was, Washington.
8th on the list.
No, because there's
hang on. I'll name it.
Okay.
I know. You don't have to tell me. I've been doing this longer than you. We'll have Calvin. Then we'll probably have to get Clarence.
Mm-hmm.
AP?
Todd, usually.
Archer? AP?
No, usually after that it's going to be probably John or Nick.
John or Nick. Jane?
AP.
If Jane's there. I don't know if Jane's going to be there today.
The Associated Press guy.
Yeah, not Arnold Payne.
I'm thinking Arnold Payne.
Yeah, you're thinking Arnold Payne.
I'm like, wait a second, AP.
I don't think AP's asked a question.
Would you beat out a DallasCowboys.com person?
Yeah, no, it's not like that. So it's like every day there's the structured, like, hey, we're going in this order for every day.
Yeah.
And so then when, like, if somebody has a question that day that they don't know, that's what I'm saying. I would fall behind whatever the default line is every day of, like, these people are asking a question every day in a row.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I think there's like 7 people that ask a question every day for sure.
Yeah.
And so then I'd be like, they would put me behind that. And then I'd get queued up.
I know.
But I would then like raise my hand and be out in the second question. I'd be like, no, never mind. I don't have a question.
All right.
That's what it'd be.
I don't think someone will. We'll see if someone asks in the first 7 questions about Jalen.
Oh, I'll make you a bet.
You gonna tell Archer to do it?
No. I won't tell Archer to do it. It probably won't even get to Archer. I bet it'll be asked before Archer. But if it gets to Archer, Todd will ask it. All right, so we'll be on the lookout for Jalen Thompson, see if he's out there today. Speaking of Todd Archer, he had an article up.
Hagen was very sarcastic about this story yesterday, by the way.
Which one?
Jalen Thompson is oh my gosh, what am I going to do about him not practicing at the practice where people aren't practicing before the next series of practices that don't really matter?
And that was all the football that KNC talked all day, was him making that joke. And then they didn't actually have it segmented again because they had to talk about, just a string of Ocho sports. All right. So they've got lacking a star Cowboys.
We'll have 2 instances today to test whether Hagen's been listening.
We know he hasn't. Corey will report to him.
Yeah,
Corey does listen.
Yeah.
You say he's a tattletale?
No, but he would definitely mention. My only saving grace is if Corey's prepping right now, he won't have it on. And so, but if he's driving in, he's going to hear it. All right. So it was brought
Keyword
up
if.
Last week we had you liked the quote from Shoddy when he was talking about Rashawn Gary, where he's like, oh, he's a grown-ass man and everything else. It did cause some observations, and that was kind of the crux of like what Todd's article was here, is that when they said, hey, you guys are kind of lacking a star pass rusher, the Myles Garrett trade goes down, like how do you feel about this room? Like, how do you feel reliable about your pass rush? In the course of that answer, the name Tyrus Wheat was mentioned. I believe the name Marist Liufau was also mentioned. The name James Houston was mentioned, which shout out to James Houston. He was named the National Black College Player of the Year in the NFL. He just got the award this week because there's like a lot of these HBCUs, they just don't have a lot of NFL representation. So James Houston actually won the award this year. But when you're mentioning James Houston and Tyrus Wheat and Marist Liufau in a position change, that feels like, and the very first name you mentioned is Donovan Ezeraku, who is coming off of...
What do you mean James Houston won a college football award?
He won an award as like the alumni, the HBCU Player of the Year or whatever in the NFL.
Okay,
and
so he had like the best year.
It was like you were
last season amongst.
Yeah, it's like you're the NFL player who best represented us this year, or who like represented everything that we're about.
5.5 sacks.
Yep. And so he played, and for being a late addition, that's the tough thing is that
underused maybe.
When you look at that's the thing. When you look at who they added last year, Clowney was added in the middle of the year. He led the team in sacks. Then it was Houston who was added right before the season started. But their entire edge rusher bet is on Ezeraku hitting big, like him actually bouncing back and hitting what he didn't, which made me go bald last time. And Rashawn Gary being somebody that everybody in Green Bay, at least analysis-wise, said he wasn't anymore. Of course, we've talked about it before. There's a big part of this that is it's not going to be as much of their focus anyway, is trying to get to the passer and trying to attack the passer because they want to more manipulate things in the back half of the defense and change what the quarterback's looking at. But this is still something that feels very much like they're not prepared for. And they're leaning very heavily on this pass rusher by committee approach. And the couple times you can remember them doing committee stuff in recent years at a position where they've been like, this is our solution. The most obvious one that they've done it with was Dez. When Dez left, when they let Dez go, they said, we're going to go sign Deontay Thompson. We're going to sign Allen Hurns. We're going to sign all these guys. You don't need a number one receiver. You can have a bunch of just guys who are okay, and together collectively they can do the job. And then middle of the year, they went and, even though it worked out, relative to the market, overpaid for Amari Cooper and gave them a first-round pick when no one else was trading first for him. And you ended up being in that position. So are we going to find themselves in this spot again? Because you would love to see the Max Crosby headline, just from a talk standpoint.
Yeah.
Are we going to find ourselves in week 6 looking at this and going, they're about to overpay for a pass rusher?
I'm worried about it. And then I saw Archer's article talking about what recent successful teams have had as their sack leaders.
Yeah, so he talks about that the Seattle Seahawks were led by a trio of players who had 7 sacks on their way to winning the Super Bowl. The New England Patriots, whom Seattle beat, were led by Harold Landry's 8.5 sacks. Dallas's new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker, spent the past 2 seasons with the Eagles. They were led in sacks by Jalix Hunt, who had 6.5, and had 2 others with at least 4.5, and 5 more with 3. In 2024, Josh Sweat had a team high 8 for the Eagles, but 4 others had 4.5 sacks. In Parker's 3 seasons as an assistant coach with the Broncos, they did not have a defender record more than 8.5 sacks, but they had 4 players with at least 4.5. And that was something that we had mentioned a couple weeks ago where we looked through the history of Parker and Fangio defenses, where it's like the Fangio tree and the Elko tree and these guys he's been with before, they've never had double-digit sack players.
So this, I have to be looking at an incorrect stat here, but I think I have the right one. This is kind of crazy. Count the playoff teams amongst the sack leaders last year in the NFL. The Raiders had the most sacks in the league with 64.
Were they sacked the most?
That's what I'm saying. I have NFL.com pulled up with defense. Okay, Raiders, then Chargers, Jets.
This is definitely allowed, I think.
Right?
Yeah, because the Chargers couldn't block for Herbert last year.
Okay. I knew I had to be looking at that wrong. I'm like 8 of the top 10 teams on this list missed the playoffs that had the highest sack total.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this because we've done this stat before where,
I want team sack correlation.
Well,
I want the team sack leaders. Here it is. Here's the right one, I think. Denver, Atlanta, Cleveland, Detroit. You still have 3 of these 4 teams missing the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Minnesota missed. Pittsburgh, then the Rams, Seahawks, Texans, Chargers. So it bottoms out with playoff teams.
Yeah, and there's
a stat there like that. We've done this where the highly paid edge rushers don't ever win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like now Donald has, or Chris Jones have, because now that's moving interior.
But that's the thing is that a lot of the pass rush has changed as to where it comes from. It's on the interior. And the Cowboys do have a highly paid interior type of guy. They have Quinnen. And that's where you start seeing, whenever people are like, well, the Chiefs didn't have a big-time edge rusher. Well, they had Chris Jones. Chris Jones was 15 sacks from the middle.
Yeah.
Aaron Donald is Aaron Donald. A lot of people, that was something that shifted, I don't know, probably 10 to 15 years ago, where teams started looking at it and going, A-gap pressure, if you can win quickly and get in the face of a quarterback, that's so much more valuable than, running the arc. Obviously, the edge rusher is still the
It's
premium
still important,
position.
yeah.
But when you can get that pass rush ability from somebody on the interior who also is strong enough to hold up with those big guys on the interior, those offensive linemen, that's what's huge. So, but it is something where we've talked about. This is not necessarily a heavy focus on getting to the quarterback with this scheme. And so the fact that that exists
sounds weird,
because they were still, well, I mean, but just like it played out there, like Seattle didn't have it like that, and Philly didn't have it like that a couple years ago.
Yeah, but I still felt like Seattle's D-line kicked your ass.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think they believe they're going to win in ways that are just not sacking the quarterback, though. You're going to feel their presence. You're just not going to see them like pick up 8 sacks again.
I foresee coming in on many a Monday morning and going 3rd and 13, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12, 2nd and 14.
That sounds like they sacked him a bunch off of the 10-yard mark.
and no one's in the backfield.
Yeah.
That's my worry.
Yeah, and it very well could be.
Schematically, we didn't want to do it. You always have to rush the passer.
100% could end up that way. And because I'm not saying this is going to work. I don't know if it's going to work, but they think it's going to. They think they're in. But now they also tried to trade for Max Crosby, so they clearly had some question.
Yeah.
And they just weren't able to. So that's the one thing that I think exists in the back of my mind where it's like, you wanted to fix this, though. You wanted a player like that, and you weren't able to get him. And if you would have traded up into the top 5, it would have been for Reese. It would have been for Bailey. It would have been for the guys going after the quarterback. You probably weren't trading up to go get downs. You were going up that high because you wanted one of those pass rushers. So even if that's where they're at, and they talk about that, there's still, no matter what the scheme is, I don't care what kind of a scheme you play, somebody who can get to the quarterback consistently as an edge rusher is valuable to anybody and everybody. And Dallas absolutely could get to a point where they're looking at it this year and go, we're not good enough there. We have to go make a move, and we're going to have to go sacrifice capital to do it.
Below the belt. Not a clean delivery there.
No.
On your home
All
of the
right.
Cowboys, here on Sean and RJ, it's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. While I was thinking about the Mavs' future last night and what now is going to happen in the NBA Finals. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, after this.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Spurs, because you know Wemby's going to get a blow here in a few minutes. Another long three-pointer, lines it up and knocks it down.
Mike Breen with the call.
Did he ever get it?
Immature reaction here as usual as we fist pump, including Alec Medford, Aiden Butler, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, and Jacob Ray in for Pepe. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with an NBA Finals now with the call on ABC. And the San Antonio Spurs, I thought pretty much controlled that game. Stephon Castle was huge. Victor Wembanyama came out aggressive. 4 easy buckets going to the basket in the paint. Jalen Brunson continues to be bad in terms of shooting and his jumper. And the all-time celebrity electric feel at the Garden gets ruined, which I wanted San Antonio to win initially. And now I think I really, really want them to win because of the meatballs on my group text crying and whining nonstop about the officiating, along with Mike Brown.
You gotta stop letting the meatballs determine your rooting interests.
Well, I started off with the Spurs.
That's true. They just solidified
I told you about it, the Nick fan.
And Brunson's starting to irritate me a little bit. He's an offensive flopper, too. Everything he does is... Now... Wemby should have...
Yeah, Wemby gave him that blow.
No, and I'm talking about every other damn drive. Wemby should have been hit with a flagrant one. No doubt about it. That was dirty. But Brunson, he flops too offensively. And I want to be less bitter as a Maverick follower.
He is definitely a bit of a flopper. There's no doubt about it. Not on the Shea level.
And I don't like his dad either.
Yeah.
But it was such an electric scene. I actually felt like, okay, this is so cool. It really was.
Bassett was texting us, like totally caught up in it.
The celebrities just coming out.
Yeah. I was I'm giddy for 6 o'clock pre-games for events like that on TNT with the inside guys. Like for an hour and a half, they were on the floor and they did the pregame show with Spike and Ewing and Adam Silver and everyone.
Yeah, because like that city really does catch fire. With some of the sport, especially the Knicks.
One of the best bandwagon cities in the world.
It really is. The Knicks fans. Because, the Yankees have to share the spotlight with the Mets. Like, the Mets have a large fan base. There's nobody to share with the Knicks. Like, the Nets are not a...
Yeah.
They're Jersey's team, and now they're Brooklyn's team. But even Brooklyn, there was basketball in Brooklyn before there was basketball in Brooklyn. So they don't have to worry about it. Like, they're always been Knicks fans. So there's so many, and they get rowdy. But nobody blows bigger games at home than the Knicks. Like the Knicks love to lose big games at home.
You said that.
I mean, I last year they're at 14 of the Pacers, 2.5 to go. They lose it. The year before they lose Game 7 of the Pacers. They lost Game 6, the Reggie game. The Reggie game in Game 6. Game 6 to Miami, up 3-2 in 97. They lose to Houston in Game 3, tied at 1. They lost another Game 7 to the Pacers. Game 5, the Charles Smith game with the Bulls, where he missed 16 layups.
I think what you're saying is the Knicks are just losers, not at home.
I'd go full on Russo and talk. I had the 71 bullets, way back when.
I remember when Bob Petit came into town.
Now, why do their rich fans create that electricity? That kind of shuts it all down. The whole rich person, the real fan priced out. Now, but I do subscribe to that theory, but for some reason the rich New York Knicks fans don't allow that to affect them and create this dull atmosphere that we get here.
That there's no doubt.
Because I do think the uppity rich person is going to be less loud than the rabid diehard who is starving for it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't exist at the Garden.
No, they change the celebrities and they change the rich people. It's like the energy in the building infects them rather than whatever stuffy energy may exist with them infecting the rest of the building.
Like
it is weird. There's some energy that exists in that building. It seems like that you can't.
Chalamet was going nuts.
Yeah.
Stiller, they all were.
But he's a young kid.
He's a young kid. But I don't know.
Fat Joe, he's entertaining and he gets hype. And Khalid,
I feel like, those those teams there, like in New York, Philadelphia, Boston, those aren't like when you're a community that has a lot of, you have people moving in from everywhere. You don't have that like some of the same, anger. Like people were happier here. People are just in general happy here. Like we have 1 million people living on top of us, and you have a release, and that's the release is 20,000 people at a Knick game. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why they're crazier up there than they are everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, there's something different about the arena. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's presentation. I don't know if it's something related to the way that they're trying to get people engaged in what they do or whatever it is. Maybe it's just the fact that it's been 30 years and so it's easy for people to get hyped up, but it's
682 says those are rich diehards. We have rich casuals.
But I mean that's the thing, like why are they rich diehards and why are the rich casuals the ones at the Cowboys game?
So I was thinking about the Mavericks' future last night. Now Mikal Bridges disappeared after having an awesome game, too. He only made one basket last night. Their best supporting role player by far was OG Anunoby. And I was like, okay, let me. Now, he's been in the league for years, but I wanted to feel better about Masai Ujiri because Anunoby is a horse. I mean, this is 6'8", 240, and I was thinking about, and he is amazing defensively, and he's versatile, and he hit that big three at the end to give New York a little bit of a chance, and I was just thinking, all right, let me just confirm in my mind. I think Masai drafted him, and I needed to confirm that he did, because I was just thinking of body types, and I was thinking of the whole draft prototype that Ujiri is being labeled for, and I was like, all right, I'm thinking of Masai here as OG is going off, and then I've been playing this 82-0, which I think they're making you sign up for, so I'm glad I'm done with that now. I think they've finally wised up. They're like, we need to capitalize on this, and Siakam has been an option on there, so you're thinking about that length, and you're thinking about the prototypes and all those measurements for the Mavs draft coming up, and Anunoby was one of the guys he selected there in Toronto.
Yeah, and there is the number 9 pick and Anunoby, by the way, like it should be remembered, he was not like somebody picked like third. It wasn't like, oh, this is obvious, like grab him. He was picked at like I think he was 28 or something. He was into the first.
Was he at St. John's?
No.
I don't know where he went.
Indiana.
No, okay. All right, there you go. I was going to say, it's a good thing when you throw it to him to guess where OG Anunoby came from, I was worried he was going to give us a bad guess. All right, number 9, the Dallas Mavericks in a mock draft over from the Ringer. And this is the way I'll list the picks as they play out ahead of them, because then you'll know who's there. Darren Peterson went 2 in this draft. It was DeBonza went 1. DeBonza, Peterson, Cameron Boozer to the Grizzlies, Caleb Wilson to the Bulls.
By the way, the Grizzlies were credited in this article and mock as being like maybe the best drafting team right now in the NBA. The Grizzlies were given those props.
5, the Clippers take Keaton Wagler from Illinois. 6, the Nets take Darius Acuff. 7, the Kings take Kingston Flemings from Houston. 8, the Hawks take Mara. And then 9, the Dallas Mavericks select Braden Burries, 6'4" guard from Arizona. Now, here is the thing.
Who's this again?
This is the Ringer. This was the thing that I thought was kind of interesting that they wrote about here was they said that the Mavericks are a team that has engendered a lot of speculation among sources, something that the new brain trust led by Masai Ujiri and Mike Schmitz will likely appreciate. They've explored trading this selection and are considering several different players and positions, from lead guards like Flemings, Wagler, Brown, Acuff, and Christian Anderson to Ament and Lendenborg, I guess. I don't know what his name is. But he said the name here is the most connected to Dallas is Burries. The problem is that, or not the problem, the thing that's interesting here is just that quick throwaway of like, they've explored trading it already. And I would think that's got to be for a veteran. Like, that wouldn't be like just they're considering moving position. I would think that means they're considering like moving that pick away and trying to bring another player in here.
Ooh. Okay, so
like who and how old?
Well, let's start with, first of all, that's not the direction I want to go.
No.
Unless you're trying to, they are selling Kyrie publicly that they want him here. Mm-hmm. They're selling that. If I told you could trade up, because we always talk about this with NFL drafts, where would your board get wiped out? So, Choppy, you can help with this. When I see Wagler, Brown, Acuff, Flemings, Burries. I'm okay with them falling to 9. So if you're telling me they can move back, pick up some more assets, and still have one of those guys left on the board, I'm cool with that. If you're telling me they're going up for someone they absolutely love, okay, I understand that. If you're talking about, though, trading for a win-now player, I think that's third on my list. In fact, I'll put it fourth on my list because I would prefer to trade Kyrie for some more draft capital.
Which, to be fair, he does not specify this. It's kind of broad.
You're
left
speculating
open. It's speculating that that's what he means by that, because I would assume he would say either they've explored trading up or they've explored trading down. He just says they've explored trading this pick.
Yeah, I don't think it's for a vet. I think it's.
I don't think it can go up. I think it would be down if they were going to go up or down. It would either be down or for a veteran, one of those.
Which down? I mean, depends on how far down you go. Like,
and when you say veteran, it very easily could be. It doesn't have to be like a big player. It can be somebody that's like a younger player. It doesn't have to be like a 31-year-old like Giannis or something. It could be somebody who's like, hey, we're looking at or like, we can't play. We're not going to be able to pay this guy. Let's trade him. Like we're moving pieces around. Give us a pick back for him.
Give us some of the different comps when we hear these names, Choppy.
All right, so I'll leave the DeBonsa, but I mean I can give you those real quick.
Go. Yeah,
DeBonsa's high end is a,
and this is from who?
This is from Timothy Bontemps and Jeremy Wu.
Okay.
So DeBonsa's high end is a supercharged Jaylen Brown. The low end is R.J. Barrett, like a higher, better R.J. Barrett. Peterson is Lillard with better tools. On the high end, the low end is a better defending Jamal Murray. All right, those are pretty good. Cam Boozer, high end Kevin Love with more ball skills. Low end Domantas Sabonis, but better as a 3-point shooter.
I got 82-0 with Sabonis, so that sounds pretty good.
Caleb Wilson, high end. It says bouncier Pascal Siakam. Low end is peak John Collins. Keaton Wagler.
God, John Collins hype.
God, I pulled up the 82-0 website after you said that. Now this makes me sick.
Told you.
You can't even click on anything anymore without logging in.
Hey, man, we exhausted all the options.
Yeah, I got to do 162-0 anyway.
Keaton Wagler. All right, so this is the first guy that is in our
Mavs range. Discussion.
A slower Halliburton.
Slower?
On the high end.
With the torn Achilles?
Right. The low end is Andrew Nembhard. Okay, that's the low end.
Okay.
Acuff. High end is Jalen Brunson. The low end is Mike Bibby. That's a pretty high floor.
Yes.
Right?
Bibby was a good player.
Bibby was a good player. Fleming. High end is De'Aaron Fox. Much better night last night.
2 and 3. Games 2 and 3.
Low end is Brandon Knight. Ade Mara. The high end is Brooke Lopez. The low end is a less athletic Andrew Bogut.
Okay.
You get the Mikal Brown. High end is a smaller LaMelo Ball. And that's the high end. The low end is D'Angelo Russell. That's a pretty high floor.
No. D'Angelo Russell, massive disappointment.
Disappointment, but you could still
There were years Russell was okay.
Yeah.
I would never just want Russell's career.
Hell no.
Nate Ament, the high end is a bigger Harrison Barnes. And the low end is a bigger Zaire Williams. And Braden Burries, the high end is a less athletic Derek White. And the low end is Quentin Grimes.
Okay, I don't want to take Burries then. If he's going to be that.
Lendenborg, high end Jalen Johnson, low end Aaron Gordon.
I do like all these comparisons.
Low end Aaron Gordon.
I like they got to manipulate some of these for taller, slower, and then there are others that are just like he's him. He's Jalen Johnson.
And then that's what. So one thing they said with Lendenborg, for example, he's got his ability to do a lot of things. Bontemps says that the scout says his best comp is Tobias Harris, which I would hope not. But that's, and then like the one with Burries, the scout's take is he draws comparisons to another combo guard who excelled in the analytical models before the draft, and that's Pods from Golden State. It's an ironic comparison because they could both be teammates there because Golden State has the 11th pick.
Are you Red Raider fans prepared to be the new villains of college football? The Red Zone. Your football fix is next.
5-3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. Locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie. Stop on by, get the new Sean and RJ Coffee Bag Blend, and portions of those proceeds will go to the Sandlot Children's Charity. So Just Love, they were formed because of a family background story. They're always trying to help out locally with charities, and this is just another example. Just Love Coffee, official coffee of the Red Zone and 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Tech Red Raiders, and I'm just curious to see how the Red Raider fans deal with this, because I'm going to liken and compare it to the Aggie fans when Manziel was running wild. And the Aggie fans, they got worked up. They got angry and upset. And yesterday I saw on Choppy's timeline some of the Texas Tech fans arguing with him and trying to defend the judge who made the ruling that Sorsby is going to be available for this season except for the first 2 games. And my message earlier in the show to all Red Raider fans, and I think this is going to be quite a contrast to what you have been and the way you've been viewed with your sports programs. You've gone from fun, likable, maybe, the word cute is a little condescending, but never the most serious threat. But Texas Tech's fun. Throw the tortillas, and we love Joey McGuire. You're now the villain, and you are led by the quarterback that everyone is going to be rooting against. And I'm just curious to see how the Red Raider fans react to that. Jacob Ray, wearing his Texas Tech hat earlier in the show, said, I don't know if Sorsby and 1 year of this is worth all of the hate coming our way and the perception of our program, which caused outrage yesterday in the world of college sports, so much so that the Big Ten and Big 12 are apparently seriously considering boycotting Texas Tech on all fronts.
On all fronts.
With all schedules. We're not going to play them.
Yeah, this Pete Thamel had that their Big Ten officials expected to discuss a league-wide mandate not to play Tech. Nebraska AD was the first one to say this. Ross Dellinger says that the Big 12 ADs have told Yahoo Sports they've had serious talks on not playing Texas Tech at all, which means I assume they would forfeit these games, which that financially is not good for the conference at all, because each game you forfeit, let's say TCU plays Texas Tech, they both lose the TV revenue for that game.
Yeah, but I think it's more just like
it's the idea of
the idea of what you'd be threatening. Like the idea is that enough pressure would come in and change the circumstances before it got to that, where it'd be like, oh, okay, well, like there's just we got to figure this out.
They're going to meet this week.
Pete Thamel's just saying 5 minutes ago, don't expect any immediate action from the Big 12. They have an AD call today. The Big 12 Executive Board will meet Thursday to discuss options.
Yeah, and according to Ross Dellinger, most conference bylaws permit the presidents and chancellors to penalize members for conduct and actions that are detrimental to the league. So I guess the thought there is that the Big 12 conference could step in and say, we're not letting this happen. I don't know how. I don't know how they do that, because if the NCAA has no power, how does the Big 12 conference or the Big 10 or the SEC, how do they have power if the NCAA doesn't? I don't know. But the reality is that this is ugly. This is ugly, and this is, you never see unanimous people on one side of an issue.
Yes.
And for Tech fans saying you're only mad because it's Tech, if he was at Cincinnati still, everyone is saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And you know that if you're a Red Raider fan and he was playing for TCU and the same thing happened, you would be saying he should not be able to play.
Yes.
And I don't blame you, because I'd be saying the same thing if he played for Tennessee. I would. Like we all would. If I was Cody Campbell, if I had his money, I'd be doing the same damn thing. I just would. And I think most billionaire alumni, whatever, would be doing a lot of the same similar things because they love their school. But the reality is that this is ugly. This is the one rule you can't break.
You're getting it compared to the Black Sox scandal and a dark day for college football. How do we ever trust an outcome? Again, these are quotes from Gary Patterson and others. The only media people that I've heard kind of defend Sorsby is Feinbaum. I view him a little bit of as a fake troll anyway. But then Bobby heard this clip from Tom Pelissero. Is he, what do I credit him as now? Is he ESPN or?
Yeah, it was said on NFL Network, the channel, but he's technically an ESPN employee, I guess.
Tom Pelissero on NFL Network.
Sorsby clearly made mistakes. He's gone to get help and gone into rehab for gambling addiction. But this is not Pete Rose here. He did not bet on games once he was on the travel roster back at Indiana. He's agreed to a 2-game suspension based on a bet that was placed 4 years ago. You have an NCAA right now that is continuing to lose in court and is effectively masquerading as vice cops here. Like most vices, the punishment is inherent with gambling. Not only did Sorsby lose a bunch of money on bets, he's lost millions of dollars in endorsement money. He has spent millions of dollars in legal fees. He will have this attached to his name forever. And if you think that the NFL is going to wave the flag here and just say, Patrick, we can't touch Brendan Sorsby now because of a gambling addiction, I would remind you, several years ago, Calvin Ridley served a 1-game suspension in the NFL, and it was a similar type of pattern. It was a bunch of bets placed on other sports. It was him gambling in parlays while he was on injured reserve. Ridley went out and signed a big money contract after a year in Jacksonville. Fully anticipate if Sorsby plays well, he'll be a top prospect like he always was.
So what's Tom's point with this?
Tom's point is that...
Because it sounds like he's on the take.
Tom's point here is that basically all the money that was lost and everything that's gone on that front is essentially he's suffered the consequences of what he did, so now the priority should be
the money loss
rehabilitation.
The money loss is totally irrelevant.
In general, yeah.
It's totally irrelevant.
I've never... He said typically it's been treated. I don't know that I've ever seen a case treated where it's like, well, you've suffered enough for it. I don't know that I've actually seen that, so I don't know why he's saying that. But
the irreparable harm,
I have no idea how that would be viewed as like
saying, "Oh my God, he lost $80,000." That's punishment in itself. That's one of the dumber arguments. Like,
it's gambling.
That really makes me question maybe not the intelligence, maybe the integrity of Pelissero, because that sounds like he's like carrying the water for someone or passing along a message. That's ridiculous.
The back half of what he says, I don't know who's arguing what he's saying at the back half, though, where he's like, if you think NFL teams will stay away from him, no, I don't. Nobody thinks NFL teams would stay away. If they think he can play, they will 100% make sure he plays. Like, then they'll do whatever.
Well, they think he's a total degenerate gambler. Some may stay away.
No, but like somebody will. Somebody will. You'll get a crack. Yeah, that's the thing. If he's good, like he'll get a crack. Yeah, if he's not good, then they'll be like, yeah, you can't play here. Like, I mean, there is a level to where they wouldn't accept it anymore. But the type of player he's been talked about, which was not like the best, but he's somebody who's like talked about as like, oh yeah, he's probably a top 2-round pick. Then they'll take a chance on that.
And then the whole notion that you have to let him play because you can't penalize him for mental health.
Yes.
Like, are you saying that if the guy's an alcoholic, he should still get a license after all these DUIs?
Right.
Just because it's bad for his mental health to not give him one? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, sooner or later,
That's an excuse.
You have to be responsible for your own poor decisions.
Come on, man.
You can't just put everything down to an addiction. Like, if he didn't get caught, he wouldn't be saying he has an addiction at all.
Right, yeah. Yeah, well, and then most people wouldn't say...
And I don't care if he does have an addiction.
I don't either.
You still can't go out and just play like normal.
Pete Rose had an addiction. He couldn't play. He was banned for the game.
I think because the whole idea about like... He wouldn't say he had an addiction, right? If he was good at it, he'd have a job somewhere, probably. Like that's right. It's an industry where when you're good at it, they'll like prop you up and give you jobs, and when you're bad at it, it's like.
But then Pelissero's trying to get very like particular about. He was on the travel roster, and it was like 4 years ago. Didn't he make hundreds and thousands of bets on every other sport? In the NCAA. I think we're losing sight of him betting on the other NCAA sports. which are also violations.
He placed 29. So this is
I'm under the impression my godson at Vanderbilt is not allowed to bet on the Vanderbilt baseball team because
it's got a championship game. Any college sport with a championship game.
Yeah, because he may know things inside about the program. He has buddies on the baseball team who he may know are going to play this day or not play this day, or this guy's hurt. He's not allowed to bet it. And Sorsby made tons of bets on other events.
He placed 2,900 bets worth $90,000. 40 plus of those bets involved Indiana football while he was a member of the Indiana football team. Meanwhile, Hunter Deckers at Iowa State placed one bet involving Iowa State football. He lost his entire season, NCAA eligibility, and career off one bet. And now, are you telling me that Hunter Deckers could go back to the court now and get those eligibility years back, come back and play?
Right.
No, but that's also not what's been ruled. So I would say, like, if he would have filed a lawsuit and said, there's irreparable harm to me if you don't let me play right now, they may have given him a temporary restraining order and just said, like, you can temporarily play while we figure this out. And then when it got litigated, they'd probably go, nope, you don't get to play. But they would say, sure, we'll put it on hold while we litigate what you're doing, and you need to be able to, because you not playing right now would harm you if you didn't.
So, Jake, your other tech buddies, are you guys like celebrating this in the group text, or is all this backlash causing you to have some hesitation about viewing this as great news?
It's kind of interesting because obviously you support the school, and it's an interesting spot because you're supporting a player who hasn't played a snap for you, right? Like Brendan Sorsby I don't have an emotional connection to this guy. He hasn't played a snap for my team yet. All I watched him do was throw 5 picks in a spring game.
Yeah.
So, you go from, I'm defending Tech because, look, you put everything into this kid, and this is kind of your one chance after being good last year to really chase a national championship. And so I don't blame them at all for doing what they're doing. But like I said earlier, I don't know if it's worth it. And there's no guarantee he wins you a playoff game over Will Hammond. So this could all be for nothing. You could go through all of this just to win the Big 12 and lose in the first round again.
Like, do you guys think that I'm off in terms of how Sorsby's going to be treated on the road? The reaction towards...
He'll be vilified.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it'll be... I'm trying to think of Bosworth or somebody. Like the last, and Bosworth wasn't for that reason, but I'm trying to think of who was the last... Like, man, people loved Shador even if they did... Like, there were a lot of... There were people who, like, yeah, there were a lot of people who hated him. There were a lot of people who at other schools loved Shador and felt like he was awesome for the game. Bosworth was the last one that I can think of, like, of every fan base hated him and let him hear about it all the time.
People hated Stetson Bennett, not like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not like this. It's Bosworth levels, which Bosworth was for a different reason. People hated the way he was. It wasn't like there was something that had happened. In terms of them doing something, I can't remember anybody ever like that who did something that happened off the court or off the field impacted it.
Just like that, the new villains of college football, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Let's finish up Ask Reddit and see if Kevin Hagelin caught any of our insults today as we talk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course...
.105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk, finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Hagelin's stance ready to go.
But first, we did not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 football segments yesterday. But tell me more about Marquez Valdez-Scantling has the inside track at wide receiver 5 because of the OTAs.
You have to direct all that at Bobby. He took that shot. He took that shot.
I didn't take it. That was not a shot.
Sean's always trying to be one station under God. You know?
I can't go at Bobby because then we'll start a nuclear weapon fight. I said I can't go at Bobby because then we'll start a nuclear weapon fight.
Oh, so I have to catch the shrapnel.
That's right.
Yeah. That's what. No, I mean, honestly,
I took many other shots that you clearly didn't hear today. So I'm.
All right, yeah.
That's why. If they did 4 segments on it, that means there were 8 others on something else, which is why I said they're Ocho segments. They have the 8 other obscure sports segments.
Like baseball.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, at 11 o'clock, breakfast at Tiffin's. Our guy, Robert Tiffin, was at the Plano City Council meeting last night, and we'll talk to him about what he's learned about the new developments with them.
Was that breakfast at Tiffin's? I like that.
Yeah.
Was that guy who does all the bits, was that AI or real with that comedian who showed up to talk to the mayor?
Oh, those I don't know. The ones of him the public access footage of him telling the mayor off and stuff. I think it was real, but I don't know.
What's his name?
The one in
Alex
Frisco?
Stein?
Yeah, Alex Stein. Was that real?
Oh, that happened.
Or was that AI?
I think it happened. I can never tell anymore.
Okay, so you don't know.
No. That did happen. I just don't know. What I don't know what that dude does. Is he a comedian?
He's he does bits.
Is he?
Yeah. So he did go there and do that.
As far as I know, everything I saw was real.
It looked real to me, and I feel like I can usually tell when it's not. But
people will do bits at city council.
Oh yeah,
and I covered
Have you
so
ever
many of those.
spoken at a city council meeting?
No. I talked to the people here.
I was like, dude, could you ever see Sean going to a city council meeting, much less being I have a statement to make?
Never could solve my utility bills.
Dude,
I would consider it.
The first city hall meeting I went to in Plano when I was working at the newspaper.
Can't even get Sean to go to town halls here.
This lady spent 3 hours saying that she wanted to change every roof in the city, and I was like, this is what are we doing here, people? And then they told her no, and I was like, why did we waste her? Why did she have that much time?
Yeah. What did she want to change the roofs to?
Angles. She wanted different angles.
Girls love angles.
Yeah.
Are any of you on your HOA boards?
I don't have an HOA.
We don't have an HOA either.
Screw that, dude.
I went to a meeting last week. 2 old ladies started fighting.
Over?
Noise.
Angles?
Yeah, they were fighting over noise. It was an old lady fighting over noise at one house that had parties. They go, the house at the top of the hill, the noise travels downwards, and some lady goes, it does not. I live across the street from you. Can't hear a damn thing. But they were arguing over the pool. And we have a splash pad instead of a pool, which is so stupid.
Splash pads are fine in communities.
Splash pad. I've been searching for a good splash pad for the kids.
They are fine.
But it's not better than a pool.
But you grow out of them.
Grow like that.
You grow out of them, right?
Yeah.
So
it's the perfect one for a community. You throw a pool and you get all the hoodlum teenagers that run out there and then they start running amok.
I'd rather the hoodlum teenagers than the poop.
Your girls would rather have the pool that you have than a splash pad.
Yes, they would.
Yeah.
But then I have to take them out there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, they were talking about the cost. Guess how much they said it would cost to put the pool in? Over $1 million. I said $1 million for a pool?
It's not real.
What are we putting in here? Olympic-sized pool?
Right.
We gonna swim the 500-meter? What are we doing?
Yeah.
How is it going to be $1 million?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Think about the rest of your money and what they're doing with it.
I know.
If they're subsidizing
buying juiced up golf carts so they can drive around and yell at you.
The guy said it'd be $7,500 to each house to put a pool in.
Oh my goodness!
Extra.
How much do you think a stoplight costs?
I've heard it's like $500,000.
Yeah, it's $500,000 just for a damn light.
What?
Yeah, and then the maintenance for it is like another $20,000 a year.
So how many homes do you have, Choppy? Oh, I don't even need my calculator. I got Kevin.
130-ish homes.
130 times 7,500.
You own 130 homes?
No, how many does
in
he
the
live
neighborhood.
with? What's 130 times?
How much?
130 times 7,500.
975,000.
Gosh!
He just said that. You don't know if that's right. Let me look at that.
That's He's right. I said ish.
You got
I said ish.
You got a thief or a moron running things. Tell her I said that.
975,000.
Let's finish.
But that's why he made the awful joke about you own 130 homes, is because he heard you the first time and he was doing the math in his head.
Finish up Ask Credit.
All right, next one here. That's what you're doing. I got you.
I think you're right.
All right, here we go. This is perfect. Anybody can answer it. What's something your job trained you to notice that you can't stop noticing in your personal life?
Ooh. Oh, man. So can I say about an old job?
Sure.
So at an old job, what I learned when I was at Blockbuster is when marriages break apart, people like to take advantage of the other person on their Blockbuster card. There were so many times that it was like, oh, you didn't return these 9 movies and this and that. And it was like, oh, that's my ex-wife. We broke up. And I was like, well, sorry, her name's on the account. So I had no idea that when people broke up back in the day, they were like, I'm going to just destroy you at the video store.
Wow. I'm going to not rewind all these tapes.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I think like we notice, like I can never turn the brain off in terms of like noticing people in public and like, trying to find, like with the content.
It's the wedding. When we were sitting at the wedding and every single thing I was looking at, I was thinking of as like, how is it? So
you made a running list.
It causes you to be like, I guess that's what it caused me to notice. Just super details of like what's quirky.
Yep.
What's quirky about where I'm sitting right now? What's like off or
everything's
odd or whatever else.
Larry David observation.
Mm-hmm. From the 601 as a truck driver, I noticed bridge heights everywhere. Let's see. I sell tile flooring. All I do is look at floors everywhere I go.
Well, I can see that.
How about clocks and timing?
Yes, my personal clock is ours. At home, I work up to like my brain just functions that way, where I'll be like, oh, I got to do this. It's going to take this long. Everything functions that way. I also did work for Adrian's dad, like painting. We painted houses, so there's a lot of those like little
trim.
Yeah, little details that I'm always like, oh man, look at that holiday right there.
We had
you do.
We had one of our listeners. Tolo Trey from Blue Ridge, he had said that he was doing welding, and so like I talked to him about Jacob stuff at one point, and he said that it's one of those things where every single building you go into after you start welding, you look around and just go like, this place could fall down at any second. Like you just start looking at like all the poor like welds that are like on the roof or just different places.
That sounds so overwhelming.
No, I know, but he's like it's just you just start naturally putting your like you look up at it and you're like, oh gosh, that wasn't done well. That doesn't look stable.
At UNT, our environmental science teacher, he was like, guys, y'all don't realize how out of code all the bridges are
I've
in DFW.
Heard that, yeah.
And from then on, I just was like, I don't want to drive home anymore from Denton.
This morning, not this morning, the other week, driving to work, I was going underneath an overpass, and I was like, what if a car just flipped on top of me?
Yeah.
I've randomly just thought about that.
Oh.
Because maybe I just saw it on the news, like this car flipping over. I'm like, what if I died with a car just flipping over and falling on top of me right here? All right, next one.
See, but what if it just missed you and you climbed up and rescued that person?
Then I'd be Diane Eversini. Except have someone else do it and get the credit.
All right. What's a sentence you heard that stayed with you forever?
A sentence?
Yeah, so like it could be something somebody said to you once of like just like they left you with some wisdom or something you heard in a speech or whatever else, and it just like it remains with you and you think back to it a lot.
You weird for that.
That does stick with you.
Trayvon Diggs called me weird when he was the weirdest, but he hit me with that and he messed my brain up.
Yeah,
you weird for that.
You weird for that.
What was that in reference to again?
It was a Micah report that people in Frisco aren't always thrilled with Micah. Oh. And Trayvon came at me like, why are you trying to hurt our families? Why do you dislike us so much?
Oh.
And of course, ended up being right again.
Instead of the story, he goes, you weird for that in his DMs. And then Sean was like, it did get to... He was the one who, the year before that, y'all sat down with him at training camp and you asked him, like, what's your best piece of trust? And it was something like, I don't remember what he said, but it was something subtle like that, too, where you're like, Oh, that kind of made me feel bad because he was doing it. You were like,
No, he was a
trash
great
talk me.
interview.
No, you were like, trash talk me. And he said something that you're like, oh, that did kind of stick with me. It was really gentle, though. It was like, I don't remember what he had said. It was something like, it was something about your clothes or something that he made you feel weird about. Go ahead, Chop.
Life is hard, and it's harder when you're stupid.
Oh,
it's good.
Yeah.
It's accurate.
Mine was a question.
What was it?
What are you going to do when your little radio show comes calling?
Oh. Maybe.
When I was applying for another job in TV, and he said that, and I was like, screw you, pal.
What does that mean when it comes called? Like
I was
you're gonna...
doing 2 jobs at a time, and this was more important to me than the TV one. And so I was applying for this other job because it paid more. And he was like, well, what are you going to do when your little radio show comes calling? And I was like, it's going to be more successful than this station.
You said, sir, I am the golden boy over there. Okay? I am the golden boy.
I don't think you realize we are the golden boys.
Chase Williams.
You know what it is? And I don't know why it stuck with me for so long, but it really does like ring in my head all the time. It's the ending of a Reagan speech. And it was because I had it was like such a weird way to say slip the surly bonds of earth and touch the face of God.
Yeah.
Whenever I heard that, I was like, what the hell is he saying?
Is that from the Challenger?
That was the Challenger. That was the ending of the Challenger speech where he said they marched off, blah, 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 to slip the surly bonds of earth. And it was apparently a quote from like a poem from like the 1800s or something. But I was like, the hell did he pull that from?
When I went to his library, I heard a lot of the speeches that were there. Like I don't know what he was talking about in half. I was like, oh, they were well done.
Was really cool.
They were well done
Awesome
speeches,
library, dude. Awesome place.
So,
you have one, Kevin?
Tank Top Tuesday.
The Golden Boys.
Yeah. Oh, it's KNC, the effing Golden Boys.
Who said that?
A person who still works here.
Like sarcastically?
Yes.
He did not know that we could hear him at the time. We were in Studio B, and we had him queued up.
Was
and
upset.
We were doing a show, and he was like, why are they getting to do the show? Are they the Golden Boys? And we were like, it's true.
He didn't make it with this station.
Oh. But you said he's still in the building?
Yeah, he's on this floor.
Oh. Dang.
Well, because we're all on this floor.
He might be on this floor right now, actually, I think.
Who was at the station that got sent down
get to it.
the hall?
I know.
Hey, Texas made the College World Series, right?
It did.
Why are you trying to throw us off the scent? Oh, that's a clue. I'll go out in the hall and ask who's a Texas fan.
I got a clue.
We're back tomorrow.
I got a raging clue.
My clue's taking me over here.
Y'all can stop that.
KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh, man, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford gentleman. 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land?
You know what? I appreciate Bobby for turning all the other lights on in here.
I appreciate that other conversation, too.
Yes. No, when you can have a talk like that,
agreed,
it's really fun because you can learn a lot more. I learned something. I might have a new perspective on a lot of things based on a line that I learned from, I presume it was Reagan.
It was not.
Okay. Well, it was a good one.
It was another president.
Oh, which one?
I'll tell you off air so we don't piss people off. It wasn't James Buchanan.
Okay. All right. It was Madison.
No, it wasn't. Wasn't Madison or Monroe or Adams or the other Adams? Hoover.
Hoover.
Oh, Hoover might be in competition for the worst president, I think.
Coolidge. All right, guys. Let's see. How are we doing today? It's Tank Top Tuesday. And this is one of my new tank tops. Here's the thing. So I got a new tank top. My son was like, I can make you tank tops. So he's now on a mission to make some Tolo tank tops out there. I told him he can't sell them, though. And he was like, well, what are we doing? And I was like, good luck. But then also, I was talking to Jake yesterday. Y'all know JT over at Jack
Sun's
FM.
Out, Guns Out?
And I was like, look, man, look at there it is, Alec Medford joining in Tank Top Tuesday,
hell
baby.
Is happening
and thank you,
here?
Tolos out there, for sending pictures to us at KNC 105.3 and in the majors at Alec Medford, or Alec on the radio, at Thank Kevin, of you and your tank tops today.
This is absurd.
But Kevin, I was talking to JT, and I was like, last year I had a section of tank tops that I'd purchased. I just got some tank tops and didn't think anything of it. But then I was running out of tank tops. I was like, oh no, I'm having to wear these same 3 tank tops over and over and over. So this year,
you feel like people are going to call you out on it?
Oh yeah, there's definitely some people that will do that. So I said, you know what? I'm going to get some new tank tops. And JT goes, you have more tank tops than I do, and I have abs.
That's hurtful. That's what the ladies are there for.
What the F do tank tops and abs have to do with anything, dude? I'm not wearing a crop top. It's a tank top. If I'm showing off my abs, then I'm doing it wrong.
You got to play to your audience, all right? His middle-aged ladies, they know what they're there for. And that is, the washing machine might be broken, but JT Springer is
always
not.
Always got the washboard. Yeah. So that was a moment yesterday where I was like, all right. So somebody did say from the 682, Tolo cutoffs would slap. Alec.
That means they're good.
I have a 105.3 The Fan shirt that I cut the sleeves off of. Because it's dude, I want you to know I want you to know this.
Stop
this
that.
Thing is basically see-through at this point. This shirt is basically, there's not much fabric left of it. Should I add it into the mix for one of these days where I come up here? Because it does say that station name on it. You know, it is supporting the station here.
I vote no.
All right.
But it is a democracy.
Aiden says yes.
Obviously, Aiden says yes.
Of course, I vote yes, and I'm going to join the pack because before Reggie left for Houston because he hates us, he gave me one of his old 105.3 The Fan T-shirts, just like a gray one that has the logo on it.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut the sleeves off of that one, and I'm going to join you in solidarity.
Boom. There it is.
All right.
So we'll line up the date for wearing the cutoff sleeve 105.3 The Fan shirt, and Kevin, we'll get you one too. And we'll expect that you wear it as well.
I am working on that, but I currently have a non-tank top desirable body type.
What are you talking about?
That's
dude?
true.
Look at those guns.
But still,
from the 682 fair point, tank tops are for arms, not abs, and that's kind of what you're trying to show off. Ultimately, the shoulders, the tris, the bis, the forearms, the elbows. Some people are into elbows.
Do you understand that this will also come with an unending string of jokes about arms? To be like, oh man. Do you need a needle and thread? Because you are ripped.
I love it. Keep going.
Do you need some antiseptic and a Band-Aid? Because you are cut.
Nice.
And we could just keep doing stuff
All right,
like
then
that.
let's do it.
No,
All right.
but we're not going
I was challenging him to continue complimenting my arms.
You got 2? Isn't that enough?
I don't know. From the 214, yell out no shirt 9 o'clock. Dude, did you see the other day one of our triple D Ice B? One of our friends.
I do know.
He rapped at one of our first events. He's a big supporter of the show, and he threw a no shirt 9 out at us when he took his shirt off to do one of his songs. That song's awesome, by the way.
So.
Oh, somebody from 903 getting the sleeves cut off my Tolo shirt now. Thanks for the push, boys.
It used to be so different when pictures came into the fan text as well.
Oh, yeah.
It was a crazy world at night, and we just get the text now, but we can use the Twitch, the YouTube, we can use Twitter, obviously, but it's
Facebook,
just not quite the same.
Instagram, Snapchat.
Instagram and Snapchat feel more likely than Facebook, but if you want to post your stuff on Facebook like that or DM it to us, knock yourself out.
Dude, here's the thing I didn't know, because Kevin's big on Snapchat. You can find him at Kevin on Snapchat.org.
That's it. But I don't remember what it is.
All right.
It might be KNC.
Oh, what?
Because I thought it was going to be like a show avenue for Snapchatting, and then I just never did it. So, look, it's the story of my social media profile. I will retweet stuff from the show, and that's probably about what you're going to get.
And that's probably why, sometimes we're not saying things about the Rangers, on our socials, because we're doing it from the show.
Yeah.
But my kid yesterday, he's like, his girlfriend's out of the country.
Oh.
She went to visit some family in Denmark, I think, something like that.
Neat.
Whoa. And my daughter, she was like, "Hey, I'm going to text your girlfriend," because they talk and everything. It's sweet. And he said, "You can't text her because she's out of the country." And Adrian goes, "Well, how do y'all stay in touch?" And he goes, "Snapchat."
Oh, my guess was going to be WhatsApp.
WhatsApp is what I would typically use too, but he said they keep in touch via Snapchat, and that's smart.
See, I learned about these other apps from the kids in Germany. Sorry, I'm trying to check my phone. Signal. One of the players on my team's like, "Oh yeah, Johan doesn't have Signal right now," and I was like, "Huh? Because I'm on the plane?" And he goes, "No, Signal. Will you talk?" And I was like, "This is the oldest I've ever felt in my life." So I had to download Signal to talk to them. I'd never heard of that in my life.
I saw that on was it the Hunter Wives or whatever, that show with Brittany Snow? They were keeping up on Signal. Corey, you should call the vet because your pythons are sick.
Oh, yes!
Corey's new nickname, Webster, because he has so much definition.
Okay, that's good. I'm not just saying that because it's making Alec mad. I legitimately, that's part of it.
From the 682, does Denmark also need Jesus in baseball? That's a good question. I don't know, because Kevin's happy to go.
I am not aware of that, but yes, if you want to learn about baseball and Jesus, I'll be there.
He's your guy.
You just need to say my name 3 times in a mirror, and I'll appear with a Bible or something.
Or out of a fridge like Joe Hendry.
From the 214, would you like me to read it in what I believe the tone is?
No, don't read it in the tone.
Oh, okay.
Let's just talk sports.
Do you guys ever talk about sports? All this is nonsense. Yeah, we talk about sports. Did you not hear my reference to the Rangers a couple of minutes ago? And sometimes we start off the show with nonsense. Sorry if you don't like it. A lot of people do. But if that hurts your feelings, I'm sorry. We can talk about OTAs.
Here's what I always say. You have 2 options. You come for the laughs and stick around for the sports, or you come for the sports and stick around for the laughs. Either way, you're going to get both throughout the day.
And we got an immense amount of feedback already, so it seems like people enjoy it. But from the 214 follow-up, tell me what the sports topic is that you would like to discuss. In the meantime...
Oh, yeah, we can cater to you.
Let's go! Man, it is amazing how many people think that. Let's go to the OTAs, other teams' activities. No, that's not right. So let's talk about the Cowboys. And I had a question for y'all, because this is one of the parts of OTAs that, not sarcastically, I am intrigued by, is the rotation and playing time of the linebackers and the cornerbacks. Now, I get it. With not all of your cornerbacks ready to go right now, you might think this is a flawed metric. But have you been fascinated or keeping up with the rotation patterns of the linebackers and or cornerbacks in OTA?
Not enough yet. I think here's what I'm thinking in OTAs a lot of times is it's get them out there. We don't know anything about them yet.
Right.
I think the ones, definitely when we get to Oxnard, those will be the ones that you're like, okay, this is a little more of what we're expecting. But the fact that they are giving certain guys opportunities at the ones and also giving them those opportunities in the nickel, again, hearing, as Bobby was talking about, hearing Downs being so vocal, lining people up, very important. That's the dude's confidence, though. Dude, that's got to be my favorite thing. Is that we talked about this guy, and I know we put him on a pedestal that we were like, we might want to pull back, but then we were also like bullish of, no, he's that good.
Right.
Like, that's why we want him. But the fact is, the dude walks into the building and says, I know what my responsibilities are. I'm not just here to be a first-round pick that hides. My responsibilities are to be here and be involved in this and make sure people are doing things. And then when it comes to like where D. Winters is going to be and everything, yeah, I think it's very important. But right now, I think that Parker's trying to see what he's got, see what guys are capable of, and then he's going to be like, all right, now let's flesh the system out and move forward.
So D. Winters during team drills has been paired some with Shamar James.
Interesting.
You've seen
that's a fast couple right there.
It is. You've seen Shamar James in at least last Thursday's practice. I know he was doing stuff with Curtis Robinson, and they were getting snaps at middle linebacker. And then the thought is that you want to see what Jayshawn Barham does, either strictly as a more traditional linebacker, but I think a lot of the thought is he's an effective edge rusher, so it might be kind of a hybrid role for him as well. On the cornerback front, my question... Go ahead.
Do you mind if I stick on that real quick?
Sure.
Alec, with Barham, are you feeling like pass rusher is a quality or pass rusher is like the key thing for him? Because I feel like it's a quality for him.
I think it's a quality, and I want to keep it that way.
Okay.
I want to try to expand on some of the assets that he does have, like his pure athleticism, I think is going to help him in non-pass rush situations, and I do like the idea of him just standing up right next to a D. Winters.
Yeah, and dude,
the potential is there,
with Shamar James... that's probably been the one thing that I've been fascinated the most by is he got into everything too quick last year and then had a coach that didn't have a clue what he was doing for him specifically. And Shamar James in year 2, how much is he advanced and how much more can he provide? So I'm fascinated by those combinations. I like what you're talking about.
For the cornerbacks, I'll start with this question. Are you going off of the assumption that Kobe Durant, Kalen Carson, Deron Bland, Siobhan Ravel, and Devin Moore are all going to make the 53-man roster?
Yes.
Okay. So I realize injuries and stuff can happen, but barring that, so you have those 5, do the Cowboys stick with 6 corners again?
Yes.
Okay. So then it becomes who is going to take
Reddy
that
Stewart.
6. Okay. And I was going to ask you about Reddy Stewart specifically because he did some work on special teams. You got to think, and obviously we saw him in some of the games, you got to think he'll be competing for a spot on the roster. So he's got the inside track for you for spot 6 if they go with 6.
He does. I know there were some other names brought in, and that could be a Christian Parker saying, this is one of the guys I like, I'm familiar with, or it could be Christian Parker saying that he wants obviously more bodies and competition involved. Right. But what we saw Reddy Stewart do last year was he played confident and willing, never made business decisions. And
I could see that.
He was like, I'm here to tackle. I'm here to put my nose in there. I have stuff to do. And that was where I'm like, that dude can play. It's a very Brandon Nimmo thing. I think I know what I'm going to get from the dude every time. Bring him on my team. So that's where I am right now. But Kevin, obviously injuries change a lot of things, and obviously anything can happen when it comes to how a guy does on his special teams and whatnot. If Reddy Stewart doesn't do good special teams work,
no, you're right.
That's one of his ways in.
Yeah, he's not going to make
Jalen
it.
Carson, too.
And then the other thing is, I think when you get to training camp, you might learn that some of these positions are more stacked than maybe you anticipated, and so you might want to short another position. But yes, I also think, at least in this moment, the Cowboys will go with 6 corners again. And assuming everyone else stays healthy, that gives you the opportunity to still have that spot, whether it's Stewart or somebody else, open for competition. And then I just wanted to throw this other thing out. And Tyler Guyton said this, and I thought it was tremendous, that Tyron Smith has been popping up here and there to spend time working with the Cowboys offensive linemen during the offseason. And then Guyton said, hey, he comes in whenever he wants. His presence is incredible. He knows everything about football, especially the left tackle position. It feels to me like nothing but a positive to have somebody like Tyron Smith who can roll in and be like, hey, here's some stuff I know.
Yeah, I mean, dude went up against some of the best in the league in games, let alone he was working with DeMarcus Ware and, Tank Lawrence, like all those guys, too, on a daily basis. So having him around what he knows. Now, obviously, Kevin, I always say this, you're not Tyron Smith.
For sure.
But it gives you a great base of what to start with in those places. I loved, and we could have done a whole segment. We should do a whole segment of OTA stuff on Tyron Smith today, Kevin. If that's what you want to do.
Don't, but if that is what the people demanded, we are a show of the people.
Are you Michelangelo's offspring? Because you're looking sculpted. I appreciate you wearing the tank top in solidarity, though, Alec. Appreciate you, man.
I regret my life decisions.
Yeah, exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA Finals leads off our NBA and NHL super segment right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your...
817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shot clock winding down. Castle has to put it up. Bang! Stephon Castle from three-point range. And it's a 7-point Spurs lead.
That shot was freaking amazing. Right now, it's time for the NBA and NHL Finals Super segment. And I know there is a lot of other stuff to get to, but that shot I thought was tremendous. Not only because they were able to use up the entirety of the shot clock, but man, that was a busted possession. Like, I thought the Knicks did a really good job defensively on that possession, and it almost felt like, or not almost, it felt like a panic shot because you're like, well, we're out of time, and the ball got dished off to Castle, and he hit it. And then I think it was 2 possessions later, De'Aaron Fox hit what essentially felt like the dagger, and so good on them for that.
And that was after he had slipped, and I thought, like, gave it away. You know, I was like, oh, no, here's one of those moments, and it got him shook. And there was the Dylan Harper moment where he went to the basket real fast, and I thought everybody kind of got a little shaken up by that. They kind of were looking at him like, we had to foul on the other end because you went rogue by yourself. But hey, at this point, it feels like they're saying, Dylan Harper, if you go, that's your thing. You know, we're trusting you to do it, Rook. But that Castle shot, dude, was from deep and looked confident.
And, you know, it's really funny you said we're trusting you to do it. Is Brandon loves basketball. So he's texting me.
Your son?
Yes.
Your oldest son.
Thank you. Correct. So he's texting me during the game, and he was like, man, I'm just going to hot take it. I think Dylan Harper might be the most trustworthy rookie I've ever seen. And he's like, look what he's doing in these situations with the game on the line. He also had some scorching hot opinions about the lack of efficiency with Jalen Brunson.
That makes sense. And that's kind of becoming a problem for the Knicks, too.
Agreed.
And then defensively, like, I know he can draw a foul, but there are also some times where defensively he's the mark.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, dude, Dylan Harper, there was one moment, it was the OG Anunoby 3 in the corner that I was like, was that the best defense there?
Yeah.
And then
it was still a tough shot.
Yeah, then I started looking at how small the space was to get the shot off, and I was like, that's a really tough way that's a good shot. I'll give him credit. But, yeah, Dylan Harper, just go do your thing, and then they're putting him on some of the best offensive players, too.
Yeah.
And Kevin, last night, you got to give the Spurs defense credit when it mattered. They played some really great rotations and possessions defensively that really put the Knicks in a bind.
And this series is wild. I think it's the second time in NBA Finals history that the road team has won the first 3 games, which, first of all, that's pretty wild. If you want one more wild statistic, that game took place yesterday on June 8th. That was the first time the Knicks lost since April 23rd.
Are you serious? That's wild.
It really is. But then,
it's an amazing series already that I really didn't expect to turn this way until maybe the end of Game 2 when Wemby hulked up, but they lost it.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they would have won Game 3 had they lost it, or would that be, would it be different right now?
Because then the desperate team theory would not have been as much in play. But, man, the San Antonio Spurs, I want to say they look like the desperate team in the first quarter, but this is what happens in in every first quarter.
They come out prepared.
In Game 1, the Spurs led 27-17 during the first quarter. Game 2, 31-21 during the first quarter. Game 3, 33-21 during the first quarter. And then just when you think, all right, well, maybe this game is going to end pretty quickly, then the Knicks put up 42 points in the second quarter, which I need to go back and check, but it's the first time somebody has scored that many points in the second quarter of the NBA Finals in a really long time. I thought I had the year written down, but I do not.
This is what the Spurs used to do to the Mavericks whenever Tim Duncan and Pop were at their height. In those games, the Mavericks would come out and be cooking, and then all of a sudden, with about 2 minutes left before halftime, Ginobili and Parker and Duncan are making shots, then you can't do anything offensively.
Right.
And that's what the Knicks have been like. They've done the last few games to them, and they did it again last night. It's like the Spurs have their thing that they want to come out and do, and they do it very well. Everybody's kind of focused on what their mission is, and then at some point it kind of dissipates, and the Knicks start to pick things up. And as you get closer to the end of a half, or the end of a quarter, or the end of the game, Jalen Brunson seems to make a shot that's special that you're like,
yes,
that dude's there still, isn't he? And then OG Anunoby was he's been one of those players that you're just like, wow, he keeps contributing big moments, and I thought he did it last night too.
You know what? Another person that had been contributing big moments was Mikal Bridges. He was, in addition to missing one of the 3-pointers late in the game. Now, it would have still been a tough run, but he had a tough night shooting as well. And so when you're talking about people like Anunoby, who have continually to step up offensively and defensively, Bridges was one of those people, but you didn't really get him last night. And then on the flip side, De'Aaron Fox kind of sort of felt like he had that Jalen Brunson role from games 1 and 2 where he was not particularly efficient shooting the ball. But by God, if he didn't hit that one shot when you really needed it with the game on the line. Because I know they kept going, but like it felt like when De'Aaron Fox hit that kind of turnaround off the free throw line, that felt like ball game right there.
So one of the other things that just kind of stood out to me last night was we talked a lot about Cat being the MVP.
Right.
Based on the first 2 games.
Right.
And last night, he had really good defensive effort. I mean, the defensive effort was there for sure, but he didn't seem productive to me last night. And I know he wasn't very good from 3, and I thought he was the best he
wasn't good offensively.
Big shooting big 3 guy in the game. But I'm kind of like, okay, is that just one of those off nights, or did they find something? Is he wearing down a little bit in this series?
You know, I would be inclined to go with off night, but that's going to be the beauty of Game 4 tomorrow, is I feel like you will answer a lot of these questions, right? Because if you get another dud from Cat, or you get a disappointing early effort from Jalen Brunson, because you know what the Knicks kind of feel like right now, and this is going to be a weird analogy, the Knicks feel like earlier season Texas Rangers in terms of, man, they're dominating the fourth quarter or the 9th inning, but as Skip would say, we sure would like it if we didn't have to get to that point every single time. Now, I know yesterday they made it up really quickly, but then coming out of the break in the second half, they got punched right in the face yet again to like make this a competitive game again, because at halftime, man, oh man, did it look like, all right, the Knicks weathered the storm in the first. They took over and dominated in the second. And by the way, most points in 5 years in the second quarter and of an NBA Finals game. And it looked like, hey, we're going to walk the rest of the way. And the Garden's going to go crazy. It's going to be 3-0. People are going to pay $80 billion to go to Game 4 because they think it's going to be a sweep. And then, gone.
2 things. One, whenever Luke Cornett steps onto the court, I know there's about to be collisions, and like that's all I'm looking for.
Okay, I can see that.
That is a dude right there. Somebody called him an amazing shot blocker because of the one he made in the series before in Oklahoma City, and I was like, okay, like that's fine. But I'm also like, but he's also there. He's the janitor.
He's a hockey shot blocker in terms of, hey, maybe he blocks the shot, maybe he doesn't, but he'll run into you.
Yes, exactly, and that's exactly what I'm seeing. That crowd. Was that what you expected last night when it comes to the environment that it created? Because Mike Breen talking about it throughout the night, like he was just like, can you believe it? And Richard Jefferson, like they were going nuts about what that place is whenever you have that kind of thing going on. And it felt like it was for me until San Antonio shut them down.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I guess I walked away a little underwhelmed, but is that the crowd's fault, or is it that it was immediately 7-0? Like, within the first 2 minutes, it was 7-0. And even at the end, I think it might have been the Anunoby 3. He hits the 3, and the game is still, like, theoretically within your reach. And people are like, yeah! But not like, holy crap.
And then they start walking out of the building early.
We could really do this. And so I think part of it's built in, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Did it not feel like a lot of the lead up to this was the next step in the Knicks coronation?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, it's a done deal. It kind of felt like when Peyton made it to his second Super Bowl, you're like, oh, well, when he wins this one, not
Peyton Russell?
Peyton Manning.
Oh, okay.
Not Peyton Russell. It kind of felt like, well, when he wins this one, will he be the greatest quarterback of all time? And all of a sudden, oh, crap, we still have to play the game.
Yeah.
And then we got punched in the face and onside kicked in the face, I guess.
Point.
It kind of felt like the same thing here. You still have to play the game. And I know Wemby was like, nah, we're not worried about it. We're still in this thing. But you're also like, you're 22. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And then you watch the game and you're like, that's what you were talking about.
Well, I mean, we did discuss, though, Kevin, the ability to get Game 5. That ability to get that back in San Antonio and see what those tickets look like again. Like, this is...
There'll still be plenty of Knicks fans
This is fun.
there.
This is fun.
And then one more note for you. Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle are the youngest duo by average age in NBA history to score 20-plus points each in a finals game. They're a combined 43 years old. Actually, I think they might be right at 44 total. Just think about what you're doing with your life right now and how old. What the heck?
Look at that.
This is a man
Look at that.
who
Chris Arnold right there, ladies and gentlemen.
ageless
The genetics on
when
this
it comes to being shirtless.
The genetics and the
this
discipline.
is incredible.
I heard it was Tarps Off Tuesday.
It's Tank Top Tuesday, but
My
CA,
bad.
you have the cheat code.
I think he did know.
You got the cheat code. Looking fantastic, sir.
Looks maxing.
Kevin's still learning about that right now. We taught him last week. That's our guy CA right there.
And so, look, we were going to have conversations that Mike Babcock is going to be the next Edmonton Oilers head coach, and who should the Hurricanes really go with in net? But from
You shook right
basketball
now?
to shirtless people, I am shook because Chris Arnold shouldn't look like that if he's 20. Like, he looks incredible, and it makes me sad about myself.
It should just make you inspired that you can get there, man.
Okay.
You're going to get there.
All right.
Just keep at it.
All right.
You got this.
We will continue our coverage of shirtless people, I guess. But
If you're shirtless, let us know.
If the ABS was supposed to help with getting more strike calls right, why are so many people getting hit in the balls? Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a 4-hour show from Men's Tea Clinic.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Half cut on a ball that bounced. He broke out the curveball. Tarek Skubal strikes out the side in the 7th with his first curveball of the night.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk about the potential Tarek Skubal trade, but also ask the question, if the ABS is supposed to help with strikes, why is it also hurting so many catchers' balls?
And why does it get offsides wrong so many times?
That is VAR.
Oh, okay.
I believe is what you're thinking of for soccer.
Is the VAR going to get things right during the World Cup, or do you think no?
I think for the most part, yes, except for those 2 key calls that'll piss people off until the end of time.
Does anybody know offsides, though? Does anybody that's going to be watching the World Cup, how many people, well, he does now, but how many people that are going to be watching the World Cup during this run, or the big tournament, are going to be like,
biggest prize.
I totally understood why that was offsides.
I think you're going to get a lot of projection. Because much like the Olympics, prepare yourself for World Cup. People that you have never heard talk about soccer in your life are going to tell you why the path is clear for the Netherlands. Like, they really are. And they're going to be like, hold on. Where did you hear that? So just prepare yourself for that. All right. So The Athletic did a unofficial study of catchers getting hit in the junk. I'm sorry, that's part of Baseball Nuggets right here on the Fan. And
I screwed everything up with the whole
that's okay.
big tournament situation.
Good job. It's unofficial because, well, believe it or not, MLB, Elias, all those places, they do not keep track of how many times a catcher gets hit in the ding-dong.
Do you think that the catchers do?
Yes, I know that they do.
I would want to forget.
Because I have multiple quotes from catchers here, including Detroit's Dylan Dingler. And does that sound like the rejected name of the main character in Boogie Nights? They're like, what if we call him Dylan Dingler? And they're like, no, we're not doing that.
But Dirk Diggler,
yeah,
great name.
Yeah, and so him and Austin Hedges had thoughts about this. So I want to point out for FCC compliance and our bosses, these are quotes from MLB players. We'll start with Hedges. A lot of inner thigh, quad, and nut shots. For Dingler, nuts and thighs. And what they're really talking about is not the less popular KFC $10 special. So,
show me your meat.
So their concern is there's been a huge uptick in getting hit in the junk by catchers. But it actually, I was just turning a phrase about the ABS. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the ABS. It has to do with the one knee stance. Back in 2023, only 23% of catchers were in the one knee stance. Now, 96%. And Sandy Alomar Jr., he said back in the day they wouldn't let you do it. If you went to one knee, they would say that you were lazy. And this is what Austin Hedges had to say. And this is one of the greatest quotes you will ever hear. There are still people who think it's stupid, and those people are stupid. I swear to God, that is a real quote.
That think the one-legged stance is stupid.
So he's talking about people who think the one-legged stance is stupid. There are still people who think it's stupid, and those people are stupid.
Okay, and this is interesting because, A, you're insinuating that is a reason that the baseball nuggets are getting hit more often.
Correct.
But also...
what a great way to put it.
Well, you got to thank the Tolos on that one.
What a great way to put that.
But Mike always was very adamant that it was a bad defensive flaw in what catchers are doing now. So I'm interested to hear more of what Austin Hedges had to say rather than just, it's stupid, and you're stupid.
So I think that essentially they're like, it's a fair trade-off because some people were saying that it was going to negatively impact your ability to block the ball. And while there is some data to suggest there is a slight downgrade in that, the downgrade might be closer to like 3 to 5% versus what is the upgrade in
getting into your stance faster?
Well, that too. But also catcher reliability and sustainability. So, like, if I told you the average number of games, I don't have this exact stat, so I apologize for that. But if I told you that it went up like 12%, and the amount of missed fully blocked balls was down 3%, you're like, okay, I could see how that would be a net win. And if catchers' careers are longer because of that, they view it as a net win. I just thought that that was a very bizarre added part of it is that more catchers are getting hit in the baseball nuggets.
I am interested to know if how much it affects their pop-up and their ability to get the ball back down to second base. Is it faster for them to do it that way, or is it still the other approach? Because right now, it just seems like it would be faster based on your body's already in a torqued position a little bit.
Don't you also think it's faster if you try the kind of pickoff throws to first specifically? Mm-hmm. Maybe to third, but not that one as much, but to first. I feel like it could help you with that.
And I think the really bad thing here, too, is like we grew up with Pudge, who had maybe the greatest hip flexibility of all of us. And just was able to, move around behind that plate so effectively. Plus, he had the arm that he had. So again, for us, we're like, yes, everybody should be able to do that, and then not every catcher can. So that's a factor. But I also understand the one-legged approach versus the two-legged approach when it comes to the baseball nuggets getting drilled.
Right.
You have the ability to move one leg in, on either side based on where the ball is located to kind of use your knee pad and shin guard as a deflector.
But does it also...
whenever you only have one leg available to it, you have to I got that one spot. I could die.
And well, actually, not exactly, but I sort of have a quote to go along with that because it gives more exposed space. Now, Kurt Suzuki, who is also a former catcher, was asked about, hey, what do you say to your catcher? And he goes, well, there's nothing you can really say at the moment. Like, hey, are you okay? well, what do you think? It's not fun. Like, what's the catcher going to go? Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for asking.
Probably not.
Yeah, I just got my baseball nuggets crushed. All right, let's go from that. Believe it or not, there are more stories happening in the world. I take you to Las Vegas and the kind of tryout, first major league game in Las Vegas in many, many years. There were 34 hits, 11 home runs, and the final score ended up being 15-14 Brewers. So an offensive extravaganza over the A's, and both teams scored 4 runs in the 10th inning.
I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning to some loud noises in my house. And that game, I guess, had just ended.
Yeah.
Because everything on my phone, on my Twitter, it was all that was welcome to Vegas, baby. And I was like, they're still in Sacramento.
Yeah, but they did play that one game there. Now, let's talk about Tarek Skubal. A lot of people have said, hey, it looks like he's going to get traded. Obviously, he was spectacular in his rehab assignment. But here's a breakdown. And one GM had to say this about the Tarek Skubal trade. Well, every conversation I've had starts with, if the Dodgers want to, they can/will, because they have the options and the situation to make a deal pretty easy to put together. It just needs to be something Andrew Friedman wants to do, because they have an incredible amount of prospects. Remember, we talked about they had 3 of the best 8 outfield prospects in all of baseball. So when you look at all these different teams and what they could offer, still the most logical team, strictly from a prospect idea, is the Dodgers to trade for Tarek Skubal. So yes, I do realize they trade they sign people to ungodly amounts of money, but they also have a crazy good farm system, and that's something that the Rangers have struggled with for a while. And so if you look at the still most likely team, if they want to make the Skubal deal, it's the Dodgers.
I know we just saw Dustin May with the Cardinals the other day, but remember when we had Dustin May on the show and we were discussing the length that the Dodgers went to develop their farm system so that they would be in position to do what they're doing right now. Their goal was, we want to make our farm system good. We need analytics, but we're pairing it with real scouts too. So we're going to pair those things up so that those two, we're sending out a scout and an analytics guy, and they're not working against each other. They're working with each other to try and bring us the best player back. And that seems to have worked out. That seems like a smart investment in their time and their efforts to get the return that they're getting that you just pointed out.
Yeah.
When we'll get the best pitcher in the game, sure, we have all the assets to do it because we invested the right way.
Yeah. No,
it's something right out there.
It is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, breakfast at Tiffin's with our Dallas Stars insider, Robert Tiffin, right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey,
Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you our Breakfast at Tiffin's segment with our Dallas Stars insider and man who no doubt loves to attend city council meetings.
So much.
It is Robert Tiffin. Good morning, sir.
Good to talk to you guys. I will say that going to that city council meeting is probably more entertaining than the last sporting event I went to, which is when the Rangers got no hits. So between the two, I don't know, pretty good city council meeting.
So did the Plano City Council start off by talking about the eligibility of Brendan Sorsby, or did they dive into other issues of the day?
They chose to stay off that one controversial topic and opt for 4 other ones.
Did you get the sense?
They're really wise by them.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
How many times did they say "whereas" in a proclamation?
Oh my gosh!
Oh man, I think they have it tattooed somewhere. I'm sure when you get elected to the city council, somewhere you have matching "whereas" tattoos.
Yes, I can think of one place where it would go. So, did going in, did this feel like this city council meeting was just going to pretty much be a rubber stamp for the Willow Bend Arena District, or is that not the way you read it going in?
Well, a few things kind of help give context to that. The short answer is all 4 items that were on the docket for, that allowed for both public comment and that were out there for individual consideration. All 4 of those items were voted 8-0 by the city council in favor. So that kind of tells you that if there had been any kind of dissent behind the scenes, anyone who followed like the Phoenix Coyotes back in the day, or Arizona Coyotes when they were trying to stay in Arizona and they were trying to get land at different places and interacting with different kind of city panels and commissions and councils, those were far more acrimonious and kind of more divided votes. Any measures that came up for land acquisition and development there was nothing like that here. So both the votes themselves and kind of the nature of the comments, of course, any city council meeting, you're often going to have 1 or 2, and of course, you're going to have some of those very vocal citizens who like to show up and make their case, and that's their right, and that's a beautiful part of living in our country. But the long and the short of it is, it sounds like the executive session that happened before this, which happens behind closed doors, and what we now know has been well over a year of dialogue between the Stars and Plano. This really, by the time it got to this point, I don't know that anyone was changing anyone's minds, no matter how eloquently they spoke during public comment.
Which they always do, no doubt about that. So, kind of on that idea, when you talked about how long they have been talking, can you kind of throw some cold water on the idea that people have that, like, the Stars somehow had all of their eggs in the basket of that AAC trial or whatever mediation or whatever you want to call it? Because I've heard from so many people who are like, well, they just pivoted to this because of the AAC, and I don't think that's right at all.
Yeah, the Morning News actually had a piece this morning talking about how the Stars in Plano have been talking. I think Plano expressed interest in the fall of 2024, which, if you know the timeline, that's almost right after all the fallout between the Stars and the Mavs started. Was nearly 2 years ago, year and a half now. And so it kind of tells you that the Stars were very much talking to everyone and exploring all of their options for a long, long time now. And actually, 1 or 2 of the city council members in the meeting last night of Plano mentioned a lot of citizens expressed concern about traffic, which I think most fans would agree with when you just kind of look at a map and how you get there and the options you do and don't have to do that. And we all know DART probably ain't coming to Plano anytime soon. It seems pretty clear from what the city council member said. They were basically just trying to lay concerns and say, yes, we hear you, we understand, but look, all of your concerns about traffic are kind of changing the neighborhood and everything. There's a real chance that the Stars would have gone to a neighboring city, and then we still would have had to deal with all the traffic coming through, but we wouldn't have gotten any of the benefits of it. That's something that was actually said by one of the city council members last night, and while there are a few people who are kind of groaning and grumbling about that in the gallery where I was sitting, it does kind of tell you that the Stars probably did a pretty good job of, I don't want to say pitting cities against each other, but let's say made it a competitive bid process by different cities in the Metroplex. And so Plano obviously decided they wanted to be the ones to come out on top. And from everything we've been hearing, and even heard this recently from Brad Alberts over the last 24 hours, it sounds like Plano did a good job of making it a very, very attractive proposition for the team. And it sure looks like that's the way things are headed. But, still early days yet, I suppose.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to Dart, Kevin, the rail runs on the east side, so it wouldn't be very close at all to where the arena would be. And then the bus system, I think they even started discussing an alternative for Dart being in the city of Plano. So that would be another proposal that would be kind of difficult to make that all happen. But it is right next to the toll road. There's some options there. But and I think they love the idea that George Bush runs that way. But if you're going to have the Valley View Mavericks over at 635 in the tollway, that could be a congested area at some point through there. I just the other part that kind of really stands out from the renderings, and I do love some renderings, Robert. You
guys do know how to party.
There is there's a district, there's an entertainment kind of district that they built there, and I was talking to my wife because we live pretty close to the area where they're going to be doing this. I was talking to her about it, and I was like, "Where would you place the arena?" And she was like, "It just makes sense to place it in the back where the mall currently is." But then it seems like they want to utilize that surrounding area. I mean, we see what they did with Texas Live, but they feel like that surrounding area can be a great entertainment district that they can also benefit from too.
Yeah, and that's in the proposal. I've read a lot of documents and stuff too over the last little while, kind of detailing the proposal. And something that was brought up by actually a couple of citizens last night was, okay, maybe this is actually a good thing, and maybe the stadium is the right thing to do. But this tax increment financing reinvestment zone, this is far, far bigger than just the stadium area. This is extends to acres and acres, both north and south of where the proposed stadium site would be. So this seems much more like a priority. Again, this is the citizen saying this. This seems much more like a prioritization of this part of Plano at possibly the expense of other parts. That was a concern that was raised. And certainly it does seem like they're trying to build a big complex that's both, the arena and then another $1 billion or $2 billion of the surrounding district as well. The tone from the comments of the city council last night was very much, this is a big opportunity. All the proposals with the TIRZ, the tax increment, basically the way they're going to fund that $700 million that Plano is planning to contribute to the $1 billion plus of construction and development costs. They're assuming that tax dollars are going to do that. And they're assuming that these measures to take these tax dollars from that area to fund that, it's all their projections, and you can read them in detail, they all project to more than cover that amount. Now, of course, they probably projected that the mall, that the Shops at Willow Bend was going to be doing really a lot better.
Yeah, probably so.
Later. So things can change, and obviously there's always some measure of exposure anytime you have a project this big, to what's going to happen a decade or 2 decades or more from now. But that's the proposal, that this, in theory, is going to bring a ton of business, and those tax dollars are going to be really good things for the city, and the city and the 8 elected representatives all seem to be thinking that this is ultimately going to be for the betterment of the people there, whenever and however they actually get to the arena.
Kevin, obviously we love Robert Tiffin and StarsThoughts.com and the work that he does. Fantastic job covering the Stars, but now also real estate mogul when it comes to the conversation about real estate.
I'm most impressed that you haven't asked him how much your taxes are going to go up yet.
Well,
Corey.
you and I already worked through that the other day. So.
Yeah, we really did. So while all of this is happening, how concerned are the Stars at also picking up Dylan Larkin because Jason Robertson wants too much money? What's the story there?
I think on paper, sure, you have one team where a player wants to get out and one team that's not sure they'll be able to convince a player to stay. So, sure, on paper, okay, then those two teams just need to talk to each other, and boom, one guy might not want to stay, one guy definitely wants to leave. Great, easy. This is great. We've all made trades with baseball cards in junior high that work more or less this way, right?
Or now,
I have like six Gary Gaetti cards. I need to deal one of them
for sure.
For years. Yep. But realistically, acquiring Dylan Larkin, I mean, he's a center, and he's a good center. He's about a point per game center, but he's also going to be 30 this summer. He's at a decent cap hit, around, a little over $8 million, I think, for another few years. So in theory, it gives the Stars a little bit more cap space, but adding another center means you're going to have to move one of Rope Hintz, Wyatt Johnson, or Matt Duchene to the wing. The Stars tried moving Duchene to the wing this year. It did not work. They tried moving the wing on multiple lines. It just didn't work. So Duchene seems more comfortable as a center. I don't think you can realistically say that a 30-year-old Dylan Larkin should displace Rope Hintz, who's also about to be 30. I think you can do that. You can try it, but as we saw with Duchene, there's no guarantee that moving someone to the wing will work, even if you move Larkin to the wing. And I don't think you want to make a move that big predicated on the hope that a center being moved to wing is going to make the team better. So, and also, it should be mentioned, Larkin has full control, and I think the Detroit Free Press, I think it was Len St. James, reported that the Stars aren't necessarily even one of the teams that Larkin would approve a trade to, and he has a full no move clause. So it might all be a moot point, but it's a nice thought.
On the more likelihood of things happening, do you feel like the Stars will kind of move off of that $12 million number to get closer to Robertson's, or do you think the negotiation will eventually end somewhere in the $12 million range?
From where all the math that I've done, the Stars could go a little above 12, and I would wager that they would even maybe be willing to go as high as like 13 flat if that's absolutely what it would take to keep Robertson. But anything above that 13 number, I just don't see how it's going to work. I mean, just that 12.5 or 13 number already means you're going to have to trade an Ilya Lyubushkin or someone like that. You're going to have to trade a Radek Foxer or a Sam Steele for a league minimum contract to fill their spot. So it's already going to mean kind of taken away from some of your depth at other positions just to keep a player, and again, a player who may have had the best season of any left wing in the NHL this year in Jason Robertson. So it's not. I think that's easy to forget. But really, when you look down the list, Robertson had an incredible year, and he's had an incredible career, really. There's a reason the Stars are seriously considering trying to keep him at that 12 number or whatever it might be. But I do think that getting anywhere much above 12 and maybe 13 at the absolute max, anything above that is kind of a no-go. So I do think that the most likely outcome is they'll settle on somewhere between that, like a 12, 12.5, 12.7, something like that seems sort of middle ground. But again, a lot of it depends on the details in the contract, how signing bonuses are structured, all that sort of thing. Like any lawyer will tell you, everything comes with consideration. Everything one way, consideration the other, and consideration is just code for money. So we'll see what happens.
Or it feels like another way of saying whereas.
Mm-hmm.
So
Whereas.
thank you very much, as always, for your varied degree of information that you provide to us. Starsthoughts.com for everything from Robert Tiffin. We appreciate it, man.
You bet, guys. Enjoy that 5-mile walk from the Addison Dart Station to the arena.
There you go. Expressing the concerns of the people.
Yeah.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
Who was the voice of your childhood, plus the best part of the World Cup? Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Ryan Schottenheimer about 15 minutes. Plus, we got the Rangers Twins ticket giveaway in the noon.
Oh,
but
yes.
now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah!
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, the best part about the World Cup that has nothing to do with the gameplay itself.
Oh.
We will get to that here in just a few moments. We go to the National Day calendar, where today is National Donald Duck Day.
Oh, so we shouldn't be wearing pants?
I mean,
why does he wear a shirt but no pants?
You know, there's a lot of characters in the cartoon landscape that I feel like don't abide by the same rules of society when it comes to clothing and appearance that we have to, and I'm kind of mad about it.
But the more important thing is, whenever he gets out of the shower, he always wraps a towel around his waist.
That's a good point.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Gotta cover up the corkscrew.
You never wear pants, bro.
Gonna act like Kevin didn't say
You ever
that.
walk in, call it that?
No, but the ducks.
The corkscrew's
Isn't
here.
Isn't
to open your wine bottle.
was
but
my
isn't
nickname
the
in high
ducks
school.
thing a corkscrew? Oh my goodness.
I thought that was a pig's. Is that its tail?
Started that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, curly Q, you know. Anyways, the question of the day today, you heard it in the tease. Who was the voice of your childhood? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well. You can have multiple answers. I know it's hard to pick one.
Okay, I'm going to give you two answers that are very, very different.
Oh, no.
Ahmad Rashad.
Oh, my gosh.
And Kevin Conroy. Kevin Conroy is the voice of Batman from Batman the Animated Show. And
that's right.
As a sports show, you guys probably know who Ahmad Rashad is. So those are my two answers.
The Joker voice, though, that dude he wasn't
Mark
very
Hamill,
good. Not a very good actor.
Shut your mouth. He did a spot on The Simpsons at a Star Wars convention, and he's like, they're doing dinner theater. He goes, Homer, use the Force? And he goes, the forks. And he's just pointing right over there. Very funny.
He not really well known for anything else, though.
Except for Luke Skywalker and animated stuff. You're not wrong about that.
He was in a movie called The Life of Chuck.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Where he was absolutely brilliant.
That's right.
Very good character. Very good movie.
You're welcome.
This is interesting because I can't think of any, I don't know who did the voice of Yogi the Bear, but I watched a lot of Yogi the Bear back in the day.
Yeah.
But I went with Mel Allen, This Week in Baseball. That voice just always stood out.
That's a good answer.
But man, so much of my life was spent in the car or in the truck with my dad, driving back from baseball practice. I have countless nights of coming home from whether it was Seagoville or wherever we were playing, and being in the truck with him and Eric Nadel calling baseball games. And so that is a very personal. When we're around Eric, it's like I'm kind of geeking out because this is. I just listened to him describe everything. We'd have the window down on the highway, and I could still hear Eric and even Mark Holtz. His voice too stands out so
Mark
much.
Holtz,
so it is a lot of baseball when it comes to the voice that I have from my childhood.
Do you think we'll be like that for anybody?
I did listen to y'all when I was a teenager.
Dude, and one of our...
Listen to the show, we'll hire you.
That's right.
Well,
wait, that's probably
one of our favorite guests, Kyle Yeomans. Remember the first time we had him on, he was like, guys, I used to listen to y'all when I was in Waco. And we were like, oh, man. He was like, I was in high school, and you guys were on nights. And I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
We're your favorite sports media personality's favorite show, is what I'm going to say.
That is true. That is true.
Back to you, Alec.
Corey and these dismounts, they're just there.
You know, one of these days there's going to be a quarterback in the NFL, and he's going to be like, I can't wait. Rex Burkhead was our running back.
Yeah.
There's going to be a quarterback that grew up in the DFW area, and he's going to be like, you know what? I love that show, and I can't wait to hop on.
Hell yeah.
You know what? And I'd be willing to bet that it's going to come from the city of Mansfield, because I was showing Aiden this earlier. They just released like phase 2 of Rose Park's new renovations, and there's like an American Ninja Warrior style training course being added and a 40-yard dash test strip. Like a dedicated 40-yard dash area at a public park. I'm like, that's what we're doing now? That's awesome. Yeah,
this is what kids' entertainment is running as fast as they can for 40 yards.
Yes,
awesome.
That's what I did all the time. Like during summer, you know, like the voluntary workouts, if you will, Kevin. I know those are your favorite that we did in middle school and high school for track. Like we would show up and we would literally just say, who can run the fastest 40?
Alec, you weren't quite with us yet at the time.
Oh, I wasn't alive.
But it was my 40th birthday party.
Possible.
Adrian had thrown me a surprise party, and I was very happy to see that Kevin and Mike and Reggie had showed up. And this was during the
Alec,
COVID time.
I need to tell you a story about that later.
Kevin worked really hard to make sure that happened.
Those stupid Nimrods. That's today? God.
But it got deep into the night.
Yes.
Deep into the night. And my son had been running track, and he was convinced
my God, yes.
that he was the fastest kid on the planet. And Reggie was like, I will cook you. And I was like, y'all go ahead. And so there are Reggie and my son Avery in the street at 1 o'clock in the morning, sprinting as fast as they could.
Was the video game truck still out there at that same time?
I think it had just kind of taken off. But yeah, all of a sudden we had street races out in the middle of my little Plano street out there. And I was laughing so hard. It was awesome. It was really fun to watch, but Reggie was faster by far. And then he was like, I just had to show the kid. That's Reginald Atatula, who used to be our producer and is now running radio in Houston.
He was just in Italy.
Yeah.
I see what you did there, running radio. See what you did there. He was in Italy. He looked good. Good for him. Let's see. From the 817, the voice of their childhood, the narrator from The Sandlot.
Oh,
That's a good one.
I wonder how many people
watch
it
that
is.
movie a lot.
Daniel Stern, then, the narrator from Wonder Years.
Ooh.
I could see that one, too.
Let's see. From the 817, Howard Cosell.
Oh, have we got a ball game for you? That
From the
very good.
469, Pat Summerall and Eric Nadel.
Ooh, see, I could see Pat. I mean, that makes sense. But I could also see the combo of Pat Summerall and John Madden being the voice of some people's childhood. I like it.
100% from the 469, Jim Carrey. That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
And then for me, guys, Kevin, you'll appreciate this, Kevin. Michael Cole. He was the voice of my childhood.
Yes.
Yeah, the
wrestling
World
announcer.
Wrestling Entertainment broadcaster, the play-by-play man, who, hey, Tim Collins used to work with. Actually hired him, I think, or was his manager at one point down in Houston, which is still the craziest story. And the story of how Michael Cole got a job in WWE, still the most random thing.
Well, that's not his real name.
That's right.
That was the most stunning part of that to me.
That breaks my heart. My childhood heart is still smashed because of that.
Because he referenced him once, and I was like, who?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he goes to the announcer, and I was like, I don't know who that is.
That's not a real person.
Dude, you said a moment ago, I'm sorry, I just remembered this. You said your show's favorite show or something along those lines. Last night,
your favorite sports personality, media personality's favorite show.
And they tell us that a lot.
Yes.
But last night, there was a moment, I don't know if it was Legler or Richard Jefferson that said it, but they were going around the room and they were showing all the stars that were in the Knicks facility last night. And the line went something like, every superstar you've ever liked is rooting against you in this arena. And I was like, that's a wild way to put it, because then they show Chris Rock and they show all these people and you're like,
that's funny.
Jay-Z's there, it's your favorite rapper, and he's rooting against you right now. And I was like, that's kind of crazy.
That is a good
You got to go silence your favorite people.
And then, guys, the best part of the World Cup, that is not actually anything to do with soccer is the fans coming over to the U.S. and exploring from other countries. We talked about how Chattanooga was getting dunked all over yesterday, but there's an account called @FreddyLA7 on Twitter who is a Germany fan. He is a German fan who has made his way to the great American South, where he is discovering what the city of Atlanta and Atlanta adjacent is like. And to his amazement, there's a lot of woods out there. There's a lot of forest, but
it's true.
He is documenting all of his firsts in the U.S., including his first trip to Waffle House. Other places, the Holy Land, as he called it, a picture of Taco Bell. Walmart, he wanted to see what an American Walmart is like. And he is documenting all of these things with pictures. He was overwhelmed by the Coca-Cola remix machine at Wendy's where you can choose your soda.
That's an amazing bit of technology.
He said, and I quote, "How am I supposed to choose from all of this? This is overwhelming me." He's documenting every little thing, and you need to go check him out @FreddyLA7. It's kind of wholesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, it's time to hear from Sade.
7-on-7, then honestly I like to do because I don't think it's real football. Quarterbacks like to get maybe not chased, but it's part of the game. And so, but they're both doing good. We're rotating them evenly. The first week was Joe getting most of the twos and Sam mixing in, and this week it's the other way around. But it's going to be a fun competition, and I love how they're pushing each other to be great.
Did Joe not do something enough for you to say, going into this year, he's my number 2 guy? Or is it more about we want to create competition?
Yeah, I think we're always trying to raise the level and improve the room any chance we get. And we've been very fortunate here, having some really great, young men that are competitors filling those spots, but you're always looking to build as much depth as you can. And a guy like Sam Howell, when you think about it, it's crazy. Sam Howell has more starts than Cooper Rush. Which is, because he started the 1 year at Washington, right? I think the entire year. He's been exposed to been in a lot of different systems, which I think is great for all of us.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys, just a little housekeeping to start off. Who's not practicing for the wedding or whatever?
Well, there's lots going on. So I actually have my handy-dandy thing because I knew you were going to ask me. Really what we're dealing with, Duran's doing great, coming off the foot. Ezraku's excused today. He's doing great. He's dealing with something personal. Jonathan Mingo's got a groin strain. He'll be limited mocks and walkthroughs that you guys don't see. Jalen Thompson's dealing with a little minor pec strain, nothing crazy. And then I'll let you guys know Matt Hennessy is having neck surgery today. He had a disc issue that showed up, and more than likely, no timetable, but more than likely probably PUP guy for us.
Overzone here or not here?
He's here. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, you got time for a honeymoon. The wedding's fine, but the honeymoon can wait a couple weeks, right?
Pickens is not here, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. You talked about competition, and you certainly talked about competition back to quarterback. What does that look like at left tackle? Is it open competition? Are they alternating reps like they're doing it back at quarterback, or is it Tyler DeLuz?
No, same thing. So week 1 was Tyler Guyton with the ones, and then week 2 actually it started in phase 2. So this week I think Tyler Guyton's back with the ones this week, but it's been a full week. What we're trying to do this year a little different. I think it's better. Again, as we evolve and grow and I learn, is let them do it for a week. Or a number of practices, so you get a chance of, hey, he had a bad day, had a good day, but you want to see it more consistently. So we're giving them really kind of 3 practices in a row to get those reps and to work with those guys, but it's an open competition. And again, both those guys are fighting hard for it. They're both working really, really hard, both on the classroom or in the classroom and off, and it should be a fun one.
Are there any other position like that where you're purposely rotating? Is that doing the same thing, backup running back, on you doing a tight end? Any other position like you're doing like that?
Yeah, most of them where there's not a true established guy. Like we're excited. Let's talk about the running backs for a second. Javonte, obviously tremendous year last year, but we're really excited about the young guys with Jaden and Phil. Malik Davis, we know what he is. Izzy's a guy that we really like coming out of Pitt. So I would say really most positions that don't have a established, like a no-brainer guy, we're creating competition, and we're also moving pieces around. Like you're going to see Kobe Durant, playing corner but playing nickel. You're going to see Caleb Downs playing safety, playing nickel. You're going to see, Marist moving around doing different things. So we want to create competition. Now's the time to do it because, again, we're getting through the installs for the first time, and then when we get into training camp, it heats up a little bit more.
Did you mention CD, by the way?
CD?
As part of that group?
Yeah. CD's not here today. Yeah, he had excused absence.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
A quick Pickens question. Yep. Obviously, he's not been around next week if he's here for the mini camp. Do you anticipate limiting his work just because you don't know where he's been or what he's been doing exactly?
Yeah, we'll be smart. I have no questions. He's working, but what you don't want to do is put a guy in here that you don't know exactly where he's at, Todd, because let's be honest, we don't truly know how much running he's doing, and he's obviously a great athlete, but we'll be smart, but there's plenty of things he can do from the mocks to the walkthroughs and get him back into the system. But again, if we're cautious, it's just because we want to be cautious. It's not because we don't think he's not working. We think he's putting in the work and preparing to have a hell of a year.
And then we've
There
heard
they are. See, they're fired up.
Fun club.
Yep, they're out there.
We've heard a lot of coaches talk about a second-year jump for players. For you, what's a second-year jump as you go into your year 2 as head coach?
I mean, it's obviously going to start with more wins. Getting the culture to continue to grow. Like I said, I think in one of the deals this year, the culture has been really fun to create because you got a lot of new faces, and we certainly weren't expecting as many changes on the defensive staff that we ended up making. But I'm excited about the culture. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to wins and losses. I feel much more comfortable in year 2. I think I've got my hands around more of the things that I want to, and I've also been able to, really do a after action report on myself and making little tweaks throughout, and just much more comfortable.
What are some of those things you've gotten your hands around more, do you think?
Well, I mean, being more involved in the defense early on, that's a big one. Being more involved in special teams, being really the head coach and in charge of all 3 phases, and having a handle of that. I think, the personnel side of it has been good for me to dive back into the 3-4 world. And then practice schedules, meetings. I'm a big guy on don't rinse or repeat, and try to change things up. But we'll make some adjustments to some of the practice schedules we do for training camp and things like that. Some of our daily schedule, and even the way we practice during the season. So all those things have come from me doing after action reports of myself, but also talking to some of my peers and asking them how they do it. Guys have been doing it for a number of years, and I've been fortunate to have some really good conversations with people.
John Machado with The Athletic. Tyler Guyton mentioned last week Tyron Smith being around a little bit. What do you think that's done, and what do you think of stuff like that? Yeah,
I love it. I remember when Tyron announced his retirement, talking to Tyler Guyton, and Tyler Guyton telling me, I didn't know this, but that was his idol. Tyler Guyton idolizes Tyron, and rightfully so. Incredible player, and but I think the thing about Tyron is the understanding of fundamentals and techniques and what it takes to play offensive tackle at a high level. When you've got some young players like Tyler Guyton, Nate Thomas, Drew Shelton, why wouldn't you want a guy that's still in the area, still loves the Cowboys to come and be around? It's a win-win for us, and any chance Tyron gets to be here, we want him to be around.
And then, obviously, a lot of receivers on your roster right now. What do you look for when you look at maybe that bottom of what's going to make the 53, like a 5th, 6th receiver?
Special teams, man. As you guys know, when you get through those first 3 guys, 4 and 5 have to have special teams value. I'll be bragging about a couple guys now, but Ryan Florno, I really think, is taking the next step. I think he's got a chance to be a terrific receiver in this league, but he's shown up for us on special teams in a big way. MVS, Valdez-Scantling's doing an awesome job. He has to play special teams. He knows that. He hasn't done that a whole lot. So we've talked to him about that. He's got the speed to be a gunner. But really, when you get through that first, 40, low 40 number, those last 10, 9, 8 roster spots is going to come down to special teams, and I think that's a big part of it.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. What's been the biggest either change or thing you're trying to develop on the most on the offensive side of the ball coming out of those after-action reports, and specifically here in the OTA minicamp setting? How are y'all trying to manifest that on the field?
Yeah, in terms of the offense, the evolution, it's just basically look at what we did last year and build compliments off of it, Nick. Knowing that everyone that we play early, the Giants, the Commanders, they're going to be studying the entire year. That's what we all do, and so how do we complement some of the things that we did really, really well? That's a big part of it. You'll see a big emphasis on ball security for us. Again, I say it, I think, every time I'm up here, and it's because it disgusts me. -9. It's awful. And, we got to protect the football better on offense. We got to take it away on defense, but that's an area where we need to make a big jump. And, so last year we really didn't spend a lot of time doing ball security circuits. So are you going to repeat history? No, you're going to do something about it. And so I think, Clayton, Derek Foster, the offensive staff, L-Dub, they've done a great job of coming up with different ball security circuits where we're teaching guys not only how to protect the football, head, body, tail, clasp it in traffic, but getting the ball in the outside arm, it's basic fundamentals, like where you see a guy carrying the ball in the outside arm versus the inside arm. And when it's in the outside arm, it's nearer to the sideline, it's protected. If it's in the inside arm, it's more vulnerable. And so there's things like that we're doing a deep dive into getting fixed.
And a couple of year two guys, Phil Moffa and Savone Rebel. How have you seen the development of those two guys?
Yeah, Phil's right there in the thick of the battle to work behind Javonte Williams along with Jaden. Both those guys are very good players, both young. I think Phil's body, when you see him out there, he looks great. He's done a really good job of just, getting his body where it needs to be going into year two. Last year he had the shoulders that he was, a little bit limited with some of the training he could do. And for Von, it's really been just kind of diving in with CP and Derek Ansley and the secondary guys and learning the techniques. And the biggest thing we're doing with Von right now is trying to, get him to where he's trusting his speed, his ability to make up, his ability to use his hands. And he can't just be a press corner. He's very good at press, but we're also going to ask him to do some other things in this system and something that he really probably hasn't done before. So a lot of time on the grass and in the meeting rooms working on some of those skill sets, and then once we get going in pads, we want to see Von turn it loose.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. From when you guys got Joe Milton last year to this point, and watching him play in the preseason and the regular season, where have you seen him progress the most?
I would probably say understanding our protections. Some of the things we do from a protectional standpoint is different than he did certainly in college, but even in New England in terms of solving problems and some of our referred to as trouble series versus certain blitz looks and blitz pickups. And I think he's grown tremendously. And I think that's the main thing a quarterback needs to understand is protection, because if you don't know when you're protected or when you're not, that's a problem. And so, especially with the way the game's being played now with all the simulated pressures, and you see defenses doing a lot more. They're dropping known defensive linemen out. And so the number count or changing the math is real. But that's been one of the biggest things. The other thing I would say, because he's such a good athlete, that he's adapted to now is his training of the footwork.
Kobe Durant last year played a lot of outside. What does an ideal role for him look like in this defense? Do you want him out there? He can play the slot too, or are you mixing and matching? What would the ideal thing look for him?
Yeah, again, I think it's too early to say that. I mean, I've been studying the league a little bit, and for example, I've been watching some teams that have played the Rams, their early opponents that played them last year, and studying. And the one thing that Kobe shows up on is obviously incredible ball skills. A couple interceptions against Seattle that I remember. Excellent tackler, but he's good at both. And what I love about him is the command. The way he communicates is elite, and I think the guy's a damn good football player that we're really, really excited about to find whatever that role is. I think the versatility is what makes him so exciting.
Dave Loffenberg, Cowboys Radio Network, 105.3 The Fan. So Brian, obviously you had Christian Parker in the room, played against him 2 times last year. I'm assuming you've sat down with him and have him give his views on how they attacked you and what he saw last year. How beneficial has that been for you, and anything enlightening about what he talked about in terms of how they approached your offense? CP and I talk basically every day about different things, and usually when, he and I are 2 of the later guys here, so when the day kind of unwinds and we're finishing up, I'll go in and sit for, sometimes 20, 30, 40 minutes, and we'll just talk about different things, how the day went, what were some of the changes maybe that they made after the practice film, if I don't get in there for the practice film, babe. And but yeah, we've talked about all that. We've talked about how they attacked us, how they played us, how Vic sees us. I'm not going to tell you all the things that we've discussed, But again, CP is way more than just, he gets
tagged with the moniker of Vic, but he's way more than just a Vic Fangio disciple, and he loves Vic, and Vic is, to me, is one of the best, if not the best in the league right now. And but CP's knowledge of football in general is a great asset to our staff and our football team.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. When you're talking about the turnover margin, are you, don't say both, are you more concerned with improving the way, not say both, are you more concerned with improving the way you protect the ball or improving the rate at which you took it away?
Well, if you're not going to let me say what I want to say, I'm going to start with, if you don't give it up, then you're not going to lose the turnover battle, right? So if we don't turn the ball over, it's going to be zeros, right? So I would say that. And again, I just, we proved it last year, Brad, that, we could go 4 straight games without a turnover. And there was too many multiple turnover games on offense. We were sloppy. We were careless with the ball. Mostly as ball carriers. A couple of them were on really third and long, like situation where we were checking the ball down. We are going to probably punt, and we ended up losing possession of the ball. So, since you won't let me say what I want to say, I'm going to say, securing the ball.
Okay, and following up on that, I don't know the statistic. I don't know if you had the fewest PBUs in the league last year, but if you didn't, you were pretty close. How much intrinsically does the new way you're going to be playing defense address that?
Yeah, well, I'll just say this, and it's OTAs, and you're limited with what you can do, but I'm thrilled about where our pass defense is right now. The flexibility, the versatility of flipping the clouds and changing that up, and the disguise. Last year certainly wasn't good enough in the back half. It wasn't just coaches, it wasn't just players, it was all of us. And so, but where we stand today, 4 installs in, going into 5. If you look at this style of defense historically, they've always been in the top 10 or so, if not higher, in pass defense. And there's a reason for that.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Jaden Blue was pretty candid at the end of last year about the learning curve to be a professional and how he wanted to improve that going into year 2. Obviously, the offseason is a big kind of check marker for that as well. How did he kind of approach that, and what have you seen so far from him in terms of that?
I think he's doing great. Came back with a different look than what he had his rookie year. I think most rookies have to figure it out. I thought, he and I had a very candid conversation, Joe, at the exit interviews. We just kind of put it all out there, put all cards on the table. He didn't like being inactive, and I was very honest with my opinion of why he wasn't active. And so we had some really great conversations, and he took that and he ingested it, took it in, and he's come back with a great look on his face and a great work ethic, and intelligence is off the charts. I mean, the guy is football brilliant. He really is, and obviously you see the speed and explosiveness. He's going to be a huge part of what we want to do, but he's got to continue to do his part, which he's doing great right now. So I would say night and day from where he was last year.
PJ Locke spent some time with Caleb Downs after practice. He said they've been doing that every single day. In terms of what you were hoping to get with PJ Locke, how much was the leadership, veteran kind of experience component a part of that? Yeah, it was a big part of it. CP had him in Denver, knew more about him than I did. I will say this, I've shared with you guys, I've been taking, 8, 9, 10 guys to dinner most Tuesdays, and one of the nights that we went, that PJ was there, listening to him talk to the rookies and explain his story and his journey, from Pittsburgh to undrafted, all the different things that he had to deal with, to not thinking, shoot, am I ever going to make it in this league, and all those things. And the insight that he brings to this locker room is, I think, invaluable. And having the insight is one thing, but being willing to share it and talk. As much as I literally called Brian Wansley the next morning and said, hey, you need to have PJ Locke talk to the rookies. Because I think there was 3 or 4 rookies there that night. But I was like, they all need to hear his story and what he's about. And he's just a terrific young man.
There you go. Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan, giving you injury updates, play rotations, and dinner schedules. Coming up next, we will do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for NFL overreaction or reality, and we will start with this. This is kind of something that Schottenheimer was just talking about, so I'll kick it over to y'all. Overreaction or reality? You fear the Cowboys' pass rush by committee this season will not work.
What do you mean by will not work?
You'll be disappointed in the pass rush.
I don't think it's going to be ineffective. I think, but I've said many times, my expectation for it is to be a lot of coverage sacks, not a lot of sacks forced by the issue. You might have some moments where a blitz works for you, and I think you're going to have some more middle linebacker blitzes that are effective for you than we're used to seeing. But I don't think it's going to be ineffective because I don't have an expectation for it. I think, and he kind of detailed everything we've been talking about this offseason, didn't he? What Schottenheimer was just going through, where he was talking about using numbers to kind of skew what you're seeing for the quarterback and changing his clock by, making him confused as what he's seeing downfield. And that's why I've been saying over and over now that I think it's going to be, because your coverage does things, it creates a little chaos that either makes a quarterback break out of the pocket faster than he wants to, and that becomes a sack, or a short yardage play that probably could have gone for more had they not done what they done. But I also discussed with you a couple weeks ago, why not have both? Like, what's keeping you from saying we can do that, but we can also create pressure with our one-on-one matchups up front? And I think that's still a possibility. But yeah, I think if you're saying we need this number and that, I don't think you're going to be excited based on the pressure you're getting, but the coverage should be good.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You fear the Cowboys' pass rush by committee this season will not work.
To this point, overreaction. I think this is schematic. I think it's purely planned. I think it's something that we should expect, that there's not going to be any jarring number in a positive manner from one single player or two single players on this team. And you look at the Seattle Seahawks, the reigning Super Bowl champions, who we talk about defensively masterminds in the scheme that they run, just beautiful. Mike McDonald and all the work that he's doing. They were tied for 7th with the most sacks in the league last year. If you go to their team stats, there was 3 players who led the team in sacks for the Seahawks, all tied at 7 apiece. And then there's DeMarcus Lawrence at 4th with 6. So I don't mind the idea. I'm not saying that they're going to copy the Seahawks model overnight, but I think that's just kind of the NFL that we're trending towards, where there's not necessarily the one dominant pass rusher on some of these better defenses. It's the sum of all of the parts. Does everybody understand how to play within the system?
Overreaction or reality? Someone outside of the current betting top 5 will win Offensive Rookie of the Year. That includes Jeremiah Love, Fernando Mendoza, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, and Jadarian Price. Overreaction or reality? Somebody besides one of those 5.
Overreaction.
Oh, my goodness.
Hold on, was Carson Beck on that list?
He was not.
It's because Jeremiah Love's on there.
Yeah.
He's going to hand the ball off and throw the ball off. Yeah, they're just going to. I think that's it. Like, this was a
technically, if they were co-rookie of the year, that would mean someone outside the top of the list won rookie of the year in a way.
This was a very defense heavy draft, and I feel like the offensive side of it, but I think that group right there is going to produce the one, because there were some guys that were taken because they needed them.
Alec, what say you?
Give me the list again, because I think I might have a name.
Jeremiah Love, Fernando Mendoza, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, and Jadarian Price.
I was going to run a bit and say Spencer Fano, just so the Browns can be like, we're good at drafting. No, overreaction. Like Corey said, the top end of this draft was just not super fun in terms of offensive players.
Right.
Just to put it frankly, if there was another good quarterback in this class that just stood out more than Ty Simpson, that list would be excluding someone like a Jordan Tyson or something where I would say absolutely that makes sense. That's the group. I can't really argue. It's going to be one of those guys, and it's probably going to end up being Jeremiah Love.
For the next one, I take you to Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams said, no more of this Madden curse. We're going to go out and do all the things we need to do to stay healthy, do all the things we need to do, study film, be prepared each week, go out there and handle business. Overreaction or reality? If you believe in such things, Caleb Williams will break the Madden curse.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll believe in it, for one, because I've seen it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Or do you just think it's regression?
Whatever happened to Peyton Hillis?
It shouldn't have been on that cover. We can all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. He had a really good year. And they were like, let's put the white rhino on there.
I want to see sales for that year. And how much sales are like ebbed and flowed depending on the cover athletes. I don't know.
That was a good question.
We'll look into that.
Or like the like whatever addition they made to the game.
But I feel like they gotten to the point where they're like, hey, we tweaked this one part.
That's all we can do now.
Oh, neat.
I think he can.
Okay. Alec, overreaction or reality? If you believe in such things, Caleb Williams will end the Madden curse. Break the Madden curse, excuse me.
Do you believe?
I don't. Overreaction, because this is my favorite thing about the Madden curse. There's no definition. I'm allowed to move the goalposts as much as I want for this.
Okay.
So he could go out there and pass for 5,000 yards and 55 touchdowns. If he loses a playoff game, I'm going to say that he didn't beat the curse.
Yeah.
You know, if he goes out there and he only completes 50% of his passes and they win a Super Bowl, I'm going to say he still had a bad statistical year. He won a Super Bowl. I'm going to move the goalposts to fit this narrative. I don't care. Overreaction.
1999, the first player on a Madden cover, Garrison Hurst, suffered a gruesome career-threatening leg and ankle injury in his very next playoff game. Michael Vick in 2004 broke his fibula in the preseason shortly after the game's release. Sean Alexander, listen to me. Sean Alexander suffered a broken foot in week 3 of the season after winning MVP, missing games and failing to reach half of his previous season's. Okay. Peyton Hillis suffered various injuries and poor form the next year. Antonio Brown, after being named the cover athlete, his career took a drastic downturn, including bizarre off-field incidents, frostbite, and an early exit from the NFL.
Was that because of Madden? Now, you're telling me since 1999.
That's only a few of them.
All right, so that's 5 out of 28 years.
Christian McCaffrey.
That just sounds like football.
Brett
Christian
Favre.
McCaffrey was going to get hurt regardless of if he was on the cover of Madden. Brett Favre was going to show his D to people who didn't want it, whether or not he was on the cover of Madden. And still, well, I don't want to get sued by him, but also looks like, you know what, stole money as well. So there's that. Overreaction or reality? The more you think about it, the more you are concerned that the Cowboys' bye is so late in the season.
I told you that to start. Like, I didn't love it because it's honestly your fault. Because you set this expectation that 10 would be a great time to take a break.
Yes.
And so my mind was just like, yes, it would be. 10 is a great time. And they were like, week 19. We're waiting the whole season. It's not week 19, by the way. It's week 14.
Thank you.
But they were like, we're going to wait till almost the end of the season. It's stressful because there's a middle of your schedule right there that's very difficult. You got a couple of difficult games that you really need to win, and your bodies might be worn down. They're going to have to do a couple of different things. Start hot. Dak's already said that. What this schedule is, we're going to have to start hot. We cannot hit the ground walking at all.
Right.
And they're going to have to figure out ways to balance out this offense and defense so well that it still has legs in it by the time they hit that point in the schedule. It does concern me.
Alec, what say you?
Overreaction. I said it when it happened. I kind of like it. I just hate, the only thing that I hate when it comes to scheduling is the early bye. I don't hate anything else. But I kind of like the idea of if You start hot, that's a big if. If you start hot, you play consistent. If your defense is average, even at worst, just average, if it's just kind of existing, your offense looks reminiscent to what you saw last year, maybe not exactly 1-to-1, you're probably going to have a winning record. And I like the idea of having that late season reward of go ahead and reset mentally and physically, take the week to yourself, get recalibrated as we go into this final stretch of the season. Hopefully you get a couple wins, and then you go into the postseason feeling a little bit fresher, not totally fresh because it's not at the very end of the season, but a little bit fresher going into the postseason. So I kind of like it. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I think I'm okay with it.
I just love this, Kevin, from the 254. Everyone knows John Madden was a voodoo warlock, but since he's no longer with us, is the curse over? I just love the emphasis on it.
Warlock.
Everybody knows this, too.
Man. Okay. Interesting. Overreaction or reality? At the age of 32, Derrick Henry will once again lead the league in rushing. He did so in 2019, 2020, and last year he was in second place, 26 yards behind James Cook.
Ooh, interesting.
So overreaction or reality? At the age of 32, Derrick Henry will once again lead the league in rushing.
Well, you got Declan Doyle, the offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens, coming from, was he with the Bears, I believe? He was doing some work with the Bears.
He was the offensive coordinator for the Bears. He was the primary play caller.
I have no doubt about it.
Oh,
anybody that's worked in that area knows
play designer.
A guy, and he was also with the Broncos too before that. He's going to want to run the football, and now if he's smart about it, he mixes it up and uses Derrick Henry and somebody else effectively.
Right.
But I mean, you also have Lamar Jackson there. But Kevin, you've said often, why would you not hand Derrick Henry the ball in this situation?
Yeah. I don't get it.
And I wouldn't go away from that if I'm
still
Declan
think
Doyle.
that's why Harbaugh got fired. Alec, it is to you then, overreaction or reality. At the age of 32, Derrick Henry will once again lead the league in rushing.
Reality, because of what Corey just mentioned. I am so football starved. I was actually reading up on Declan Doyle the other day, especially because I've kind of championed Jesse Minter as the next hotshot head coach. So I'm like, let me see if his staff is worth it.
Who's his running buddies?
And I was doing some reading into it. His work with Sean Payton, a little bit in Denver and whatnot. He does a lot of up-tempo stuff. His passing concepts are really interesting, but he did a lot of work and he got a lot of praise for what he did with Ben Johnson in terms of play designing, some of the stuff in installing. Obviously, Ben Johnson is doing the play calling in Chicago, but the actual coming up with some of these concepts, people are already calling him a genius out of Ravens OTAs, including Zay Flowers, who went out of his way to say this dude is a genius, including some of his space-creating route concepts on play action and whatnot. So I think this is all going to lead to good things for Derrick Henry. I think that this might be one of his better seasons just in terms of like flash plays and chunk plays, because I think you are going to get some deceptive play calling that's going to allow for some defenses to kind of guess the wrong way whenever they're matching up in front of that offense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got Gridiron Gravy. We've got the Rangers Twins ticket giveaway, but also the greatest sports dynasties that never were. 877-881-1053. Jump in on that conversation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
5-3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Yeah, good call, Bob Costas. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The greatest sports dynasties that never were. Now, you might think that the Thunder and or Spurs could fit this bill. Maybe. Maybe not. I honestly thought the Thunder were about to roll off 3 championships in a row. But that's not to say that they can't jump back, win numerous more championships this decade. I know a lot of people now think the Spurs are primed to dominate the NBA for a really long time. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. So I wanted to run down, and I'm sure we'll have some debates along the way about what exactly a dynasty is, but the greatest sports dynasties that never were. And I will start it off with the Atlanta Braves from 1991 to 1999. Bob Costas obviously was flat out wrong when he called them the team of the 90s because it ended up being the Yankees, but they made the playoffs all 8 times there were a playoffs because 94 existed. They won the World Series in 1995, but they also lost the World Series 4 times and lost the NLCS another 3 times. 1 championship in 9 years, no matter how many other times you almost won, does not a dynasty make. So I think it's so crazy that we don't look back at the Braves and we're like, they were one of the greatest teams in history. They won 4 World Series in 9 years. They had 3 of the greatest pitchers of all time. And instead you're like, you don't want to be like the Braves.
Yeah.
If you're good. If you're not good, you do want to be
Everybody
like the Braves.
wants to be like the Braves and be there until they're there. And then once you get there, it's like, now what are you going to do with it? And that's a really good one. Because when it comes, and I know we can loosely define dynasty, but let's say you're in 7 years and you are in 5 of them and win 4 of them, but you don't win in that 7-year span, but 1 back-to-back.
I have never thought, and I know a lot of people feel that way. I have never thought that you have to win back-to-back to be a dynasty, because under that definition, I'd be like, hell yeah, that team's a dynasty.
Phenomenal. We were great, and your core stayed together during that time. I think that dynasty always, in my opinion, has a lot to do with the core too.
Oh, I can see that.
But some people are just like, it's just the laundry.
Okay, not that, but that's where I had a tricky one with one team in particular.
The 90s Bulls.
No, I feel...
They had that big window where things just went missing, so they couldn't really be a dynasty.
Pretty confident that they were a dynasty, but we will have a Bulls adjacent in just a second. But I really struggled trying to figure out the Seattle Mariners from 1995, I'm going to say to 2001. But you talk about the core. This is one of the rare teams where they switched it out. That is an interesting person to start with. Ken Griffey Jr.
Randy Johnson.
And eventually, Ichiro.
And Edgar Martinez and Tino Martinez.
Hey, Tino.
Hey, Tino, you suck. Everybody's like, that's Edgar, dude. Shut up.
So you go back to 1995. They make it to the ALCS.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Griffey Jr. is 25, and Randy Johnson had just won the Cy Young. Did you know that they only made the playoffs one other time before Griffey left?
Really?
One of the great all-time players. And then Randy Johnson is gone too, but they reload. Ichiro takes over baseball in 2001. They have the best regular season record ever, and they lose in the ALCS again. So I look at that team and I'm like, man, if they would have won with Griffey and with Randy Johnson, like even in 95, would they have stayed longer? Did Griffey always want to go back to Cincinnati? Would they have kept them around and then Ichiro would have jump-started that to a whole another level? I look at that late 90s Mariners team along with the entire 90s of the Braves, and those are 2 that immediately jump to my mind. What do you think?
That's good.
From the 214, Texas Rangers. If they would have won in 10, they would have won in 11 and 12.
I still don't think they could have won in 10. They were a very good team. Bochy's team was too good.
I think
that is the epitome of buzzsaw.
That 2012 team I thought was better than 2010, but then they gave up.
One player gave up and the entire locker room fell apart.
Josh Hamilton.
Right in front of their manager's face.
Yes.
Laughed at him and walked off, and that was miserable because never mind. I'm looking at something right now that I think could have been one of the greatest dynasties in hockey.
Ooh, okay.
The Edmonton Oilers. But they just are not.
Yeah.
They have the best player, the best sidekick for that player.
Man.
Really sturdy goalie to go along with it.
And their sidekick would be the best at, what,
on most
20,
other teams,
24 teams?
Yeah, anybody would love to have Draisaitl. They would just love to have him. And they've
That's a good
had
answer.
a stout defense, but they just have that one hump that they couldn't get over. And this year it was so bad, like for them to be like, all the hockey we've played to try and get there, and we still can't do it.
Does it feel like, I know they'll keep playing, they'll keep being competitive. Do you feel like they're done?
I feel like McDavid might be looking for a way out.
Yeah.
I know if he sees Dylan Larkin take off from Detroit, he's going to be like, dude, same. Where's he going? I'll just go with him. Just send me there for nothing.
Now
that's one of them that stands out for sure. But I think the one is, I have a question about this.
Yeah.
This one you've probably seen 100 times already. It's
Bills.
the 90s Bills.
Yeah.
Were the 90s Bills a good team, or were they the third or fourth best team in the NFL because the NFC was so stacked?
Okay, that is interesting.
And that's why they kept getting back, was because the AFC wasn't good.
Because I think history has proven maybe one time they would have gotten out of the NFC and made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the rest of the times they would not. Man, I hadn't really...
So
I hadn't really thought about it from that perspective.
Like, we can look at those Oilers teams and you're like, those are good Oilers teams.
Yeah.
And yes, those Bills teams had stud players on it. Thurman Thomas was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Bruce Smith, the all-time leading sack leader. Like, there's all these
Jim
names.
Kelly, Andre Reed, yeah.
But was it just that was the easiest way to get there, and that's why they existed in that world?
Man, that is a tough question. I don't have a good answer to that because it kind of feels like that's what people thought was going to play out in this NBA Finals, right? It's like, oh, yeah, the Knicks made it, but they beat up a bunch of chumps. Just wait until they have to face the West. But it hasn't played out entirely like that just yet.
You brought this up yesterday during what I thought was one of my favorite segments of the week, and it was only Monday.
That's not that impressive then.
The Philadelphia 76ers of that 80s span.
So I think Moses Malone is probably the most underrated superstar in the history of the NBA. And the 1982-83 76ers are one of the greatest teams of all time. Now, it's unfortunate that was
They go 12-1 during that playoff?
And I'm pretty sure they swept the Lakers in the finals.
Okay.
And that team...
Yes, they did.
Okay, so that team was freaking incredible. It's just unfortunate because it exists in the same decade as the 86 Celtics and the 87 Lakers, two of the other best teams of all time. And guess what happened in the rest of the decade? The Celtics won 3 and the Lakers won 5. So I think it gets lost to history how awesome that team was with Mo Cheeks, obviously Julius Erving, Moses Malone at what was the height of his power, because I believe he was MVP either that season or the season before, or honestly, it might have been both seasons. And so you look at it and they're right there, because what happens the year before? They lost to the Lakers in the championship. What happened in 79-80? They lost to the Lakers in the championship. What happened in that in-between year, 80-81? They lost to the Celtics in 7 games in the Eastern Conference Finals, and the Celtics won. So you go back to 79-80, you lose to the champion. 80-81, you lose to the champion in 7 games. Next year, you lose to the champion again in the finals. And then next year, you beat them down. And so, like, you only get the one title in that 4-year span, but you're right there every other year.
Yeah, and in the grand scheme of things, everybody looks at you and has a ton of respect for you.
For sure.
But at the same time, you're not even in the conversation with those Pistons teams, are you?
Yeah, and the Pistons are an interesting one, too, because you did get back-to-back, but what I think people might forget is the year before that 87-88 Pistons team, they lost to the Lakers in 7 games in the final. So if not for that, do they end up three-peating, does that make them a dynasty? Or as a back-to-back champion, does that just make them a really cool team?
Like the Houston Rockets?
Yeah, because those aren't dynasties,
Yeah.
but they're just really cool teams that did something really awesome. The NBA lends itself to this a lot. So I want to take you...
Because one dominant player can really change everything. Two dominant players, and then having a Lakers-type group where you have two really dominant players and then three great supporting cast members.
And I think the Celtics kind of had that as well. But you mentioned it. What are we seeing right now? Holy moly, how's anybody going to stop Wemby, Stephon Castle, and Dylan Harper? Well, I take you back a little bit, about 15, 14 years ago. How's anybody ever going to stop Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden? The 2012 to 2016 Oklahoma City Thunder. Take a look at that team. They make it to the finals in 2012. Now, they lost, but it was just a matter of when, not if. But what happens after that? James Harden leaves because he can't get a max deal. He can get close to a max deal, but he can't get a max deal. So then Durant and Westbrook keep rocking and rolling. They make it to the Western Conference Finals in 2014, losing to the Spurs in 6. Guess what happened? Spurs win the title. 2016, they lost to Golden State in 7. Remember, they had a 3-1 lead in that series. And what happens? Kevin Durant leaves after that season to go join the Golden State Warriors. That team was going to win numerous titles. They won nothing. And so them, and then
interesting,
the 1992 to 1996 Orlando Magic. That team was going to be unstoppable. They made the finals in 1995. Another thing that I think gets lost to history. You know who they beat along the way? The Jordan Bulls. Jordan had come back, and they beat them in the conference semifinals. Now, it was still 45 Jordan, not 23 Jordan.
Yeah.
Because Shaq even joked the next year when he came back out with 23. He was like, oh, crap.
We're all screwed.
Yeah. And so they have free throw problems at the end of game 1 of the NBA Finals. And then they get swept. And then they got swept by the Bulls the very next year. So here you are at 96. Penny had been back-to-back first-team All-NBA. And Shaq is Shaq. But they let him walk because, once again, they do not want to give him the fully max contract. And he's like, fine, I'll go to L.A. Did you know that then Penny started to get hurt? They didn't win another round in the playoffs for 12 years. And the year before, they were in the NBA Finals. They were inevitable. Shaq and Penny were inevitable. And then 1 year after that, nothing.
A couple of teams that stand out also for me here. This Celtics group was supposed to be the next one.
That's a good answer.
They were a well-built team with a very boring superstar, but another dude that was very interesting and very talented, and a psychopath head coach.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed it out earlier, though. I thought this team was, you said, inevitable. I thought they were, and there was no way around them at a time. And it was the Philadelphia Eagles with Donovan McNabb.
Because was it
4 consecutive NFC championship games, and then they got to the Super Bowl and were unable to win that one.
They lost by 3 points.
T.O. had the hurt ankle. Donovan McNabb's throwing up on the sideline, and Andy Reid was a brilliant play caller, but for whatever reason, he had time management problems late in games that cost them. And so, but that team right there was built for it. There were just things in there, just things they couldn't overcome.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Somebody brought up Cleveland, then the Cleveland Indians of the 90s. I do think that's a viable answer because they lost to the Braves in 95. They lost in heartbreaking fashion, I believe, to the Marlins in 97. But I want to take you to football. This might be the shortest time frame. But from 1999 to 2001, it is the St. Louis Rams.
Okay. I remember, Kevin, specifically, they were on the Best Damn Sports Show, period. It was Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce. And Jay Moore or Tom Arnold had said something about being a dynasty. And they both looked at each other and they were like, I mean, yeah, we are a dynasty. And I went, you guys just screwed yourselves.
Yeah.
Right when I heard him say that, I said, you're not even close to it. You're going to back-to-back ones. This is cool. Y'all have a really good offense, but you haven't won the next one to make it to be that. We'll go ahead and continue with the greatest show on turf because they won me a lot of money in 99.
And that's the thing. Maybe more than any team in recent memory, they took the NFL out of nowhere. Some nobody named Kurt Warner came from the grocery store to the football field and brought along his wife and her rockin' haircut.
And Mike Martz with his glasses sitting up there calling offense was just like, what is he doing?
They improved by 9 games, and they win the Super Bowl. But take a closer look at what happened after that. Then they lose in the wild card round in 2000. But then in 2001, they're back. It is really the greatest show on turf. They went 14-2. And then they famously lost the Super Bowl when the New England Patriots cheated for the first time that we're aware of. Kurt Warner would only be with the Rams for 2 more seasons, and they won 0 playoff games in that time. That might be the greatest example of lightning in a bottle, like the craziest highs. Winning in 99, looking unbeatable in 2001, only to lose. And so that's another team that I would have thought could have broken off 3 and 4 years and like had their own little dynasty carved out, but they didn't get it either.
Yeah.
Alec, sorry I've been rambling for a minute. Do you have anyone that you want to jump in there with before we swing back around?
Growing up, for me, it was the OKC Thunder of the early 2010s. I still, whenever you mentioned that in the prep email, I was like, oh my gosh. Like, the fact that there was nothing to show for that unit, and I kind of got lost this morning just watching some highlights from that team from that finals run in 2012. I honestly don't think there's any franchise that can top that for me. I do like Corey's idea of the Edmonton Oilers because
That's a good answer.
How do you fumble the best player that I've ever seen play hockey?
Right.
That just makes no sense to me. But again, same thing at the time. Kevin Durant was the best basketball player. Again, I was, a 11-year-old. He was the best basketball player I had ever seen. So I'm thinking that same exact thing. But I think modern day, the Oilers, I think, give it 5 to 10 more years whenever their superstar leaves them. I'm manifesting that. I want him out of there. I want to save him. Whenever he's gone, I think the conversation, Corey, gets a little bit louder once he's away and hopefully finally wins a cup with somebody else because he deserves it.
Yeah, whenever we trade Robertson and 7 picks for him.
Wow, it's got an even bigger deal.
Kevin, I have 2 teams I want to ask you about.
Okay, but I just want to jump on that real
Thunder?
quick. Because what fascinates me about that is you wonder if you see anything playing out kind of like that right now, whether it's the Celtics, which you brought up, that look like they were primed to be good for a while.
Thunder team?
Yeah, or it could be the Thunder, or it could be the Spurs, or we could look back in 7 years and be like, hey, 2 of those ended up being dynasties.
Lucas Mavericks.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get that. That is hard to argue about, except it makes me really, really sad.
Kind of like the Rams, whereas that miss and then the next window was like amazing.
And then they went away. It just went away. But go ahead on the other two.
favors the Bulls.
Somebody has brought up the Jazz, the Karl Malone version.
Because, I mean, they lost to the Jordan Bulls in back-to-back NBA Finals, and they had 2 of the all-time great players. Man, that is a good option.
Yeah,
I don't know why I didn't think about that one at all.
I think that's another thing that goes into it. That's why the McDavid one's so interesting, right? Is because it's an all-time greats being at that close for such an extended period of time. And unfortunately for them, it was Jordan that was in the way.
Right.
But not all of these situations, like whenever you talk about the 76ers, it was 2 different teams that kept being in their way along the way.
Yeah, man, that Jazz team, they ran into some tough luck because the year before, because they lost in 6 games back-to-back to the Bulls, they lost in 7 games to the Supersonics, who, of course, lost in 6 games to the Bulls. Man, that's crazy. So we were this close to all 3 of the back half championships for Jordan, all being over the Jazz.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a fun time to watch. That was kind of where
that's a good answer.
That's where I started on the NBA. So that's why I like the the history before Jordan and leading up to Jordan's first 3, I didn't know a lot about those 3. The other one I wanted to ask about...
Current stars?
I'll get to that later.
Okay.
Right? I don't want that pain right now with this new arena on the way.
Okay, so...
I don't know how you feel about this. They said not 1, not 2.
Sure.
Not 3.
Sure.
They won 2. Now, the expectations were 7.
Yep.
They won 2 and went to 4 straight finals?
Correct. Because they lost to the Mavs and then the Spurs, right? And honestly, they should have lost the year before to the Spurs if not for that miracle Ray Allen 3.
Yeah, so here, I have their order here. In 2011, they lose to the Mavs. They win the next 2, and then they lose again. That would be the Spurs.
Right.
So they win 2 in a row.
And LeBron left after that, right?
And they're in 4.
Yeah.
Would you, as a Heat fan, say, yes, that's a dynasty for us?
To me, it's not. I don't know who it was. If it was RJ or somebody else, kind of laid it out as you got to win at least 3 in the span of 7. And I do have a hard time saying that if you won 2, you're a dynasty. I'll throw it back to what we said.
Even though you went to 4.
No, you're right. You're right. But I'll take it back to what we said.
You're an Eastern Conference dynasty?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
They won their conference 4 straight times.
Oh, and I think about the Rockets and the Pistons, too. And I'm like, man, you were really cool teams that won back-to-back. But that doesn't feel like a dynasty. It does feel like you have to have that third one. I don't know what the exact time frame is. Is it 3 and 5? Is it 3 and 6, 7? Do you think you need to win more than that? But I will tell you this. Anytime somebody tells you that Tom Brady and the Patriots had a 20-year dynasty, walk away from them if you want to have good sports information, because that's stupid. The Patriots didn't win a Super Bowl for 10 years. There are 2 different dynasties for Tom Brady, which I actually think adds to his greatness rather than the other way around. But to say they had a 20-year dynasty is idiotic.
That's kind of where I land there, Kevin. Now, if you want to discuss the Stars team, you could even look back at the 2000 Stars team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the 2000 Stars team lost in the championship because Martin Brodeur was standing on his freaking head, and they were around that spot in the playoffs for several years.
Yeah, let's go back to the 99 Stanley Cup, the one that we have.
Hell yeah.
The 98 season, they lost in the conference finals.
Okay.
The next year, they go back, win the Stanley Cup.
Okay.
The next year, they lose the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
And then the next year, they lose in the semifinals. They lost in the quarterfinals in 96.
Okay, so they weren't always right there.
No, but in hockey, I do admit it is tough. That's a tough run. But to that 3-year window was a pretty special window for the Stars. I wonder if they would have won the next one, if that would have changed a little bit.
Sure, that's a good question, because that 2000-2001 team had a hellacious regular season.
But if you're saying that never was, they were in that window of they could have been. Now, does that put this Stars current group in that never was also, because conference finals, and then coupled with 2 first rounds, plus that Stanley Cup final that they lost also, which features
I hadn't really
kind of the similar group.
You know what? That's a good point. That is a good never was then, because I was going to say no because you weren't in the final, but they were
20 to
in the final with Dobby. So yeah, no, that's a good answer.
4 coaches in that time,
and that
Montgomery
part is confusing.
Bonus, DeBoer, and Gulletson.
From the
Rick Bonus.
214, Connor McDavid will lead the Plano Stars to 3 cups in a row. Well, they're not going to change the name of the team, though.
It's Dallas. Look, man, we're all Dallas, except for the Fort Worthians, and then y'all are the Fort Worthians, but we're all DFW. It's one big city.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
I've always said that.
You get the sense...
I've always said DFW is one big city.
You have.
Yeah!
Do you get the sense that Dallas people don't hold that same ill will towards Fort Worth and their people as Fort Worth and their people at times hold towards Dallas?
I feel that way because Dallas is I don't know. I feel like they don't care as much.
See, I
And
always
Fort Worth people are like, we have a lot of pride here.
Okay, and I always felt like the Fort Worth people felt like they got treated like the Clippers and Dallas was the Lakers, even though the Metroplex is the same arena. They're like, it's the same arena. How come Jack Nicholson's not at my game or rodeo?
You know what's interesting about this is like you're right about that, and I'm betting that becomes less and less likely in the future. That two teams, especially a hockey team and a basketball team, share an arena because it makes too much sense to own the property outright,
right?
And then also, just rake in the money from that. That makes too much sense. It doesn't make sense anymore to pay a lease, to pay rent to somebody, and also have the team there. So and be a tenant. Like that doesn't make sense anymore. So I see this happening more often. But if you're in Fort Worth, let us know. 877-881-1053.
I really am curious.
And if you're in Dallas, do you hate Fort Worthians?
Now,
yawns.
Hopefully, Alec can help us out with this next endeavor. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to happen. We're going to do full-blown gridiron now at 120. But in the meantime, top 10 player sales list for the past year leading up to this past Super Bowl.
Okay.
Do you guys want to combine?
Top 10 players sales list, jerseys?
Yes.
Leading up to this last Super Bowl.
I believe it is any licensed player product.
Any licensed player product.
So
Hats,
shirts and stuff. But I don't think there's like a Josh Allen hat. Maybe there is.
Josh Allen.
Okay, that is correct. But what I wanted to know is, do you guys want to team up?
Yeah, let's team up on this.
All right.
Yay!
I expect you to get at least 9 then.
Oh.
Josh Allen is number 1.
Huh.
I feel like Josh Allen was number
Top
1.
10 player sales list for the last from March 25 to February 26.
Would it make sense to put Patrick Mahomes in the mix?
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes is not in the top 5.
Oh no!
However, I asked you top 10, so you're fine. He is number 6 on the list.
How about Drake May?
Drake May is number 2.
Dude, their offensive lineman draft pick was in the top 10 of jersey sales for this year. So that's why a Patriot's going to be in there.
Starving.
What other team do you know is going to be in there?
Cowboys.
That feels fair. Back to you guys.
Okay.
Huh.
So you're saying Dak or CD or Pickens? All right, we'll see about that. I don't know.
What is your answer?
You're trying to trick me.
Ooh.
I'm going to say Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, number 3 on the list.
Ooh, we've gone 1, 2, 3.
Bet you don't get 4.
Ooh, okay. Then it's probably not who I'm thinking then.
Who are you thinking?
I was thinking Caleb Williams, so I'm going to go with somebody else. I'm going to go with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Whoa! Defensive Player of the Year.
That's right.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, in my face, is in fact number 4.
Take that, Kevin!
For anybody out there that doesn't understand the Defensive Player of the Year thing,
that's the award they sent him.
The NFL sent him that award this year.
I will give you credit on Caleb Williams. That's number 8.
Okay, dang it. I wanted Caleb Williams.
All right, I'll put you down for Dak then. He's not on the list.
What?
No Cowboys made the list.
Why would you say that then? Why would you even
try to trick you?
I don't like that.
Obviously. To try to trick you. All right, you guys have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. Who do you appreciate next?
Do we have any defensive players on this list yet?
Probably not.
Okay.
There's probably not any on unless there is.
That's not helpful.
Is Jalen Hurts on this list?
Jalen Hurts is number 7 on the list. So you guys just have 5, 9, and 10. Do you need a hint, Alec?
I don't. Give me Jordan Love.
Jordan Love is number 9 on the list.
I'll take a hint.
One of them is a defensive player.
All right.
And that's the only defensive player on the list.
So it's got to be Myles Garrett?
I don't think it is. Even as good as he is, I don't think there's enough people actually buying a Cleveland Browns jersey.
Ooh, interesting point.
Plus, he's now a Ram, so they had to sell all those jerseys back. That's how it works.
This ended in February 26th.
Yeah, but you sell your jersey back and then get a refund.
But that was not factored into this list.
Micah
Parsons.
Cowboys jerseys?
Is correct, but he plays for the Green Bay Packers. So I guess technically that could have been the way it played out. That's a good point.
Too.
All right. So you guys have got Josh Allen, Drake May, Saquon Barkley, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. Then you're missing 5. Then Mahomes, Hurts, Williams, Love, Parsons. That's a fun sentence.
Why are there no AFC South quarterbacks in this?
Because they all stink.
Oh, in your face, Trevor Lawrence.
And Daniel Jones.
I would argue.
Where's CJ Stroud jersey?
I would argue that this last player is Trevor Lawrence level. Ish.
You gave me an idea, Majors.
All right.
Jaden Daniels.
That is correct. Jaden Daniels, number 5 on the list.
He had a good season the year before.
Exactly. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. 877-881-105.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Alec, who was our winner?
It was Allison in Fort Worth.
What's up, Allison?
Fort Worth!
Let us know if you need somebody to go to the game with.
Oh, because you get 4 tickets.
Yeah. I'll send my kids with you. They're all great kids, I promise.
Huh.
What? Is that not what she probably wants? She probably wants not my kids to go?
I don't know.
They're expensive, dude. They are so expensive.
But they're less expensive with free tickets!
Free tickets! That you can win on the KNC Masterpiece.
All week long, baby.
Guys, it is time for the level of concern. That still makes you happy.
It makes me so happy.
You know, I'll be very honest. Most of the things that I do on this show are to see if I can get either Alec or Kevin to smile.
Mission accomplished.
And Aiden to give me one of those thumbs ups that he does when he slides back and goes,
But when he does the slow roll and then acts like he's like the leader of Rome, and then he just goes... Like that, it hurts your feelings.
Do we have an Aiden cam? Do we not have an Aiden cam? Okay, all right. We need an Aiden cam. And if you're going to be in Tank Top Tuesday,
I always thought Aiden was into cams. Probably.
He said he's working on it. So there we go.
I bet.
All right.
Jeez.
Your level of concern that Jerry Jones almost traded the house for this guy. History has been made. Former Broncos first-round pick Paxton Lynch is the first and only quarterback to ever be benched in the NFL, CFL,
That's so
XFL,
wrong. Oh my
UFL,
gosh.
USFL.
Why does he keep getting a job? And it's still just UFL.
Your level of concern that Jerry Jones is like, that's the one I want, before settling on Dak. He almost went after Connor Cook, too.
Man, he did. What a disaster that thing would have been if we wouldn't have gotten Dak.
I will say this.
Thank you very much, Dak Prescott.
When that draft happened, I do believe that was the Jared Goff draft, correct?
I think that's right.
When that draft
16?
happened, I was like, I think, Kevin, you can remember correctly. I was like, Jared Goff is pretty much the only one I want. All the rest of them, a lot of questions about. And Connor Cook, I think whenever you were like, hey, what do you think about this guy? I was like, no. No,
right.
Do not want to draft. And then I heard that name and I was like, what is happening? Dak was one of those guys that we were like, dude, good, solid, sturdy quarterback.
Sure.
I don't know, what the projection on him is going to be, but he's going to be a good backup for somebody.
Yeah.
And then he came in as a backup and then was forced into a starting situation.
Yeah, he was third string.
Yeah, and lucked his way to that, I guess. Unlucky luck. For some guys, it was unluck. And then he was like, well, here I am. I'm an opportunist. I will take advantage of the opportunity given to me. And it's been, almost history ever since.
Yeah.
And hopefully it turns into something special for him because it'd be nice.
That is astonishing about...
There should be a 30 for 30 on
Paxton Lynch, though.
Yeah.
Like, how is he keep getting jobs?
It's a sexy pick.
I guess. That's true.
Sometimes the job is out there,
What?
And somebody has to fill the job. And then the hiring process isn't always great.
Are you saying Paxton Lynch is doing the jobs other people don't want? Is that what you're saying to me right now?
Look, man, I'm a dad of an 18-year-old that may have a job today. All right?
Oh, he better. From what I've heard, he better.
Jeez, dude. Get a job. So that's the one. I don't know if this falls under level of concern.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. My level of concern is 2,000 pounds. Okay. And it's the highest you could possibly be. That's who we were interested in. And then the backup to that was Cook. And then the backup to that backup was Dak.
From the 252, if she's got kids, she'll definitely want Alec to come with her to the game.
All right. Man, I had a friend who got mad at me once. Never mind. I'll tell the story off air.
I don't know if this is a level of concern or not, but it's interesting. because the new arena that we talked about with Robert Tiffin this morning,
Right.
the city of Plano approved the letter of intent. So that basically engages the two of them. Both of them can still back out.
Yeah.
But they are...
That doesn't feel very likely right now, does it?
Yeah, they are technically, like, the idea is you're engaged. Kevin, we do know sometimes
trust
that doesn't
me.
mean anything.
Yeah, you can be engaged and be like, hey, we're getting married in 3 months. And all of a sudden she's like, hey, I was banging this other dude.
But based on the courting of both sides, it seems like their intent is to definitely build an arena on that property at Willow Bend.
Yep.
I read Brad Albert say, is COSM technology possible? And when I started thinking that, because we have all been out to COSM, it's a really cool experience. Hopefully there's still some world or big soccer tournament tickets available.
World Cup right here is fine.
But if you've ever been in there, that's really, I want to see some Harry Potter movies in there, because there's some, I've seen some stuff going on there. Can you imagine, instead of billboards or the Jumbotron, the ceiling is the roof, if you will. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the ceiling is a COSM like screen. Mm-hmm. And that's the way that they go. I don't know if that's possible. I have no clue how they would do it, but I'm starting to think maybe there won't be any pronged plug outlets there. It's all going to be USB plugs.
Whoa,
you know, like I just started thinking of all the things that you plan for the future.
Right.
Like how much, because you don't say this is going to be what the technology is. You say, where are we heading with it? And
sure, yeah.
So,
I mean, because that's the mistake we made with all the highways, right?
Yep.
Because we tried to project.
This is great, 3 lanes.
We did not project. Nobody will ever need more than 4 lanes on a road. Are you insane?
Mm-hmm. Now we're just like, I wish we had 25 lanes every single one of these highways.
Let me ask you a question. If it was 6 lanes going both ways
Still not
everywhere,
enough.
do you think that people would take the left 2 lanes now to be angry if you ever had to pass? They're like, get the hell out of my way.
I'll be honest. On 75, I don't know if it's an HOV lane anymore. I have no clue what it is now.
Oh,
I really don't. They took everything down, but there's still 2 stripes.
Okay.
And everybody's like, that's just the fast lane. I think it's the express lane is what we're going to call it from now on. And whenever I'm in the left lane, I'm like, y'all aren't going fast enough. So yes, I'm already there where I expect those 2 lanes to be fast.
All right.
Your level of concern that Europeans are coming here just to S all over our stadiums. But
Do you mean literally or figuratively?
Figuratively.
Okay.
But it's going to backfire on them because we build stadiums for a living here in America.
Ooh, now my concern is low. It was going to be high, but that other part that you just said makes me think it should be low.
I'm MZFTBI.
Nope.
Dude, it's a European name. You don't know.
That's true.
Tweeted, these U.S. stadiums have a horrible aesthetic.
Oh.
And at the moment...
Thanks a lot, Ethan Flosen.
There are at least 964 replies to this person, starting with a picture of Allen High School propped next to a Premier League stadium.
So
somebody posted, yeah, man, this stadium on the shore of the world's 5th biggest lake with the skyline behind it is S aesthetic. I agree. And then somebody posted, maybe you're just a snobby little S and all the insides of all these like SoFi and this. And then like there's so many people just attacking this dude. Manchester United's highest ever attendance in history was 109,318 for a preseason friendly against Real Madrid at Michigan Stadium in Ann Arbor, Michigan, a college stadium in the U.S.
And the story that I told you, I saw the stadium for FC Heidenheim, which is they play in the Bundesliga. So it's the top league for soccer in Germany. There was like a little wire fence around it. Like me and Alec could have taken down that stadium in 10 minutes. And they're like, yeah, it is one of the smaller stadiums, but it still holds 13,000 people or whatever. And I was like, so half the size of the Allen Stadium, pretty much, for our high school football team, when there's like 8 others within 20 miles?
BYU with the giant mountains out to the left.
Yeah,
and then
come on.
I love this one. Somebody Somebody posted a picture of Tampa Bay, and it said not a single European stadium has a cool AF pirate ship with functioning cannons.
That's a fact.
Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons!
Oh, man. What is your greatest, little quick hit like that you like the most? Is it, fire the cannons, get off my plane, or where's my son, or give me back my son?
I love it. Still to this day. Your level of concern for the hockey team in Quebec.
Did they get the Nordiques back?
They won their league championship and immediately got banned from the league after destroying the trophy with
from the league?
with WWE-style finishing moves.
Well, my level of concern is a 0 because I do not care about that league, and I think what they did was awesome. That's crazy. Let me ask you this then, Alec.
I don't know how to say the name because it's Canadian and French. So
let's say the fake Nordiques. What's your top story?
Oh, the Oilers.
On your website or in the newspaper the next day? Is it that the team won the title, or is it that the team has been banned from the league? Because those feel like pretty important stories.
Yes.
Nordiques win title, banned from league.
Yes, that would actually, that's the hook right there.
I would
Won
read
the
that
title,
story.
dash, banned.
Yeah, I would read that story.
Your level of concern that Zlatan is right.
About headbutting people?
No. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
That's not the headbutting person. Who's the headbutting person?
Zinedine Zidane.
There you go.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who on his way out of L.A. took a full-page ad out that said, "You're welcome," and that was it in the middle of the page.
Oh, no.
Love Zlatan.
Okay, that is
As he
amazing.
left L.A.
Is his pizza franchise pretty popular too?
Is that his?
Yeah,
Zalot?
Isn't that his?
Two different dudes.
Oh.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic called American fans the softest fans he ever played for because they didn't care about losing until the playoffs.
Oh, big facts.
Most of my career I played in Italy, France, Spain, England. When I came to the U.S., I think U.S. had the softest. When it comes to losing games, they were like, "Oh, don't worry. We just need to reach the playoffs." And I'm like, "What do you mean, don't worry? In my world, I am worried."
So
I don't get paid when the playoff starts. I get paid now.
I mean, that is a good point. I think that kind of impacts your pay in the future, but that's a good point because it's not like, let's see the Rangers lose tonight. Hopefully that does not happen because it's a Tuesday night and they've been rolling on Tuesdays. I don't think we're going to start the show and be like, season's over. Season is over.
We only do
Damn
that
this team!
game one.
Yeah, that's true. But, we'll probably be okay. Mm-hmm. So I kind of think he's got a point there.
214, the fat-ass sack of weed. The Roger Emmerich one, that one was
great.
Awesome.
Roger Emmerich.
He was a 5-finger lift. He had the best ones. And then lastly, Kevin, your level of concern. They said this was a jersey swap, but I don't think it was because they didn't swap jerseys. It felt like College Station decided we will honor Lionel Messi.
Oh, yeah, by having him with Marcel Reed?
By giving him a signed Marcel Reed jersey. Which
equivalent greatness.
I feel like is going to just end up on Closed Mountain for Messi.
Hey.
And Messi didn't give anything back. He was just like, oh, that's cool.
Hey, Marcel Reed got us to the championship into the tournament. In 50 years, we'll turn it into a championship. So,
like Scalabrini said.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell my kids I was the MVP at some point. They'll never know.
He'll be like, that's not how we're going to remember this story. So, I'm concerned. When I saw that it was him and Marcel Reed, I was like, all right, I guess that's okay.
This is an interesting sound, Kevin, from 972. Most fans have 7 other sports teams they can root for. These countries have 1, maybe 2 professional teams. That's their life.
And that's
if we just had the Cowboys or just the Stars or whatever, that would be it for us. I'm sure we would find something regional because even OU, they adopt the Cowboys, but the OU football team is life for a lot of them.
Yeah, and the population of England or the size of England, it's 1/6 of America. Yet they have these 20, 40, 60 soccer teams just all crammed into there.
That's cities.
Yeah.
And it's my city versus your city, the way Jerry always tells us.
right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's finally time for Gridiron Gravy, the best wide receiver core in the NFL. Next, right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 10. And Prescott back to throw. Another good block from Thomas. Going to the end zone. Lamb backing in. Makes the catch. Tumbles over. Touchdown. CeeDee Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
What is happening?
Ooh, well, we had to move it because of the shoddy presser and stuff.
So we did have NFL content during Gridiron Gravy.
Hey.
Dip it and rip it.
We did. So let's go to Joel, or if you're fancy, Joel Batonio, who he's retiring. And he pointed out that he was in the same draft class as Johnny Football. Specifically, he said, I was drafted the same year as Johnny Manziel, and we actually roomed together. I learned some things not to do from him.
Dude, I will say, as a kid, I had a friend that my dad said, I just want to tell you, son, whatever he does, don't.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
And I took that advice. And I saw the direction things went. We're still friends today, but, you know, some things have been a little bit easier because I didn't make certain decisions.
Right.
My son has had a friend like that, too, where I'm like, hey, whatever he does, don't. And
yeah,
good kid, you know.
Sometimes makes bad
decisions. Some poor decisions sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, man! And I hope the best for him in the future.
Okay,
but
man,
I think that's
just future endeavor. That kid.
I think I do think that there is something to what Joe Batonio said.
Now, Nick Sirianni said A.J. Brown had a good run. A.J. Brown, well, he had a little different take on it. So, as Brown's farewell to his former team, so the Eagles put up these like photos and autographed photos of all their Pro Bowl players. A.J. Brown signed his "The best to ever play here, always open."
Okay.
Do you love and respect that, or do you think it just reminds the Eagles of why they moved on?
5,034 yards in 5 years and 32 touchdowns. For a 5-year span, like I do need to. He was not as toxic as what you would consider T.O. was in that time when he was in Philadelphia, right? T.O. in Philadelphia for 2 years. He was only there for 2 years. I feel like T.O. was there for like 4 years. And But yeah, he was there for 2 years and he had 1,900 yards and 20 touchdowns. So I will say A.J. Brown might be right.
So let's go to politics.
I always hate when some teams like thank you to a player they shipped out.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're so great. No, like, not really. You fired that person.
Yeah.
But don't worry. It is nonpartisan politics. Specifically, the NFL said 87% of their games were on free TV. Now, the House Judiciary Committee, they have taken issue with that. That means only 13% were not available to people. So the House Judiciary Committee, they did a study, and they said of the 256 regular season games, 113 of them were broadcast in less than 20% of the U.S. So the NFL says only 13% of our games were not available on free broadcast TV. And the House Judiciary has come back and said 44% of your games were available to less than 20% of the country.
Boom, sucker.
I called that one.
So I do not know how we will proceed or how it's going to all shake out from there. But clearly, they're starting with wildly different numbers.
What do they think the public is? You know? The general public.
They're like a person. I don't care if you're in this isolated little portion of Maine. You could see this game. That counts. Yeah, that counts for the entire America.
Yep.
All right, I want to get your thoughts. Do the Cowboys have the best wide receiver group in the NFL. And where are the Eagles without A.J. Brown? Because for the longest time, I feel like, oh, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, yeah, they're awesome. And they're in the mix. But where are they now with no A.J. Brown? And where do you think the Cowboys are?
Man, I got to think about this for a little bit because Chase Brown is a good running back.
Wide receiver.
But I thought it was with a running back. Just wide receiver combos. I mean, I still think that the Bengals are at the top of the list.
Ooh.
I still think the Bengals are in that top 5 group.
So Bleacher Report puts the Bengals at 3 with, of course, Chase and Higgins leading the way. What about the Rams? That do anything for you?
Devontae and Puka. I mean, Puka's still a very good receiver. So, yeah, I think they're in that conversation. I think
Cowboys are in the conversation.
For sure, absolutely. There's no way. I'm just kind of going around. I'm looking at St. Brown and Jamison Williams.
So I think that's a good one.
There is one of the
if you want to throw Tesla in there,
yeah.
So
what about Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison? Do you look at those two as a great combo?
We'll get back to that in just 1 second.
Put CD and pick at 1, Kevin.
But the Lions are number 5. Thomas and Boston here. The Cowboys are definitely 1. Pickens 1, Lamb 2, and future star Ryan Flanoy at number 3. I mean, today in Shoddy's presser, he shouted out Flanoy and talked about what he thinks he is capable of.
I think we're all hoping that he's going to become a really talented dude.
Absolutely. So the Lions 5. The Rams 4, the Bengals 3, the Dallas Cowboys are at 2 with Lamb, Pickens, and Flanoy, and the Minnesota Vikings with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and even Juwan Jennings, if you will, are number 1 in the league.
Is Seattle not in there because Smith and Jigba was the defensive player of the year?
I don't think so. I feel like it's just some disrespect towards Kupp and Shaheed because they have them at 7.
All right.
I do believe they counted Jackson Smith and Jigba as an offensive player.
All right. Well, that's nice of them.
It was nice of them.
Yeah,
are there any other teams or you think egregious snubs? And the Eagles are no longer in the top 10. And there's already thought about how good or not so good, to Alex's point from earlier, of a passer Jalen Hurts actually is. What is their passing game actually going to look like? And I know they drafted somebody, but still.
Did you say the Patriots?
The Patriots are number 9.
Kenyon Booty was pretty good last year, but you could clearly see he's a number 2 receiver. And I think adding Romeo Doubs to that mix, I think Romeo Doubs is a really good second, third receiver.
Yeah.
It's just he got caught up in a mix of like 58 receivers for Green Bay.
So they do have them at 9 on the list with A.J. Brown, Kayshon Boutte, and Romeo Doubs.
I think Brian Thomas Jr. is a stud. And Parker Washington came on strong late in the season last year. He became one of those dudes that everybody was like, oh, hold on, do I have him in fantasy?
And if you want to throw in Jacoby Myers to that mix, okay.
But some people really like Jacoby Myers.
They are at number 8. So the top 10 goes like this. Texans at 10, Patriots, Jags, Seahawks at 7, Broncos at 6. It's a lot of work there, but Jalen Waddle being picked up, no doubt.
Courtland Sutton's really good.
Yeah, he is. And then the top 5, like I said, are the Lions, the Rams, the Bengals, the Cowboys, and the Minnesota Vikings come in at number 1 on the list. The Chiefs brought back L'Jarius Sneed after a couple of years. Does that do anything for you, or are you already like, I feel pretty good about their cornerbacks?
The Chiefs cornerbacks?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's good, strong depth for them. They got to figure that they were a decent defensive team. They just couldn't do anything offensively last year. So I'm going to lean on the fact that they're going to have to continue to be a good defensive team.
And then I'm going to put this in gridiron because it has to do with football. It's kind of, I guess, college football for now. Do you think there is any real legitimacy or possibility of some kind of Texas Tech boycott? So Like, Georgia and Nebraska have already stepped out and said they're going to launch a boycott of Texas Tech in all sports. There are Big 12 teams that have talked about doing this same thing. Kansas State AD Gene Taylor said, we've had some serious conversations about it. There's still a lot to be discussed. We aren't scheduled to play them this year, but it's something we have to look at from a college football perspective. It's greater than the Big 12. It is hard to find things that people agree on in the world of sports or just the regular world. But this feels like something that everybody not associated with Texas Tech agrees that it's some bullcrap. Could you see some sort of systematic boycott of Texas Tech?
It's weird that this is now, like, that's the thing that they're going to do. Because does it feel like the university has used its leverage in connections with some courts, to make this happen? So
well, get ready for that not to stop, because Alec told me earlier that where the NCAA is filing their appeal, it's a group of 4 judges, all of whom went to Texas Tech Law School.
Fascinating.
How in the world do they have a law school? I'm just kidding, y'all. I'm just kidding. Jacob's not there to make fun of.
Wasn't John Mateer involved? Like, he had screenshots of Venmo payments that said sports gambling,
right?
And nobody discusses that,
right?
And I'm kind of curious on why everybody
he wasn't good enough.
He was pretty good. But you got a point.
I always wonder that.
I don't know. Is Sorsby that dude? Is he the next Arch?
No, definitely not. But I think people viewed him
Arch
as
maybe isn't the next Arch either.
Yeah, true. As a game changer in college, and like a second round pick, maybe, depending on how it goes.
And that's where it's weird that they're taking a stance on this. Is it because it was so out there,
right?
And the story broke. Honestly, the story broke on a bigger scale.
That's probably what I think. Like $40,000 across 3 different schools, and he kept doing it even when he transferred to Tech, and then he went to rehab. Like, that's a lot more than a screenshot.
How many?
Maybe the SEC protected him.
How many other fan bases, though, if their quarterback did this, are hoping the best for their guy? Hoping that this works out in their favor, too.
Yeah.
And so it's weird that all these other fan bases are like, nope, we got to make an example out of you, and we're boycotting. I mean, that's ridiculous.
That's the thing. As long as you're ready for it when it happens to your team.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with people being upset about this, and I also think it's laughable that Brendan Sorsby might be eligible to play college football again. I think that's just stupid. But every fan base needs to be prepared when it comes back around, and it's on their team now.
Yeah. I think that's the part where I've it seems ridiculous to go this far out of your way whenever it could definitely happen to you. And what are you going to do whenever that thing hits your fan?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Adam Schefter and the aptly named Adam Schefter podcast today.
What?
He was talking about Aaron Donald. Quote, everybody is acknowledging that it's a possibility. And the fact that it is even a possibility in June tells me that I think there's every possibility it will become more real in July. And he now says he believes it is, quote, more likely than not that Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to play alongside Myles Garrett.
You're lying.
More likely than not.
I'm going to check out my calcium.
So there's that. And then also, should the NFL be concerned that they can't just say, hey, we're going to play football here and it's going to sell out? Because there are pictures circulating of the seat maps for Texans Jags, and it's not selling so great so far.
832, you lugheads are missing the point. He bet on his own team. It's against the rules to bet at all.
You have got to be freaking kidding me.
It's not that the sin is worse because it was his own team. Yes, that's ridiculous, but to do that at all is against the rules for him.
Are you telling me if he was a bench warmer and bet against his own team, that would be problematic? It's because it's against the rules. And then he did it at his next school, and then he also did it at this new school that he didn't even play for yet. So what are you even talking about?
214. Hey, who's the main talker on the Adam Schefter podcast? It's unclear.
My guess would be Adam Schefter. Should the NFL be concerned at all that they can't just say it's a football game and it's happening today and people will buy up all the tickets? They might have to. And now look, the Texans and Jags could be good, but that does not feel like a marquee matchup, even though I know, obviously, this is like essentially the Jags' adopted home. So I'm kind of surprised. Feels like people would just buy tickets before. They're like, football? Let's do it. Now they're like, what else you got? CJ Stroud hadn't looked so good the last couple of years. What else you got for me? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will take you to our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They're live at Men's Tea Clinic at the Alliance Fort Worth location. We will talk with them next right here on The Fan.
Trade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Fox and Castle back in. Alley-oop to Wembanyama and easily throws it down. An indefensible play.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's see if the fellas from G-Bag are more interested in talking about the game or the fact that Charles Barkley said, I don't know if those are B's. They might be Cardi D's. I'm pretty sure those aren't B's. Let's take it out to Men's Tea Clinic in Fort Worth, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. How the heck are you? Happy Tuesday.
I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking. What was y'all's breakdown of the game last night? Do you feel like we have an honest-to-goodness series on our hands?
Yeah, I think missed opportunity for New York. They failed to throw the knockout punch. They showed that what had happened in game 1 and 2 was, just somebody had to win in this kind of dumpster fire of an NBA Finals matchup that we're being subjected to. For all the hype of the Western Conference Finals and for all the hype of New York, it's great. But, watching multiple guys on these teams struggle to do some fairly basic basketball actions without risking turnovers, it feels like, everybody knows the Jailblazer era Trailblazers that from the documentary now in 2000, they lose to Kobe and Shaq in Game 7. Well, after that, once all those players left, that's when my Trailblazers post-game career started. And for about 5 or 6 years, I was covering players like Ruben Boomshay and Sebastian Telfair and Jarrett Jack and Travis Outlaw. Those were the starters. Wow. Joel Prisbilla. And so, I was exposed to a lot of mediocre to bad basketball. And it took on this texture of chaos, because the connected skills of the game weren't at a high enough level. And we're all familiar with that from being Mavs fans. But I got a very up close and personal and intimate look at that. And that's at times what these finals remind me of. Once you're past the 4 best players on each team, it's guys that should be on non-playoff teams. So I guess that was part of it. And yes, it's incredibly exciting for the people of New York and the fans of New York. But I don't think we can digress too much farther without pointing out that this is a major strategic play by the NBA to get more fan bases championships, to choke off the dynasty, to stop teams in the big markets from money whipping everybody into having perennially the best team. But the downside is, damn it, this is the finals. And that basketball kind of sucked last night.
Woo! There was a lot of sloppiness. There was a lot of turnovers. I know Mike Brown was complaining about the officiating. There was a couple of things I think that were questionable, but by and large, every game we can kind of point to it. I think the big thing was Stephon Castle was incredible. Yeah. And Jalen Brunson has had moments where it's okay, that's the JB that's gotten the Knicks here, but overall he has shot really, really poorly. And I think you got to give some credit to the Spurs defensively. You saw SGA at times got taken out of his rhythm as well. I thought Wemby, the 3-point exchange, especially right before half there, that barrage that the Knicks put up, and then Wemby goes right back, bang. That is when this series is really, really fun. But there are also just big lulls that we've seen throughout the 3 games where it's damn, nobody can make a bucket and it's just sloppiness up and down. I think the big thing for me is I really enjoyed the Western Conference Finals. I think this series has been fun. Overall, I agree with you, but I think the regular season is just such a watered down product. I don't really care. I think that you can pretty much skip and just get to the playoffs, and then you knew it was going to be OKC and San Antonio. They had a collision course to the West. Nobody really cared about the East. It was whoever comes out of it, whatever. The Knicks have now made this somewhat entertaining, but I think this 82-game regular season with everybody, the load management and all this that's going on, obviously when the Mavs are better, we'll be locked in, and I think I enjoyed watching Cooper Flagg, but the NBA, to me, I think has weakened as a product overall.
Just glad these games have been close. Even if they're a bit sloppy at times, you're still sort of hanging in the balance trying to figure out who's going to win this game. Yeah. And I think one of the biggest problems with the NBA is how the blowouts, even in the playoffs, you'll see, even if the series went 6 or even 7 games, when you look at the individual games, there could be tons of blowouts to where none of the games were that fun to watch. At least these games have all come down to the wire, and somebody's got to step up and make some plays. Brunson has been that guy for the Knicks, but then last night, as you mentioned, Stephon Castle, and I maybe I'm grading on a curve a little bit just because I understand the youth factor in particular with the Spurs, where it's like, oh my gosh, dude, you got like rookie Dylan Harper, you have super young Castle, even Wemby, all these guys are super young. They're in Madison Square Garden, the biggest game at MSG in God knows how long, and their backs were against the wall, must win, and they went out there and did it. So it was, I mean, that to me was super fun, and silencing that Knicks crowd, even though when they walked out of the doors there, they could not be contained.
And did you see some of the videos?
Lots of
fighting
arrests.
each other. And
it's exactly what we thought was going to happen. Like, win or lose, city's getting burnt down, bro.
Crazy.
Guys fighting the police. They got sticks and guns. And if you fight the police, they're not going to let you out. If you do anything but fight the police at one of these fan events gone wrong, they're going to be like, okay, you're drunk and disorderly. Now go home, right? After they arrest you. If you fight the cops, man, you're going to be in there for a while.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I don't think there's coming back from that. You got to have careers in jeopardy.
Can you imagine wearing a road jersey on the in
my
New York
gosh,
last night?
no.
Like, that's the most insane thing. You have to be not only a very skilled fighter, but somebody that really enjoys it.
Yeah,
and you might like the feeling of being that
It's like Colby.
guy that's being chased by a mob.
Yeah.
Colby. You're like down to go 100 v1. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, as he's preparing for the
Test
night,
my
he's
manhood.
brushing his teeth going, I wish somebody would try and knock one of these out.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today, and where can everybody find you?
Buddy, we are live at Men's T Clinic's 6th DFW location here, Fort Worth Alliance, right off of 35, right?
Yes,
Took
sir.
a lot of highways to get here from Sunnyvale, but we're here now. We love being on this side of town, and we'll be here all the way until 6 o'clock. Fort Worth Alliance, Men's T Clinic, 3132 Capitol Way. It's a grand opening celebration. Come on in, get your numbers checked, and we'll fellowship. Brian's going to be on his way from Cowboys OTAs here before too long, and, of course, Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Wyatt Langford, Rangers Player Show, coming up at 3:20. Bang, bang.
So we think it's going to be a good
Your
show.
gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Yeah! Roll home with the G Bag Nation, or go see them at Men's T Clinic. They have more to say. We just don't have the time to hear it right now, but you will in about 5 minutes. Roll home with G Bag. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 to 2, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are out and about here in Fort Worth Alliance at the 6th Men's Tee Clinic location, 3132 Capitol Way. So please join us as we celebrate another Men's Tee Clinic location, open 12 years already. And congratulations to Eric. You got a Men's Tee near you.
This is beautiful, man. I can literally basically throw a rock and hit this place.
So are we coming over for dinner after?
Yeah, you guys can come over for dinner if you want.
Perfect.
For sure. Maybe you can help me put the kids down a little bit.
Maybe kill a snake?
Yeah, kill a snake. We can play a little kickball in the backyard.
Love that.
But this is my hometown Whataburger right here.
This is the Whataburger?
Yeah, this is the Whataburger.
Do they know
where
you by name?
A lot of damage has been done.
Wow. Okay, what would you say is your highest consumption ever at that Whataburger? What's the order?
It would be a triple meat, triple cheese with 2 extra meat patties and a large fry.
What? So you're talking 5 total patties?
5 patties. Yeah.
Whoa!
Or if it's early enough or late enough, with the breakfast situation, I'll get the triple meat, triple cheese with maybe like a double sausage taquito.
My man.
And then get the hash brown sticks. The little hash brown stick
delightful.
action. So this will be perfect now that the men's tea's right here. I can go embarrass myself at Whataburger.
Well, you're
and then come over
carbo
here
loading. You're getting protein.
That's right.
Building muscle.
Yeah,
living a good, healthy life here.
Right. That's how I sell it at home to the wife.
Good for you.
Okay, General, at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. It means a lot to us. Broadus is Cowboys OTAs, and we will have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. He'll do a full report. There's already been a number of items. As Shoddy had another presser earlier. I was listening to that, and there's a lot to talk about. You do have, of course, Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control, 75 and 635, fix it to go 4 flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Aiden Butler's coordinating your video. DJ the DJ, Don Pridemore, remote engineering here for us, as he'll have a steady hand over this remote operation for the next 4 hours. Do you want to send a salute and a thank you to Ross Lebinsky and Ramon Cruz, who helped pilot these remote broadcasts over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of these guys over the years, and it always kind of stinks to see them go. And yesterday we lost 2 of them in 1 shot.
Man.
So, but the good news is on the other side of that, you'll get more DJ the DJ out here on remote with us.
We do love DJ.
Been a part of the fan family for a very long time as well. Okay, Rangers and Royals pregame coming up at 6 o'clock, boys. How high is your Rangers confidence meter right now? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. They've won 3 series in a row. They're doing damage against lefties. Bangford is back. He's going to join us at 3:20. Seager is back. Helped win over the weekend. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, man. One game away from reaching that 500 mark, which is pretty exciting. And as you mentioned, doing what they did on Sunday versus a lefty, putting up a 10 spot, you get the shutout as well. Having the Seager Langford stuff all coming back, and hopefully those guys are really starting to get in a bit of a rhythm here. I'm feeling pretty good, man. I think this needs to be the part in the season where you really start to get well above 500. Go on a nice run here to establish, all right, we are legit. Let's really be confident the rest of the way.
Yeah, they've got a nice schedule ahead of them. Now, we'll see if they can take advantage of it. I do think they're going to be over 500, though, by the time the series is over. I think that a sweep again against this Royals team. Last time they took on Kolick, he only went 5 innings. They had 4 runs on 6 hits against him. So offensively, they did a pretty good job. I think Evo on the tonight always gives you some confidence. So I think this series I feel very good about. I'm still not going to overly change my thought until they prove it. I still think they're going to be hovering around this 500 mark, but I think they finally do have a great opportunity to eclipse that, get over that hurdle.
And you got Bobby Witt Jr. dealing with a little something?
Yeah, that's huge.
That's big.
When they were 6 games under, I didn't know if we were going to get back to this point, and Hagee asked, what would it take to get you excited again or to believe again? And I thought by this point there would be more optimism for me. Right now it's still hope. But, I do want to say that I think a lot of our angst in the low points of the last 2.5 years now, post-World Series, has been more about the disappointment that they aren't great anymore. But they've still been a fairly average team.
Yeah, they have. They haven't been bad.
And the jump from average to playoff team is doable for this club right here. If the playoffs started today, are they in the playoffs?
Great question. Let me check.
I mean, one
and
game,
if they're not, they're probably like a game or two out.
It's very reasonably imaginable that as this team improves offensively because Langford and Seager are back, and you have guys like Ezekiel Duran and Josh Young playing like they are. Brandon Nimmo is a significant offensive upgrade from Simeon. Yeah, I thought
they're the third spot right now. The Blue Jays are a game back.
So it's a playoff team, and all we're asking them to do is go from playing like 500 to 550 ball. Why the hell not? And I think at this point that would be a success, wouldn't it? Just get you to the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
See what happens with this pitching staff. And, of course, CY is going to be resourceful, reinforcing the bullpen and maybe finding a bat. If you're close, there is so much room under the luxury tax or the competitive balance tax threshold right now that, yeah, even though I think Ray should have done more and could have done more, I would almost guarantee that he will do more if you can hold this line for another 6 weeks.
What you've seen from Josh Young and Ezekiel Duran, I think it gives you a little bit more excitement and optimism, because I didn't know that we'd see Josh Young get back to this level.
Right.
It was something with the injuries. It was like there was always something. I think, he even acknowledged he dealt with a lot of mental struggles last year. He was frustrated by it. But to see him click and be playing like an all-star, which we saw the first half of 2023 and then into the postseason, is huge. And you're absolutely right. Look, they proved it in 23. They had that unbelievable 60-game start, but they played 500 baseball the rest of the way. The key was once you get into the tournament, and they backed into it,
clutch.
They were able to catch fire. So once you get in, that's all you need to do. This team has proved it. Their pitching is good enough, and if this lineup can get hot when you have a guy like Seager, it's probable that they do.
You know what it looks like the other way around. If you have a great offense and no pitching, you are dead on arrival when you get to the playoffs. That happened to the Rangers 3 years in a row against the Yankees in the 90s. And, in 2000s, really great pitching staff. And I think CY understands that. Obviously, as a World Series champion, as a player, and as a GM, he knows what the path looks like, and it's with favoring your pitching staff. And it's sometimes I think it's hard to remember when you're scoring 3.5 runs per game for an entire month that all you need is to play average baseball with a pitching staff like this, and you can be very, very dangerous. Okay, you do have Evaldi on the hill tonight. He has. He's had some ups and downs this year, I think you could say. And in his last 3 starts, he's pitched a combined 20 innings. He's given up 12 runs, though, Wolchuk. Yeah. You're averaging 6 and 2/3 per start, but your ERA in these is what does that pencil out to? 6.5 as well. So he needs to start here where he goes out there and shuts him down. And I think you could absolutely look at the Royals as primed to get picked apart like that. But you mentioned Kolek. The Rangers had success against him last week. It's usually not that easy to do. You cannot count on that kind of success against a pitcher of that caliber this evening. But very exciting chance to get back to 500. Pregame coming up at 6, and the first pitch at 6:45. NBA Finals now 2-1 New York as San Antonio. They started red hot. They survived rallies. New York miraculously leading by 7.5. I thought at that point it would make sense if New York comes out here and blows the doors off them in the third quarter, but very early in the third, San Antonio reestablished themselves and then survived the late run with a clutch shot from Castle and a couple of free throws. So at 2-1, I think it's safe to say for me, nothing would surprise me at this point. I think either team could take this home.
Yeah, agreed 100%. I mean, even the first 2 games, they were super close. And the Spurs gave one away, really. And so this should have been probably tied at 1 already. And then you have Brunson, who still hasn't gotten to his full self. And I think that's a lot to do with the Spurs and just the presence of Wemby, of course, and then what these young guards are able to do.
Yeah.
Like Harper and especially Castle, these guys are strong and they are ready to D him up.
Even Champagne's had some good moments against him.
Champagne's had some good moments. moments against him for sure, but I think what Castle's been able to do, and then some of the adjustments where it's like, you know what, we're not going to run Wemby on Cat. We're not going to put Wemby on Cat and get him out of the paint and over to the perimeter, and now everybody can go dance into the paint without the worry of Wemby. I think that was a good adjustment from the Spurs side of things, and we'll see how Mike Brown and the Knicks decide to counter some of that stuff. But, yeah, the first two games were super close. And so last night was another installment of that. And so, and now now the Spurs are going to be playing with some confidence here. You went into Madison Square Garden that was supposed to be like a no chance situation, and boom, you got it done. They're going to feel great walking back out there.
The free throw disparity storyline afterwards and this morning kind of surprised me because I guess I just didn't pick up on it as I was watching it in real time. It didn't feel egregious.
Right.
But the numbers at the end of it, you know, as a coach, you got to make a plea here, and I understand what Mike Brown is doing, but at the same time, he kind of told the truth. Where we got complacent, we're standing around on offense, we were not penetrating and getting into the lane, and they were.
Right.
Yeah. That's the exact recipe for a massive free throw disparity.
No, he kind of dunked on himself with that.
Yeah,
because I get what you're doing as a coach. There, you're trying to make that a talking point, and so build that up. So into the next game, the refs are thinking about it a little bit. Okay, let's not let the disparity get away from us. I was surprised when they threw the graphic up, and it's like 22 free throws for the Spurs, and it was like less than 5 for the Knicks. But like you said, in real time, it didn't feel like, oh my gosh, call after call. These are just egregiously bad. I do think it was a lot of credit to the way the Spurs just attacked things last night.
And it was a missed opportunity for the Knicks, really. I mean, look, Karl Anthony Towns, that's probably the big reason why they didn't get the L, you know, him not having the offensive output that he had the first two games. When you get, 28 from Anunoby, and then you also had Josh Hart come out red hot. He had 3 points in the first two games. And he's done a lot of dirty work when it comes to rebounds and steals. We talked about that yesterday. But the first quarter that he had, he finishes with 16. If you're going to get 16 from Hart and 28 from Anunoby, and then you also sprinkle in 32 from Brunson, like that your role players stepped up and were able to help, despite Brunson kind of having somewhat of an off night but getting 32 points. That's a game you probably feel as a Knicks fan when you just look at the box score. We won that game.
I did not get the flagrant call on Brunson's closeout. I guess I just don't understand this rule well enough. I mean, that is some real hypersensitivity to the landing zone. I thought it was sold well. And, you know, so maybe that was part of it. But as they go to review it, he gets up and walks away, and it's like he's not hurt. The play-by-play crew is like saying that's a nothing. And then it's like, well, his foot was kind of in the landing zone. And, you know, I get it. But I was just thinking about how different the game is compared to what it was. Like, you would never have thought that could possibly be a foul until the last 10 or 15 years of basketball. And now we've gotten to a point where it's considered anywhere their feet land is sacred ground. And if you are there, then you are a dirty player.
Yeah.
You know, you're like Rick Mahorn going up side somebody's head in the 80s on a drive down the lane because one of your toes accidentally drifted into their landing zone. Alrighty, live at Men's Tea Clinic here, Fort Worth Alliance. It is their 6th DFW location. You got the B12 shots waiting for you, the in-body composition analysis. You can let's see if we can get somebody that can set the shop record here for this grip strength deal.
Yes.
That we were trying to. You got that over there, Chief?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay, so I think mine was in the 120s or maybe the 1-teens.
Yeah, you got like 121.
121. Okay, and I'll take that because I just had my 50th birthday, and I feel like I can feel my strength leaving me. You know, let's just be honest, guys. If you're getting up there,
day by day,
if you're getting up there,
you felt strength before. That's a step.
I used to have some strength. Remember, I told you I did the 2 pull-ups that one time. You know, this was a couple years back, and. You know, but I think as you get up there, if you're not putting in the work in the gym, it's the natural muscle atrophy.
We can't all be Pete, Eric's dad.
No,
just a freaking animal.
That dude's grinding. That dude is probably in a garage right now.
Have you noticed a difference?
Yeah,
is he already looking like full
hitting a little peptide action? Yeah. I haven't. Well, he dropped like 3 pounds in the first week. Nice. So it worked for him.
He's going to look like a Jersey Shore gorilla.
Yeah, he's going to look like Ronnie.
So where are you? You're in like the 140s. You're working out regularly?
Yeah.
And your grip strength is?
My grip was, I got in the early 140s, like 141, 142, 140.
126.
Okay, Wolchuk's in 126. Now, the shop doctor here,
he got 146.
146. He is like. He's pretty. He's got
jacked. Some pythons. His forearm strength looks pretty stout.
He's taking care of himself. So the highest number we've seen so far today is 146. Why don't you come and get your numbers checked? We'll get you on the grip strength here. See if you can have the Tolo record for the strongest grip on 105.3 The Fan, and we'll come back and talk some more sports with you. Got Wolchuk's top 10 after the G Bag of the Day champ. Lucius, Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Yeah, it's National Donald Duck Day, which has one place in my heart. My daughter is a huge Donald Duck fan right now. She's loving Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. So what are the top 10 TV animal cartoons of all time? 877-881-1053. I hope you enjoy it. That's
sign that says, "Discover the new treatment Viagra doesn't want you to know about."
Ooh.
Right. That sounds fun, doesn't it, Wolchuk?
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
It sure does. Lucius
Okay.
might be excited about some of that.
The authority for low T and men's total wellness optimization. Get back to being you with Men's T Clinic. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We will get Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a second. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
Hey, Wolchuk, you are hilarious, bro, for that right there.
Thank you.
You know what? Lucius might want to know something about that.
Well, hey, you've been telling us about it is.
No, it really is, though. It really is. One day I want to get that pump. I want that pump one day. I do.
I think this is like a wave wand. I think they run it over.
A wand.
Yeah, it
Okay.
stimulates the nerves and the blood vessels or something.
Sounds badass. My wife might enjoy that.
You know, after watching that Diddy video,
yeah.
the man is a billionaire almost, you know. Why didn't he get the surgery? He could get the surgery. He can afford the surgery down there. I don't know why he didn't get the surgery himself.
Is that bad for him?
Really?
Yeah, they say it's bad. I think it's the drugs.
Oh.
I think he was on a lot of drugs during the time, and it kind of just shrunk him on up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Turn that thing into an acorn if you get the wrong mix.
I'm throwing a little cape out there for Diddy. Yeah. Okay, our winner and champ of G back in the day so far, going for 2 today at 5:30, is a lady at McDonald's telling some rowdy kids to shut up.
This is unacceptable behavior. You guys should all be ashamed of yourselves. You better shut the f*** up.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
That is dirty language.
No, you need to knock it off.
No, don't swear at me. I'm an educational young learner, and swearing does not help.
Boys, you're talking to an adult.
You're talking to an adult. Stop it.
That was the best line in the deal. Oh, my goodness. What a troll. Gosh. You ever have that moment where you're like, okay, I'm going to be emotional intelligence parent. I'm going to be very calm. And then like halfway through the sentence, you're like, you know what? That's not working. To hell with that.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you have to abort that mission real quick.
Yeah.
And you just got to just put some people in their place.
Yeah.
Daddy's had enough.
Put the foot down.
That'll get your attention, won't it?
Yeah.
You thought you were dealing with nice daddy. I saw that eye roll.
Yeah, they'll take advantage of nice daddy.
You thought you could take advantage of that. CA used to tell me, man, I tell my kids, you can pick which dad you want. Do you want the nice dad or do you want the strict dad? All right, here's Wolchuk with the top 10 of 220 Zach with an H.
Oh, let's do it. All right, we've got it's National Daffy Duck Day. So speaking of kiddos, we got the top 10 best talking animal cartoons. And this is throughout history. So whatever your favorite is, the talking animals in TV history, 877-881-1053. Did have some sports things to hit, though, before we slide into the list. I was stunned. I thought maybe we were getting ball sacked when this started circulating this morning. But it's official. It's true. Because I think Andrew Marchand's pretty plugged in with this stuff.
Oh, yeah, he's not a ball
Pat
sacker.
McAfee negotiating a new deal that could pay him over $60 million a year.
Yeah.
With ESPN.
Yeah.
Holy crap, guys!
Yeah, it's insane.
I mean, are they going to just go full Stephen A. with him like they're kind of already starting? First off, I was texting Eric last night, and Lucius, did you watch any of the McAfee cast? Because I just didn't think it worked. I didn't think it was good. I thought the audio quality was poor. Maybe it was just it's the first time they've done it, so they needed to kind of get through some of the do's and don'ts. But it didn't have the same effect. I just think it works so well for a college or an NFL game. There's more downtime. They can walk around. They're on the field. This just didn't do it for me. I switched back to Breen and the normal broadcast. Did you like it at all, LA?
So I didn't get to watch it enough to even really put a judge on it. My crowd that I was with, they were like, let's go back to the other thing. Let's go back to the other things. I was like, all right, man. So I did not get to. I want to see it again, though. I want to watch the whole broadcast like I do usually the McAfee situations.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, are they doing it again for Game 4? Do we know?
I don't believe they are. They were
one-off?
only advertising about Game 3.
Because I do want to give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just they had issues. They kind of got to work through it, and maybe Game 4 is better. But you could barely hear them. over the game audio.
Yeah, the audio wasn't great, and it's basically just an alternate play-by-play cast. Like, it's the same kind of situation, whereas in football, they're on the field, they're walking around, it's a little bit more loosey-goosey, and McAfee's always going to be loose with it, but it's like, would you rather hear Mike Breen call the game or McAfee call the game? And then it's the same deal. It's just you're not getting what feels like the all access, like they're calling it McAfee all access. Now, he did end up bringing on, I think, Tina Fey and Tracy Morgan, so that was later on. I only watched the first quarter of it, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm just going to go back to the regular one. But there was one clip with Tracy Morgan and Tina Fey that was actually pretty funny, so maybe it did get better. But I only could stand it for one quarter. They put like a wrestling dude on there.
The Danhausen guy or whatever his name is with the face paint. We had too much of him.
I was just out after that.
And I'm sorry to the wrestling fans like Medford, if you're listening, I love you. And I know Hagee's not listening, but it's like that guy was all over the place. He was on the Sports Center before the game, then he was in the game with Pat McAfee. I don't really know who he is. The face paint started to annoy me. And I know there's a partnership now with WWE and ESPN. But I feel they're forcing it too much.
They are.
I guess Danhausen kicked off the run partially by uncursing the Knicks or something.
Okay.
So he did.
So there's a reason here.
He kind of wove himself into the lore of this run somehow, which made it a little bit more relevant as a storyline. But I'm with you. And I hate to say it because I know there's a lot of pro wrestling fans out there, and a lot of them are my friends. I got a lot of pro wrestling fan friends, but I just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'll ever turn on a WrestleMania, you end up, I'll watch it. I'll sit down. I think it's fun. You end up getting invested in the storylines. I liked it as a kid. I was a big fan of Kurt Angle, Triple H during that whole era. But this guy was just, I don't know, I think it was the face. He started just annoying me a little bit. But we do have history in the NBA Finals now as the road team has won all 3 games. First time since 1993, the home team is 0-3 in the NBA Finals. So we'll see if that goes to 0-4, and then maybe Brian will be right and this thing's 2-2. Going back to San Antonio. I thought he was just talking, and I think he was. I don't know if he actually believed that.
Do you feel like your epic prediction of the Knicks winning is in jeopardy now?
I still feel good about Knicks in 6, but I feel less good than I did yesterday, certainly. But Knicks in 6, I still think ultimately if Cat can get back to where he was in the first 2 games, but if he's going to go back to the Minnesota version of Karl Anthony Towns, then this thing might be Dunsky.
Yeah, they're going to need him.
Having it.
They're going to need him to do something, especially in the fourth quarters, where I believe he's put up a bagel.
That's not good.
In points.
And shout out to the Women's College World Series. As ESPN says, the Game 2, Texas Tech, where the Horns won back-to-back national championships, most watched college softball game on record. So the buzz for women's athletics and softball continues to grow. You ended up having over 3 million viewers. That was the peak. And it was a 16% year-over-year growth for the Women's College World Series and a rematch from the previous season. So all Lone Star Showdown there and breaking records with eyeballs watching women's athletics.
A lot of people thought that sport was a sport of showers, but turns out it's a sport of growers.
It is growers. All right, let's slide into our top 10. The top 10 greatest talking animals in TV history on National Donald Duck Day. Eric, did your girls get into Mickey Mouse Clubhouse?
I don't think so.
It's like the most adorable thing now. Eliza loves it. She'll wake up in the morning, Mickey on, and then she'll do the hot dog dance that they do at the end of it, and then they do the whole roll call in the beginning, and they're like, Donald, Goofy, and she's going by the names. It's such an amazing way to start my day, watching her just so excited.
Toodles.
Toodles! Yeah,
yes, Abby loved it. Remy doesn't love it,
Okay. So maybe it's hit or miss for some.
Yeah.
For sure, but there's always some type of cartoon show that they're obsessed with.
Yeah.
Just
it was Curious George for a while. Now we've moved on to Mickey. Maybe Mickey's about to phase out. I don't know. There's also this Little Angel show that's under Disney Plus. I can't stand it, but she does like that as well. And it's like, if it's going to make you happy, that's okay. But the animation's a little weird to me. They got really big eyes in there. It's singing. I'm just not super into it, but she loves it. So here are your top 10 best talking animals in TV history on National Donald Duck Day. Your honorable mentions. We do have Porky the Pig. We've got Yogi Bear.
Oh, this is old school.
Oh, a lot of it's going to be old school. Scrooge McDuck is an honorable mention. How about Timon, which would be a top 5?
Oh, yeah, Timon.
I love Timon.
Yeah, Timon was incredible.
Timon's amazing. Eeyore, which who really likes Eeyore? Eeyore's a buzzkill, man.
Nobody. Yeah.
Brian Griffin from Family Guy.
Oh, yes.
Brian's great.
I mean, that whole cast of characters.
And I do think Brian and Stewie together, like that's some of the gold.
That should have been on the duos list yesterday.
Oh, you're right. It should have been. We missed out. Mickey is an honorable mention. Mickey Mouse, he's number 12 on this list.
That's a surprise.
Courtesy of Ranker. Number 10, 11 Sylvester, by the way. Number 10, we've got Pumbaa from The Lion King.
Over Timon.
I did like Pumbaa.
Yeah,
He's just a gassy guy.
Yeah,
I could relate to him, you know?
He is. I just think Timon was just coming correct with the jokes.
He was. Timon was kind of the leader of the two. Pumbaa was just kind of like...
He was Ophi, and
there.
Timon was witty.
Yeah. 9 is Goofy. And, dude, shout out to the Goofy movie and the Goofy movie sequel. Like, they both hold up. I watched those also with Eliza recently. Still so damn good. And the music's amazing in those movies. Donald Duck on National Donald Duck Day comes in at number 8. You know who does an excellent limited fake Donald Duck? And I should have set this up so we could have gotten her on the phone. Your mom, Aaron.
My mom.
Your mom does a good limited fake Donald.
She crashed a Nosebleed Seats episode when we were doing home radio during COVID at the end for whatever reason. Maybe it was on this day, like 6 years ago.
It could have been. It could have been for the top 10 list.
Yeah, she's proud of that one.
Winnie the Pooh coming in at number 7. Number 6 is Garfield.
Yeah, that's my guy right there.
Huge Garfield fan.
Garfield.
Yeah, that's my guy right there, a.k.a. Carlton the Doorman from the Bob Newhart Show.
Oh, really? I did not. That's the voice?
Hell yeah, man. I was all over the Garfield stuff.
Man, I love
one of my best stuffed animals as a kid was a Garfield. Called him Gar.
Gar. Hey, Gar.
He liked lasagna.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he was always baked.
Yeah.
I think that was the bit, the catnip, right? Yeah.
And he liked Halloween.
5 is... yeah. 5 is Tigger. We had a lot of Winnie the Pooh on here. 4 is Kermit the Frog. I liked Kermit as a kid. I don't know if Kermit's as popular.
Yeah, I don't know how this list even exists, Wolchuk, unless you just ran into a group of panelists who are baby boomers. Like
maybe
this is baby boomers.
It is courtesy of Ranker.
Yeah.
So maybe the boomers are the one that are just like voting.
They're banging away on those things, and their kids watch The Lion King, so they have some limited knowledge of the warthog and the whatever.
Daffy Duck comes in at number 3.
Again.
We've got Scooby-Doo at 2, and we have a new Scooby-Doo series that's going to be released on Netflix here soon. But number 1 on National Donald Duck Day, the number 1 greatest talking animal in TV history, and he has been texted in quite a bit.
Mr. Ed.
It's not Mr. Ed. And I'm still upset that Stewie didn't get a reference here, or even like anybody from The Simpsons. But maybe those aren't animals. And Stewie isn't an animal either. So just dump that, Lucius. That was a stupid comment.
Oh, that's okay. I said Bob Newhart Show, and it was what is this? Hold on, I looked it up like a fool.
Oh crap.
Mary Tyler Moore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's live radio, baby.
Even more classic.
It is.
Tomato.
Sometimes we can't edit ourselves in real time. Bugs Bunny comes in at number 1, the best talking animal in TV history. Shout out to Fievel, who got texted in. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, of course, getting some love from the 214. Bluey from the 214. We have not gotten into the Bluey stage yet. So I'm happy about that. Maybe that's coming down the line.
You're going to like Bluey.
Is Bluey good?
Bluey's fun.
Okay, Bluey's fun. I'll probably like that more than Angel. Foghorn, getting texted in from the 817. Pinky and the Brain. I loved Pinky and the Brain as a kid from the 682. So there's just a couple of yours that did not make the list that the Tolos are shouting out.
Well, hell yeah. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
And thanks to Men's T Clinic for having us out today. Fort Worth Alliance Total Wellness Optimization. You want to see why our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing? Just go to menstclinic.com and book your appointment. You know, it is Men's Health Month. I would say you owe it to yourself to get in, get out, and get back to being you here at Men's T Clinic. Okay, we're coming back with some ball maxing, Chief.
Yeah, let's continue to rail against the NCAA plus the Euro takeover in the States next in the
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in that all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Men's T Clinic, your home for individualized and expert care, getting your hormones optimized, hair replacement, the PRP stuff, bedroom wellness, hair replacement, joint therapy. They do it all for you here at Men's T Clinic, and we'd love to see you at their Fort Worth Alliance location. This is day 2. Just open, brand new thing. So here's the Chief with some sports.
Yes, sir. We got plenty to get to right after this.
Now there's a new trend called ball maxing.
Everybody has a preference. Some guys like them round, and some guys like them thin. Some guys like them tacky. Some guys like them brand new. Some guys like old balls. I mean, they're all different.
Do you still think the balls are juiced?
Well, all-pro defensive end for the Houston Texans, Will Anderson Jr. wants to clear up that he's not juicing. Okay,
good.
We saw him on the practice field in Houston. The OTAs wearing one of those skin-tight Under Armour shirts. You could see the six-pack protruding out of his shirt.
Yeah.
Just looking lean, mean, and ready to rock and roll. And so the allegations were like, man, this dude's put on like 20-something pounds of muscle. Like, what has Will Anderson been doing? Test this man. He's come out and said he did not put on 25 pounds of muscle this offseason. He's not sure where it came from. He has toned his muscles up. He's getting more mobile. He's improved his diet, but he's still in the 258, 260 range. Okay, so he wants to put those rumors to bed that he is not juicing, all right, even though he looks just absolutely incredible.
Whose balls are juiced?
He's going to be I think he's the next one. Like, you have the Myles Garrett stuff.
Okay, you think
and I don't know if he'll
Anderson's-
reach the height of Myles Garrett, because that is pretty otherworldly. But I think Will Anderson is kind of that next young, ridiculous, dominant, just all around, stop the run, get after the quarterback. And he's on a great defense for sure.
He is.
And so that can help him, because it's like we still got to worry about Danielle Hunter over here. But Will Anderson, I think, is about to be that dude.
Will Anderson or Micah?
Will Anderson.
Yep, I'm with you.
Yeah, Will Anderson.
More complete player.
More complete player.
And he got the 3-year 150.
Yeah, he got
He got 50 a year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is absolutely crazy, some of this money that is now flowing.
I mean, you're the best player on maybe the best defense.
Yeah.
Second best defense, if Seattle. But
what's interesting is I saw Cody Alexander from Match Quarters. He put out like defensive personnel usage and like some of the disguises they do. Houston is the most like basic of any team in the NFL defensively. They're just like, we got good players. We're going to line up. We're going to do what we do. We're not trying to disguise and hide a lot, but good job beating us. And they executed a very high clip.
yeah. If you draft well enough and then you get the right trade or free agent or two, like the Al-Shaair, the Danielle Hunter, next thing you know, you can just line up and play, maybe. Line up and play and say good luck. Okay, so we know about the Sorsby situation, and that was the talking point of the day yesterday, maybe outside of the Knicks stuff. But it was huge, and it will continue to be huge. I saw the 4 most absurd reasons why college football players have been ruled ineligible in recent years. Okay, so and of course Sorsby, gambling, all the stuff, betting the under on his own teammates, and the under in the first half total scoring when he was back at Indiana. He is still eligible, but the NCAA, I guess they've been neutered. They don't have the power. And I wonder how many of these people wish that they sort of knew that in real time when these 4 individuals that we're going to get to here were not eligible to play. You know about the Harbaugh cheeseburger stuff with Michigan. That went sideways on him. But you have a Colorado wide receiver, Jeremy Bloom. This was just a few years ago. He was a two-sport athlete, played wide receiver for Colorado, and he was also a skier.
Yeah.
And so he was getting a lot of perks as an Olympic athlete with sponsorship deals and all that kind of stuff. And the NCAA was like, no, you can't do that. You cannot do that. If you're going to be getting sponsorship stuff and money through your Olympic abilities, then you're not going to be able to play football. Okay, so that's one that took place. That's pretty absurd. You have the no more YouTube for there was a UCF kicker who had his own YouTube channel, and it was popping pretty hard. and they were like, you can stop doing your YouTube channel and making money that way, or you can keep it and not play football. And so he stopped.
Pre-NIL?
Yeah, this was pre-NIL. And so he stopped. He's ended up having like a huge YouTube channel. Like he made the right choice
for him
to hang up the kicker cleats and go ahead and rock on YouTube, because you're talking about over 6 million subscribers. I don't know what exactly he's doing, but destroying is his YouTube channel, and he is absolutely destroying. So, but he wasn't allowed to play because of that. That's crazy. AJ Green, remember he sold his jersey, $1,000, one of his bowl game jerseys for $1,000, and he got suspended for a good chunk of his final season at Georgia. And then the Des Bryant one.
Oh, brutal.
Des Bryant, where he's working out, he exchanged numbers with Deion Sanders.
Maybe had lunch with him or something.
Had lunch with him, maybe got a workout with him, and next thing you know, boom, we're not seeing Des Bryant. Like, that's what the NCAA was doing. So when you go back to yesterday of being like, hey, this is actually a big win, even though everybody's a little bit like, what the heck, how is Sorsby allowed to play? It's good to see the NCAA get crammed in their locker a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and I feel like maybe this is just going to be the new normal, where we're going to let the colleges do whatever they want for a sustained period of time, because as the universities try to get this thing under control, as they get players, underneath an umbrella like a union or some sort of loose players association, it's going to be difficult to sell them on the idea of why they need to change. And I don't think college football or the universities really want to change that much right now either, because they're making more money than they ever have. The players are making more money than they ever have. Like a Wild West player market, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Do whatever you want. If you're good enough and you're eligible under, whatever cutoff we put as far as the age is too old to play college football, you're good to go. You want to try out for the NFL and you suck, but a college team still wants to, you have a year or two of eligibility left, come on back. What's wrong with that? If that's the way college football started, what would really be wrong with that? I don't think anything, objectively. So what will make the sport unpopular, I think, is the question the NCAA and these universities need to ask themselves right now. Did yesterday's Brendan Sorsby pose a threat to the popularity and the viability of the college football business? I don't think so.
No, I don't either. I think that you just have concern of what is the domino effect of this now, right? And I get, you had like Tyrann Mathieu, which was funny, and he's putting out, hey, I still got 2 years of eligibility left. Can I go sue the NCAA and now go and play for LSU?
I think you could.
It is kind of like what are the limitations now of what you can do? I think this will be a year where Sorsby plays. To me, it's funny, the hypocrisy of Nebraska, of Georgia, of the Big Ten, of the rest of the Big 12, and they're all like, we're not going to schedule Texas Tech for any of our athletic games. You are all so full of S, okay? Because if you were Texas Tech and Sorsby was your guy, you would be doing the exact same thing Texas Tech is doing.
Wouldn't it be totally cool if Tyrann Mathieu could go back because he's got a year of eligibility?
I think it'd be kind of fun, yes.
Like, it's the best collection of young players and washed-up former NFL guys. I'm done in the NFL. I'm going to go back and try to help my college and teach up these kids.
We would all want to see that. We would all be intrigued by that story of like, wow, this is nuts. What does this look like? But, yeah, it opens up a can of worms. Do I agree that Sorsby should be able to play? No, you bet on your own team. I think that the laws were pretty clear. But, hey, he hired Casey Kessler. He's a hell of a lawyer. He was able to find a loophole, and he's playing. And it'll be a year. And then after that, 10 years from now, we'll move on. It's not a big deal.
Players around the country are going to have that Kessler guy on speed dial.
Damn right.
He's about to be the most popular man.
He is making it bang.
He's about to clean up in a big way.
Dude, I need a lawyer tree. I'm going to farm this thing out. We're going to get franchises all across the U.S. At every Power 4 conference school. Go check in with the offices of Kessler and Kessler.
It's outstanding. Okay, and let's tee up here. This is maybe the best team builder in all of basketball, right? He's in the think tank with Andrew Barry and the Browns. This is Sam Presti. Would he like to walk this one back after what he said about SGA?
Relative to Shea and the narrative on that, he's playing against 6 people. He's got 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media. And, that's a reality. And he's not going to be the last player that the machine decides to target. But no one's going to handle this gracefully, because when they turn it on somebody else, they're not going to step up there every night and not acknowledge it.
Yeah, this is just happening by accident to SGA. Everybody, the entire internet has formed an army together to just single out one guy for no reason, inexplicably, okay? If you have ever acknowledged SGA being a guy that loves going horizontal on the hardwood, then you are a defender in the NBA. That's what you are. You're the sixth man, okay? We're all a bunch of sixth men. Sam Presti with one of the dumbest things that a smart man's ever said.
Man, that's
He's
incredible.
playing against six people.
Wow.
And one of those is Twitter.
Talk about it. That's an all-time reach right there.
Wow.
Sam, we don't need you to make public statements anymore. Just get back to drafting.
Yeah, let's just keep you in the war room, buddy.
Yeah, it's like just tell your guy to quit falling on the floor after every play.
Yeah.
We'll be good here.
It's one of the most hilarious things I think about social media is and shoot, I guess some groups of people are getting attacked more than others, but it's have you seen what social media is doing to this group of people? It does it to everybody. If you go on and try to have any sort of opinion, there is going to be a long line of people that are going to tell you you're an idiot with vulgarities.
Oh, 100%. And
does it make anybody special if you're getting picked on?
No. And there's so many people that speak about things that really they have no idea about. But that's the thing. We're going to make a judgment and assessment off of not having all the right information and education on a topic. And it's okay to raise our hand and say, we don't know.
Okay, we got Wyatt Langford coming up at 3:20, Rangers Player Show. We got the C-Note coming up next, Cowboys News of the evening, and we'll recap everything that Shoddy updated us on before today's OTAs practice. Broadus is probably on his way, and he'll join us at Men's T Clinic in Fort Worth. Alliance location, brand new. Come get your numbers checked and get optimized. And we're back with more sports here. Pregame coming up at 6 o'clock on The Fan.
the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the nation, and Broaddus has just walked in. Wait, he walked back out. I think
he's putting his chair back in.
Wanted to put his chair back in the car.
We got these luxury chairs here at Men's Tea Clinic.
These are luxury chairs at Men's Tea Clinic. Fort Worth location at Alliance 35 up here. Pretty close to the racetrack, aren't we?
Yeah. Texas Motor Speedway is probably 10 minutes up 35 right here.
Okay. All right. We're 10 minutes south of 35 at Men's Tea Clinic's 6th DFW location. You want the bedroom benefits. You want the hair replacement therapies, joint therapies. They got it all for you for the active man here at Men's Tea Clinic. Let's treat the underlying causes of low testosterone with dedicated providers and individualized expert care. You know why our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing. And if you're a Fort Worth Tolo, it just got that much more accessible. So congrats, and congrats to Men's Tea Clinic for opening their 6th location. Let's do the C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Wyatt Langford of the Rangers Player Show coming up in 20 minutes. And, gentlemen, Brian Schottenheimer today saying it's going to be a fun competition, talking about Sam Howell versus Joe Milton. Obviously, we love Joe, don't we? Met him at the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
awesome
he was
guy.
awesome. He was awesome. Yeah.
Everybody's pulling for him?
For sure.
Yeah, but that'll be Sam Howell's job.
Is there a real competition here? Or are we being nice to Joe up there at the podium?
No, I think that there will be a real competition. I just think ultimately Sam Howell would be the guy that if you had to have one of them start a game, I think I would just feel better about Sam Howell starting it. You'll get some oohs and ahs, some wow moments from Joe Milton. You'll also get probably a weird interception. I mean, we saw it in the Giant game in the finale when he came in and threw one of the worst interceptions I think we saw in the NFL all year. So Sam Howell's had success in the league. It didn't necessarily result to wins in Washington on a bad team. But I think probably Sam Howell will end up winning that job over Joe.
Sam Howell was the first one out of the blocks today. So when last Thursday we watched practice, it was Milton, and this week it was Howell when they went to the drills, or they actually went to the 7-on-7 period. We didn't see any team period today. We saw take that back. Saw a team, but the 7-on-7 stuff is when Howell got more of the work.
Okay. I think Joe's pretty fast. I wonder if he's at a point in his career where he wants to be a dual threat guy.
Yeah, when he can run around. I mean, we saw in the preseason last year.
The problem for defenses is when you get a quarterback who's willing to run and can throw it over your head.
Yeah.
And if I'm Joe Milton right now, all I'm trying to do is make people think I'm going to run, and then I'm throwing it over their heads. And then after I've done that a couple of times, I'm going to threaten to throw it over their heads, and I'm going to run. Okay? And I think you can simplify the game, but hey, guess what? Playing quarterback from the pocket is really freaking difficult. It's the most difficult job in sports. And if my brain can't do it, then that's fine. Look yourself in the mirror and say, I didn't one of those medical play quarterback at an NFL level. Still maybe win some games, but not if I'm trying to sit in here and diagnose like I am Dak Prescott. I'm not Dak. You know? No. And there's plenty of examples of players that fit that description, managing to not only find success, but like sometimes never even have to take the playbook that seriously. You know? Yeah. And if Dak does go down, me trying to be Dak isn't going to win us games. So, Coach, how about we just do this, and I'll see if in year 3 there is an alternate way of me pulling this career out. But, I have a feeling that Joe Milton is so easygoing and cool, like he's not stressing about it, whatever it is. He's living a great life, isn't he?
Heck yeah, he is.
Okay, we got Deron Bland foot. We got Donovan Ezeraku personal. You got Jonathan Mingo groin, Jalen Thompson pec strain, Matt Hennessy, who I don't know, was he an undrafted guy?
Backup center, was with the 49ers.
Okay, he's having neck surgery today, so he's going to start the year on PUP and have a disc issue.
TJ Bass was center with the 2s today.
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't really have another option there, do they?
They don't have any other guys, no.
CeeDee Lamb not at OTAs today. Brian Schottenheimer saying he had himself an excused absence. So that's kind of the attendance issues. Let's go to most explosive offenses in 2025. This is from Warren Sharp. He ranked them today. Cowboys coming in at 11th. And Warren qualified it by explaining it this way. If a drive had 0 plays of 15-plus yards in 2025, their score rate was 16%, their touchdown rate was 6%. If you have just 1 play of 15-plus yards, your score rate was 61%, and your touchdown rate was 36%. So way better. Cowboys' 11th most explosive plays. How do we make that better?
Oh, it's all about the run game. Is what I would say. I think that your passing game was super explosive last year. Inevitably, when Dak's playing at that level and you got Lamb and Pickens, you're going to make plays down the field. But I think Jaden Blue is the one missing ingredient here to take that 11 spot and push that into the top 10 so that you can crank out some chunk plays on the ground. And even with Blue through the air, because you know the type of ability he has as a pass catcher as well. And so when you just look at the roster and the guys they have, Javonte Williams is a really good back, but he's not a home run threat. I don't know who else in that backfield really is other than Blue. So he's the guy that I'm crossing my fingers for the most when it comes to the offense, because I think he can add a whole other dimension that they just simply didn't have last year.
Yeah, Blue was running with the ones today, with Williams being not there or not participating. And so
I think that's a pretty good sign that they respect what he's done since the end of the season.
Yeah.
I don't think they would just give him, okay, Javonte's not here, you're going to be the starter today, unless he has done some things to create the idea that, okay, maybe we have something in Blue.
Do you kind of feel like, though, if something were to happen that they're going to use Blue or Moffitt, if those guys never pick up, like today they were working on blitz pickup stuff, they were working on chipping with the tackles, they were working on all these things. Do you wonder if it's like they're going to sacrifice that and say Hunter Lipke could be that guy and just focus in on getting the most explosive player out of the thing?
No, I don't think they're going to sacrifice on the pass protection. I think that is
no.
critical.
They sacrifice. They say, you know what? These guys, the Blues, the Moffas, those guys can't do it.
Yeah, they're going to play the guy who's better at the pass protection.
So then they play Hunter Lipke.
Yeah. But I think Moffitt can get this done.
Yeah.
And that's why I've been saying it on the stack with you on Crown Global. I've said it here. I really think Jaden Blue has his role. I don't believe Jaden Blue is a number one back. I don't believe he is an every down type of player. He's never done that. Even at Texas, his sweet spot was like 15 carries. I think he's a change of pace kind of guy. So if, knock on wood here, God forbid something happened to Javonte Williams, if Moffitt can prove he can handle the pass protection load, I think Moffitt takes Williams' role, and then Blue stays in, hopefully, his role that he'll have all year long.
Like I said, I would just wonder if they'll play the most explosive guy knowing that they have a pass protector in Hunter Lipke. That does say, listen, none of these guys. I was the guy that said whoever does the running, the catching, and the blocking the best is going to be the second guy. I wonder if it gets to the point where it's like none of these guys can pass block. So do we just...
Then you rock Lipke.
Then it's Lipke on certain down and distance stuff.
Maybe Malik Davis.
And then it's whoever can run the ball the best as the back.
There's also the element of, I have Blue on the field, and it's just like defensively. I'm not putting this guy in coverage who can't cover. I'm not putting Blue in a situation where he has to be a pass protector. Why can't I dictate to the defense? He's going out on a route. Go cover him.
See, that's what I'm just trying to figure out, because maybe none of these guys are as good as Williams or capable or comparable to Williams.
But it's interesting because we knew with Jason Garrett and with Mike McCarthy's coaching staffs that they would overweight the pass protection element, and if the backup could give you 20% more juice, it's almost like they didn't care. They were benching Pollard at over 6 yards.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Does Clayton Adams and Brian Schottenheimer see it the same thing?
See, as much as they throw the ball, I don't think they could just give up on it. But their give up might be, okay, we'll give up because we're just going to let Hunter Lipke do it. Maybe we'll see Hunter Lipke as that guy that just maybe he's the second back.
Would a defense respect him as a ball carrier? I don't know. I think it's time to call Joe Mixon or Austin Eckler or something.
But will they respect? They'll blitz the hell out of Blue or any of these other guys that can't pick up.
They'll think we're going to run right over these guys.
Yeah.
And I would agree with Wolchuk by default right now that I wouldn't think those guys could get on the field or have a high snap count unless they can prove they can pass protect. But I hope there's other ways around it. I don't think Clayton Adams is thinking, how do we get more explosive plays? Well, it's Jaden Blue. I think he's going to think we got to get better play at left tackle, and we got to throw more seams to tight ends.
Yeah, the tight ends, I think, a great
And we
point.
got to force it to George Pickens more. So, Dak Prescott, I think time to throw last year in pressure rate was all very average to above average. He's not having a hard time getting sped up a lot. And he's not under an exorbitant amount of pressure. But could we improve that? Can we give him some ham sandwich pockets back there?
Yeah.
But I think Clayton Adams is going to accept the challenge. I can make this offense better. I can get us 10% more chunk plays without having to get any more individual performances.
I think you guys are onto something. Even though Ferguson had touchdowns, how about a touchdown with some yards after catch?
Yeah, he had one screen that I remember.
How about a tight end that has a 11, 12, 13-yard average per catch?
And maybe that can be Michael Trigg. I don't know. Has he done anything in these OTAs that you've noticed? Maybe they're easing him along.
Do you think enough of Flanoy that he's just going to go ahead and take the third job, and that could he?
Yes, I do.
Could he be even better than what he was?
Yes.
Yeah. That's another thing. They have to figure out as well too, if teams if they take one of your one or your two guy away, you got to figure out other ways. You can't let teams just take away, Pickens or take away Lamb and not make them pay for that.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation, the Cowboys news of the evening as we're live men's T clinic at Fort Worth Alliance location. Cowboys new edge Rashawn Gary talking about Caleb Downs here on Good Morning Football with Manti Te'o. Here we go.
Well, Rashawn, you said you're the new kid on the block, but really the new kid on the block is Caleb Downs, your first-round pick out of the Ohio State University. What has been your first impression of him so far?
Man, he's a dog, man. It's early, but he's a pro's pro. From how he, take notes to the meeting, from how he asks questions to how, he wants to be on top of the details. And, having a young guy, also try to, bring guys along. So just him being a natural leader, man, he's a great guy. And I just can't wait for him to keep on growing and striving because we're going to need him.
Leadership stuff. I still can't see Manti Te'o without thinking about Lene Kakua.
Oh, gosh.
And the catfishing heard around the world. Whew. He's a good broadcast talent, good voice, good presence. He doesn't take himself too seriously. Kind of meatheadish
story.
But I think it's all about oh my goodness, that's Manti Te'o. Mm-hmm. What an idiot. I think he's on TV just to make you go wow.
Did you just say what an idiot?
Yes. I think everybody that tunes in every time. No.
See, because I felt the same way. I was like, this dude, who is going to actually... I guess we see people get catfish, but he, based on his background and, growing up in Hawaii, he really just didn't know any better, this poor guy. And he got naive. Yeah, super naive.
It happens, dude. There's something in everybody that wants love, and, it's
so sad.
She's looking perfect. You don't want to admit that you could have fallen for it for so long, and then... the way that thing ended was just hilarious. And I can't believe it was so long ago. Now there might be people in the audience that don't even remember what we're talking about. But yeah, he got epically catfished and drugged through the mud by this dude who is pretending to be the love of his life. Story in Columbus, Ohio, though, about Caleb Downs today is a Buckeyes blog that I read. They're talking about replacing the players they lost in the draft, and they're like, Carnell Tate, check. Caden, was it McDaniel, the defensive, got one of those. Got a middle linebacker.
Sonny Styles.
Caleb Downs, 3 dudes. They're like, we need 3 dudes to replace this Caleb Downs. He was a freak and played 4 different roles at a very high level for Ohio State last year. Savone Revel in an article with Tommy Yarst today, DallasCowboys.com, says his knee is 100%. Says I can clean up a lot of things, a lot of errors I didn't see last year or I did see last year that I could clean up this year. Got a new coaching staff. They're detailed and technical when it comes to things. Each day is intentional to get better. That's what I feel like I've been doing. There's some things I need to work on. My knee is 100%. So now it's time to focus on situational ball, and I've got to see what I need to fix or get better at. Listening to Shoddy today talk about him, said they're asking him to do some things that, frankly, he's never done. Said you can't just be a press man guy. So I don't know what to expect from Savone Revel, but I guess it starts with being 100% healthy. He's saying that's the case, but looking at how ill prepared that he was last year, why'd they even have him on the field?
Because they were playing with guys that shouldn't have been on the NFL rosters.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Might as well throw him out there.
Well, that's just, it's like, it's unfortunately for him, he got hurt again in training camp. It set him back. But, yeah, they were, by the end of it, they were playing with guys that probably shouldn't be playing in the NFL. And, but they needed to find a way to make things happen. And, I think there were times he was good, and then there were times where he clearly got wore down. It got a little frustrating. The brace was a problem for him. His health was a problem. He wasn't a confident player. There's sort of a lot of things. I think it just kind of snowballed for him. I was hopeful that this offseason that they would get the brace situation taken care of, and he could just worry about being coached. Because that's the thing today I noticed. This Christian Parker, while they're doing other drills or special teams, whatever, he's taking guys like Hooker and guys who are not involved with the special teams, and he's over there coaching them, on drops and foot and where to plant and how to drive and where to, how to read and all. I mean, you see him doing those things to try and, and I think that's what Ravel needs. He needs somebody that's going to work with him every single day on how he pedals, how he plants, how he drives, how he arrives at the ball, how he tackles. Those are all things that all these defensive backs can clearly benefit from.
He's a teacher, and listening to Duke Manyweather with you and Vach last night on the way home, I have some thoughts about that. But just, building off that, one of the things that he said in that interview was, as an offensive lineman in the NFL, your development is your own responsibility.
Yeah.
And from the context of everything you just said about Christian Parker right there, I think it's rare to have an NFL coach, even a position coach, that really accepts the responsibility for teaching you this craft. I think a lot of these guys, they either don't know how to teach or they don't want to make time for it and just say, well, you're in the NFL, you should know how to do all this stuff that's specific to your position by now.
Well, he was coaching them up today. While they were working on the punt stuff, he had anybody that wasn't involved with special teams, he had them over there on the other field, and he was working with them. So, that might be his way of, as a coordinator, sometimes you don't get to coach anymore. And now he's like, this is his way of kind of jumping in while everybody else is taking care of one. I'm going to go over here and coach a little bit, and players hate that because they're trying to catch a breath, but he's over there for 12 minutes, making Hooker pedal and drive and do all that stuff. I mean, so
I love that.
He's coaching them up, and those guys are like, dude, give me a break. I'm over here just taking a rest.
Yeah.
But you have to coach me up now.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I loved listening to Ross Winchie with you on Crown was him talking about how the middle linebacker position is going to be used.
Oh, yeah.
And N'Kobe Dean, he's like, yeah, you watch N'Kobe there at Philadelphia, and, as scouts, we're looking at, okay, all the things like a player can do. How is he in coverage? And Christian Parker's like, it's okay if he has a flaw, because I can go ahead and protect him this way and that way. And I kind of thought about that when we were having a running back conversation. Let's say some of these guys don't really emerge in the pass protection.
That's why I was thinking that the fallback.
Right.
Yeah.
But can Christian Parker, and kind of the way that he thinks now defensively, can Clayton Adams gain anything from that now? Yeah. And there's ways of him offensively to put some of these players on the field. But it's like, I'm not asking. I know that's not a strong suit for you. How can we now go ahead and tailor something to where this is still probably our best player to have here, but I'm going to find a workaround if there's any way to go ahead and hide that, mask that deficiency in your play style.
All right, that's the C note. We got Rangers Players Show coming up next. They're in Kansas City. Pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock, and Wyatt Langford chats with us next here in the Nation. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation Live Men's Tea Clinic Fort Worth Alliance location. Rangers pregame coming up at 6 o'clock tonight here. It's time now for the Rangers Player Show. And it's brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when needed it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And here he is. He was on base for Seager's game winner Friday night. Went yard himself in Sunday's win. Outfielder Wyatt Langford here with you on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm good.
It's going good, man. You feeling pretty good this weekend? Good to get back out there after the stint on the shelf?
Yeah, great. It's always good when you can come off the IL, especially for extended period of time like that. It's just good to be back playing baseball with these guys.
Especially with the wins here lately. Do you feel like you guys are starting to play your best baseball?
Yeah, we're playing really good right now. We've won obviously the last couple series. We're looking to just keep it going. I feel like we're playing really well. The pitching's been great pretty much all year. And the bats are kind of coming around right now, playing good defense. So it's definitely a lot of fun when you're playing good.
Was that your first time you've ever hit a home run so hard that a fan could not catch it, and you end up now having to sign a fan ball to give back to him? That entire story was pretty amazing. What was your perspective on this?
Yeah. This is the first time as far as I know, I guess. But yeah, I didn't see it originally. I was too busy running, obviously. I got back in the dugout and everyone was kind of talking about it. Then I ended up seeing the video, and I did feel pretty bad.
Have you ever taken a ball off the body anywhere? Have you ever been hit by the ball so hard? Was it in the box? Was it in the outfield?
I can't say I've been hit by one in the outfield yet. Thankfully, I haven't let one hit me. But definitely been hit a couple times in the box, and not by that hard though.
Are you familiar with the Jose Canseco play of the ball hitting his head and going over the wall?
I can't say that I am. I feel like I've probably seen it before though.
It is definitely worth a Google search if you haven't seen it. Wyatt Langford here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What's one thing you think fans would be surprised to learn about you that they don't already know?
Honestly, there's not too much to know about me. I play baseball and I like to hunt, like to fish. That's really about it. I'm pretty open box.
All right, what's the biggest catch?
As far as what?
Fish?
Nothing crazy big. Do a lot of bass fishing and stuff. And more inshore stuff on the coast. Got some big cobia and stuff.
Nice.
So you like Texas fishing?
I can't say I fish too much in Texas. Mostly in Florida.
Why not?
I'm only here during the season, really. And then growing up, I mostly went in Florida, back home. I've bass fished a little bit in Texas on off days and stuff.
Are you a guy, and I'm sorry about more fishing questions, but I'm fascinated by fishing because I love it myself. Are you a guy that would work the trolling motor, or are you a guy that stands in the back and just kind of lets somebody else work the trolling motor while you fish?
It just depends. Usually it's me if it's just me and my wife.
Gotcha. So if it's just you and your wife fishing there, you're going to work the trolling motor. do you ever block people you're fishing with to get in good spots? Do you use the trolling motor to your advantage? Mm-hmm. That's what I want to know. You guys is like, okay, I'm going to put myself in a good spot here to cast, and then I'm having to try and throw over some trees and stuff to get to where I'm at because you're working the trolling motor.
It depends. If I haven't caught much in a little while, then yeah, but try to help other people too.
All right. I got you, man.
Wyatt, you were a 2020 guy last year, and I think, obviously everybody loves going up there and hitting dingers, and it was awesome to see the offensive outburst on Sunday, but this team has had some success playing more small ball. Like, have you noticed anything different with the coaching staff and maybe what you guys are looking to do offensively to try and bring some runs across?
I mean, there's definitely been an emphasis on working on it, early work and stuff. We've been doing more bunting stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's been working. You've kind of seen it really all around baseball this year. It's kind of came back a little more. So we've definitely tried to kind of implement that a little more. And it's been working for us. So hopefully we'll keep it going.
We'll drink to that. Wyatt, can't thank you enough for joining us here on the Rangers Player Show. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. There he goes. Wyatt Langford, brought to you by Golden Chick and by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, dealing with a little bit of a delay, but thanks to the slugger himself, Wyatt Langford, for battling through with us, giving us some great answers to our baseball questions. It was the second OTA open to the media, and our Brian Broaddus was up there, Fort Center at the Star.
I was excited. I appreciate you guys for being such great teammates and allowing me to be a part of that. So, yeah, it was, anytime that we get the opportunity to watch a practice, I feel like we got to take advantage of that.
Yeah, no, that was great.
And the one thing that we're learning with Shotty in this group, with the new coach and staff, and seeing that, with Christian Parker and just really trying to kind of line guys up as we get ready for training camp this year and stuff. And that's the most really important thing, where, what guys are there guys that you're kind of thinking like, well, what kind of role is this guy? An example with Durant, he had an interception today on Dak playing on the outside. And so, nice to, Dak was a little late, throwing to his right. Durant, good position, ball right there, boom, makes the play, kind of brings it back up the field. So it's nice to see that. But you're seeing him play in spots. You're seeing him play on the outside. You're seeing him play on the inside. We're starting to see things with Downs,
cool.
And what he's been able to do.
So would you like to talk about some of that stuff in Krusty's Corner coming up next?
I'd absolutely love to do that.
Right
yes,
on.
sir.
Let's do that next here, live from Men's Tea Clinic, Fort Worth Alliance, and we're back in the fan.
All right, it is a Tolo Truck Tuesday, though, and that means, hey, it's East Dallas Diesel, the best place for all your trucks and your motor cars. Make sure you're checking them out, eastdallasdiesel.com, and you can check out all that glorious new inventory that they're pumping out every single day.
your vehicle gets a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Men's T Clinic in Fort Worth, the Alliance area, a brand new location. This is the second day they're open. You know, our Tolos have described Men's T Clinic's therapies as life-changing for a long time, and maybe you've lived out here and thought, well, I can't get to one of their locations. Well, now you can, and we'd love to have you swing on by. We'll be here for the next 2 hours, 15 minutes. Rangers pregame coming up at 6. Men's T Clinic. You'll be entered to win performance injection stacks, including lipo, amino, the metabolism igniter, and B12 for cellular energy, creatine by Ortho Molecular, and other offerings from Men's T Clinic. It is Men's Health Month, and the opening of Men's T Clinic's Alliance location here in Fort Worth. Brian, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you, Greystone, for being a part of this one as well. We got into a little bit of what was going on at OTA and minicamp practice today. A little bit more, I'm going to say a little bit more competitive than what we saw last week.
Nice.
So,
get some fines
and
going.
I say a little bit more competitive, yeah. How about a little bit more competitive because I could actually see.
Okay.
And
that helps.
And that's and it's funny because Babe Laughlin-Berg was listening to our broadcast last week, and I was complaining because I couldn't see and I needed my binoculars.
Mm-hmm.
Well, today I had him hanging around my neck,
There
and
you
he
go.
walked up to me. He says, "I see you got your binoculars." I said, "Yeah, I told you I was gonna do this." So yeah, but thank you to Coach Schottenheimer for bringing the practice a little bit closer to the media today. It was a big help, when he's working and he doesn't like go at the other end and then have everybody stand behind.
Oh, so you're really blocked off.
Yeah,
There's a
really.
wall
But yeah, I was able to use the binoculars and still see at the halfway point. So that was pretty good on his part. I mentioned about the quarterback situation earlier when I first came back. Sam Howell did get work with the 2s. Joe Milton then got work with the 3s. I think this was last week. They had it flipped the other way where Joe Milton was working with the 2s and Sam Howell with the 3s. So Sam Howell got a little bit more work today. The running back situation, there really was no Williams there, so it was Blue, it was Maffa, and then it was also Malik Davis. Well, Malik Davis was getting work with like the 4s actually because it was Banacanda was getting work with the 3s. So Davis, I really noticed Malik Davis when he's the personal protector number 1 on the punt team.
Yeah.
So you're kind of looking. How about this? The only rookie that I saw that's on the punt team, and it's actually on the number 2s, is our guy Malachi Lawrence.
Wow.
So they don't even have any rookie guys playing. Well, I shouldn't say because Malachi is with the 2s, but he is the only one that was getting work. So you're kind of thinking, well, maybe they want to, maybe when we get to training camp, they'll put some more of these rookie guys and see if we can. But Malachi Lawrence was the only one that was in the blocking group there. Also noticed, too, though, the offensive lines. You got your normal group of offensive line, of course, that we're very accustomed to, the starters. But the second offensive line was a little bit interesting today. Nate Thomas was playing at left tackle with the group today. Nick Leverett was playing. Now, Nick Leverett is from North Carolina Central. He was a free agent in 2025. So he was playing with the 2s at left guard, and then you also had T.J. Bass playing at center because of the injury or the We were
With
talking
Hennessy.
about Dawson earlier. We had somebody had a back surgery.
Matt Hennessy, the free agent backup center from the 49ers they signed.
So he was getting back surgery. So they had T.J. Bass as that guy. At the right guard spot, they had Trevor Keegan was at that spot, and then Marcellus Johnson was the right tackle today. So they didn't have. I didn't see as any of the 1 or the 2 group. I didn't see any Drew Shelton
or Johnny Cornelius.
Who they
took last year in the draft from Oregon.
That was the crew that was working today with the offensive lines. It was a little bit. Got a view today of Rashawn Gary, because last week I didn't really get to see him work all that much. Tell you what, man, the guy's got some size to him. He's got some thickness to him, lower body thickness, the calves area, stuff like that. That guy's pretty quick. I mean, when you're talking about getting off the ball, there were some drills and stuff that they were doing where it was slap the hands, get around and then attack the quarterback arm. He was one of these guys you're like going, oh, okay, I see. You saw him win last year with some of that. You saw some pressures last year. He's got a little bit more pass rush skill than you think. Then you would say, okay, well, maybe, this guy's just a run defender. This guy's got some.
It's 7.5 sacks in the first 8 games last year.
He's got some of that. So maybe they could get something out of him the way they're playing. I noticed, him. Malachi Lawrence on a couple of reps was able to get some pressure. Isaiah Land was able to get some pressure that I was able to see. So that was good for the defensive line, the way that they were practicing today. At linebacker, Overshown was back on the field. So Overshown was working with D. Winters. But what's interesting about Overshown, though, is they're starting to use, in this practice a little bit more was Barham.
Okay.
So it was like maybe you got Overshown for a rep or 2 and then Barham for a rep or 2. It was kind of like they were splitting reps a little bit here. So Barham, I finally got to see him practice. What was pretty impressive about Barham was his ability. They were working on some zone drop stuff, and you're thinking, okay, I just kind of remember you being like a pass rusher guy, an attacking guy. The guy's got some feel for it's the drop, it's the snap, it's the turn, it's the drop, it's position, and it's react to the football. So I was thinking okay, for a guy that has pass rush ability, kind of played in space pretty well awesome there. So that was encouraging from that point of view. This Curtis Robinson was getting a lot of work too. He's a young man. He was a free agent out of a free agent in 2026, but he's a 4-year guy out of Stanford. Do you know much about him at all?
He backed up with San Francisco. I think he's only started 4 games in his career. He's been a big-time special teams guy.
Okay. Well, he was getting more work than, say, Barron and Patterson. But they're the guys that were getting the primary work today. Overshown was getting the work. Robinson was getting the work. James is getting the work. So they continue to do some things with Shamar James to get him last week he was the starter with Overshown back. It was a little bit of some splitting time there with them. D. Winters had a nice pass breakup. They tried to throw the ball in the middle of the field. He was on a zone drop and then was able to come in and knock the ball. Ball was in good, should have been caught, but D. Winters was able to react on the play. So nice to see him move around a little bit more. You're starting to see what they're trying to do though in the defensive back at the secondary. Again, Kobe Durant, no Bland practicing, no Thompson practicing. So kind of the same rotation, but you're starting to see this practice. I noticed Caleb Downs playing more free safety than playing in the slot. So they were using Durant and they were using Reedy Stewart in the slot for a lot of this action. It's still Elijah Clark had a blitz where he got home on a rush that would have resulted in a sack. So they're trying to do some things. These safeties are trying to rotate, again with Jalen Thompson being out. P.J. Locke was part of this, but it was the first time that I'd seen Downs play as a deep safety along with Malik Hooker in this thing. So those were kind of some of the things that I noticed during the practice.
So Durant's definitely nickel too.
I think Durant,
and at times the nickel.
Yeah, I think we're about to be not. I think I'm wondering if they're going to say, and I've said this before, and it's just kind of reconfirmed today a little bit more. But you saw more Stewart today too, with more focus of our rookie being kind of more of a free safety today.
Yeah.
He was playing in the slot, but not as much as these other guys were playing in the slot.
Well, and was Durant's interception on the outside?
On the outside, yeah. Dak tried to throw. They were kind of working. They were having success throwing the ball in the outs today. And
Durant
Durant was able to make a play, to make a competitive play there. So really nice job by him. He's kind of one of those guys that's showing up at the two practices that I've watched. And you could tell that when you look at with CP's over on his side, like when he's doing defensive stuff, he was standing over to his side by himself, and then after each play was kind of coaching him up a little bit. So Christian's trying to, like I say, he's trying to coach these guys up, get a little bit of some understanding, learning what he's got. But it was a really nice job today by the secondary. And then, like I say, you also saw the guys, some guys like with Gary and Lawrence and those guys. And I mentioned Land as well with some pass rush stuff.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner, every day 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Okay, Sands is actually coming up at 4:20, so we got rim session coming up next, Chief.
Okay, all the ins and outs from Game 3 of the NBA Finals, next to the nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With their backs against the wall, the Spurs responded on the road in Madison Square Garden, beating the Knicks 115-111, and have begun to dig their way out of their 0-2 hole, ending New York's 13-game playoff win streak. For the first time since 1993, the road team has won the first 3 games of the NBA Finals. Game 4 is Wednesday night in New York. The Knicks are 2.5-point favorites. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Dawson back here with you for Men's Tea Clinic. We're at their new location. Congrats to Men's Tea, number 6 right here in DFW. There's actually 5 down in Houston as well if you happen to be traveling there for business, or maybe you're toloing from out of town. Whatever the case, Men's Tea Clinic is their new spot right here, Fort Worth Alliance. And this is the place to go if you want to feel like yourself again, get in, get out, get back to being you, Men's Tea Clinic. But as part of this grand opening celebration, if you make an appointment, you'll be entered to win performance injection stacks, including lipo, amino, the metabolism igniter, B12 for cellular energy, creatine by orthomolecular. They got it all here at Men's Tea Clinic, and they don't stop with optimizing your hormones and getting you the great peptides. They also have advanced bedroom wellness. They have great hair replacement therapies. When the PRP starts working its magic on top of your head, hair starts sprouting up and growing like you were a younger man. You want to tap into that fountain of youth. They got it all for you here at Men's Tea Clinic. I did mention the bedroom wellness. They also have great joint therapies to get you back in the game if your knees, ankles, hips, your joints are acting up, as they do for most of us. As we go through life, Men's T Clinic can kind of restore it to factory settings, if you will. Not exactly, but close enough. Closest thing you can get to it. menstclinic.com. Check out the Men's T Clinic location nearest you and get your edge back with Men's T Clinic. Salute.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program, or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com, or call 817-518-4580.
Tolo, celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And Tolos, now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you. They took care of me at the highest level, and they will do the same for you and your family. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here! $6 Club! $6 Club! Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 Club! $6 Club! Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 Club! $6 Club! Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
During Dallas summers, a working AC is a game changer. Luckily, American Home Shield can help protect your wallet from pricey repairs when major appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge break. If AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it no matter its age. So don't sweat breakdowns. Keep your cool with a home warranty from American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at AHS.com. See AHS.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
RJ Choppy here. The Make This the Summer sales event happening right now. One of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. Tolos, if you're looking for that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep for the rest of the summer and beyond, go check out Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. Go to the website, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. Find the vehicle you want and get it at an incredible price, because if you drive a little further, you can save a lot more at Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live Men's T Clinic, Fort Worth Alliance location. Congrats to all in the area that have been hearing us talk about the life-changing benefits of hormone replacement therapy and have always been interested. You know, you have the best spot to go get it done here, Men's T Clinic. They've set the industry standard at testosterone replacement therapy, and now they're right down the road from Eric's house.
Yes.
And with more on Eric's story and sports, here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed live here at Men's T Clinic, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Knicks lose a game for the first time since April 23rd in the biggest game of MSG's history. Okay, maybe that's hyperbolic, but it's one of them. It's up there.
No, let's just say it's the biggest.
One of the more hyped up games in Knicks history, without question. And the Spurs went out there and they did the damn thing. Wemby was aggressive. He was dominant. Stephon Castle was out of his mind. What he does defensively on Brunson, I mean, you just cannot sing his praises enough with the physicality, even with Harper and stuff like that. But when you look at the numbers, Stephon Castle guarding Brunson, it's a problem. And when they just force it to go ISO Brunson, he just can't get it done versus guys like Castle and then the lurking Wemby, who was finally not attached to Karl Anthony Towns out at the three-point line. He was able to roam and do what he does defensively as a presence that is unlike anything we've ever seen. So it was a second quarter eruption from the Knicks, taking the lead at the half. Charles Barkley saying this series is over. Yeah. It's done.
He gave
Knicks got this thing.
He
gave the kiss of death to the Knicks, because when Charles Barkley puts a guarantee on something, it doesn't usually go the way that he is predicting. So
Cardi's D's might become B's.
Yeah, that's true, Wolchuk. That's an astute point by you. So it was a lot. I think the most distracting thing of the game for me last night, it was DJ Khaled and the hair dye and the beard dye. Yes. But then I think he probably watched with his own eyeballs 5 minutes of actual game action. He's just glued to his phone. Sitting there courtside, he's just glued to his phone.
That's ridiculous. You shouldn't have those seats.
I'm like, did he pay for those seats or did they gift him those seats? And either way, you're disrespecting the sport.
What's Ben Stiller doing? Is he recording the whole game for later playback? Has he got his own podcast?
He was recording a lot.
What is he?
Like it's a home video.
What is he filming? Is he trying to break the game down when he gets home? And like, okay, this is what I saw. You know, they need to play a little bit more zone. What's he doing?
He's a 90s dad who just thinks he needs to pull up the recorder and just capture every moment.
Him and Marsha Brady.
It definitely had 80s vibes to it, like when people would get a camcorder and walk around and be like, I'm chronicling my life. Yeah. I'm going to have this library of things I've done. Maybe he's got a photo bucket or something, an external hard drive he's uploading.
Is he doing a documentary of his life as a Knicks fan or something?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
He's selling this off to somebody. I tell you what. You know what I did last night, and I would never have thought I would do this. I did the McAfee thing the whole way through.
Oh, you did?
Wow.
Okay.
Because we talked about it earlier.
Did not
I thought it was
one
terrible.
time. I'm sorry I missed that. Then I did not.
You liked it?
I thought that McAfee as a play-by-play guy he did a good job. Now I heard Big Perk a lot. You know, the other two guys, not so much. So if it's just McAfee and Big Perk doing it, they might be okay. They might be okay doing it. I think McAfee's kind of funny because he's like, you know, so-and-so he hadn't shot worth a damn all day today. You know, imagine that. He's going to take another damn shot here, you know. And it's kind of like what you're thinking as a fan.
Right.
And he's kind of like somewhat cussing a little bit, but he's also describing that this guy's been playing horribly all day, so why not take a shot, you know?
The audio quality just was so bad for me.
I didn't really care. I thought the fact that McAfee admitted he hit the over or the more or the less.
He's fun.
You know, the fact that he stood up, he says, this is an important free throw for me right now. Let me tell you how important it is.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, and then to get the free throw, he's like, that's, you know, stand up. That's what I'm talking about. If you know, you know, that. But I would have never believed that I would have stayed the whole way through, and I kind of did. But they interviewed the Saturday Night Live cast, the people that had been working, the Tina Fey and
they had Tina Fey, they had Tracy Morgan.
Tracy Morgan on. He's not Saturday Night Live, is he?
No.
He's made some appearances.
But I'm just but you know, she obviously she's had enough of Tracy Morgan. I mean, she's had, like, Tracy was saying the stuff that you played the other day, but he threw something out there. Well, tonight the Statue of Liberty is going to get pregnant. You know, he's throwing out that, and McAfee falls out of his chair.
That was like rolling her eyes.
And so you're like,
that was pretty funny.
You're like, I could do without the because obviously Tina Fey, she's a big fan. She's a big fan of the game.
Yeah, she got man-spreaded by Chalamet a few weeks ago, sitting courtside next to him.
So
she's the real deal.
So she's real fan, and like they're trying to ask her questions. She's got no time for your questions.
She's trying to watch the game.
She's trying to watch the game. It's kind of like I felt bad for her because she kind of got a little inconvenienced.
Right.
But she was nice enough to come on.
Right.
But she was intently watching the game. But I thought McAfee did a pretty solid job.
I mean, he's a showman. I mean, he brings the energy. He brings a lightheartedness and kind of like whatever would be going through a fan's mind. He's sort of
he does. He's
that,
like to say somebody takes a shot. Oh, imagine that. Another shot. That's no good. You know what? Yeah. He's kind of that.
Yeah.
It was very entertaining.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you appreciated it. Maybe they'll bust it out a little bit more. I thought it for me just
is this
one quarter.
one off for the series?
From what I understand, yes. All they did was hype up Game 3 for this. Even on the front end of the series, when they were given their little layouts of kind of where you can find different broadcasts of the game, it was just Game 3 for the McAfee stuff. That was like maybe the first trial run to see if it's worth it. Maybe they'll wait for the numbers to come out.
Seemed kind of like a trial balloon.
Yeah,
and then also seems like it might be difficult to negotiate McAfee's time. Well,
he's evidently it's got a $60 million thing he's looking at right now. His contract.
Yeah.
So
he's going to be paid like a supermax.
Hey, he is doing Game 4 as well.
Oh, it is Game 4 as well.
It's just Games 3 and 4 for the altcast. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll give it another shot for tomorrow night.
Did you start it and say nah? I might cream and that.
Yeah, I did.
I never got there. I actually did not think about it a single time after the game came on.
I just wanted because I'm one of these guys that never does that. I'm not the alternate broadcast guy.
I'm proud of you for getting out of your comfort zone.
Me and the 87-year-old dad were watching, and I'm having to explain everything, but still, I found it entertaining.
Good.
The
broadest boys were
something.
like, what would make this basketball game better if football guys were talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it was
why is the
cool.
ball round?
What was kind of cool was McAfee didn't know the rules. So Big Perk's having to explain kind of the rules. It's like, well, are we in the double bonus yet? And he goes, no, we only have one bonus, not the double. There's no double. And so he's like, oh, okay. So here he is doing the play-by-play, but he really doesn't know the rules, which made it, in a way, kind of fun. But he's watching the game like a fan.
Yeah, he is.
And that's what kind of made it cool.
Well, the stats from Wemby here through 3 games, New York is shooting 9 of 41 when contested by Wemby. 9 of 41 when he's the one contesting the shot, and that doesn't even factor in all the U-turns that these guys are having to do as they dribble up close into the paint and around the rim, and they're like, never
It terrifies
mind.
them.
Let's reset here.
They run along the baseline and they circle back because they're worried that he's going to go jump over there.
Yeah, how the hell are you going to get a shot over him? I mean, my gosh.
Yeah, it's too much.
He's just a freak.
Karl Anthony Towns, I mean, he hasn't scored a point in the fourth quarter of these finals.
That's crazy.
So that's something that is going to have to change because in general, when he's on the floor, they are winning those minutes. The Karl Anthony Towns minutes through 3 games, they are winning those, the Knicks are, but in the fourth quarter, he's been nowhere to be found. 21 people, at least from what I see here, NYPD, 21 people taken into custody after the Game 3 watch party, just at one of the watch parties in Bryant Park. Like the amount of clips and videos of like 10v1, 50v1, they see a Spurs fan and they're just going to clobber this guy. You got to be careful. I wonder how many Spurs fans are going to be sort of in incognito mode for game number 4. If you're in New York, you're going to watch your team.
Yeah,
I don't think you're repping Spurs gear.
No.
I think as a fan, I might just be like, hey, listen, I'll show up in some orange for all it takes. Let me blend in here. Secretly, I'm Tiger fist pumping when everything goes the Spurs way. Okay? But I don't need to make this about me. I don't need to be walking home down the street and be mobbed by 50 people. I mean, of all ages, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You saw like young dudes getting jumped. You saw old dudes getting jumped. It did not matter. If you were in Spurs gear last night, you probably got blood on your face.
See, I learned that from Howard Eskin in Philadelphia because Philadelphia fans do the same thing. They do the same. Like I remember a hockey game and Flyers. Poor guy had on a Braves sweater and got jumped, and I was kind of like, Howard, what? He goes, man, bro, that's don't do that. You don't wear the other gear, and they'll tell you. there's travel packages that don't even go to Philadelphia for Cowboy fans because they just don't want to deal with the
insurance.
They don't want to deal with the potentially getting
the
beat
medical
up.
bills, liabilities.
Yeah, I do think that'd be a fun deal. Well, Chuck, at some point you got to storm into Lincoln Financial with a Cowboys jersey on and have that game day thong just creeping up the back. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's after the game, especially a night game where it's going to get crazy. You know, you
When they
combine
lose.
the mob mentality with the beer, yes, and then the losing.
Yeah. Lose and let it be a night game.
But I don't even know why as a local fan you want to go.
It's just not cool.
Be in a crowd and like watch a game 20 yards away on a giant screen when you could just sit on your couch. You know, I don't get these watch parties.
It's kind of the thrill of being there, I guess. That like you could tell the tale. Oh yeah, we're at the park. Yeah,
Sure. What'd you think about Wemby getting all physical? Starting to call him dirty now.
I think
alien.
he is the
We're
most
starting to call him dirty.
underappreciated player that we have in the game today. That was unbelievable. You know, and I think what he did to Jalen Brunson probably warrants a fine today. When you add that with the elbow, like he is one of the most toxic and dirty players, but I think he is so nice and skinny that he's getting the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. There's definitely some benefit of the doubt going there. I think if I was a Spurs fan, I think I would embrace it and I would love it because it's like what is every team talking about when they're talking about trying to stop Wemby? Just be as physical as you can be with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Shaq was even talking about last night. He's like, keep doing it, Wemby. Tell Brunson, get your little ass out of the way. Like, this is how you have to fight off the idea that you got to make it known to everyone in the building, I ain't soft and I ain't the one to be screwed with.
Yeah,
so I get it. And if that means I'm going to get some flagrants and I'm going to get a couple of narratives, whatever, dude, because I'm not going to sit here and get Mitchell Robinson in my face for 4 quarters.
But isn't it up to the refs to call it? Like, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I love that Wemby's standing his ground and letting people know I might be a skinny French man, but you're not going to bully me for the next decade.
Exactly.
You know?
But it is on the refs for sure. And they missed one there, and they've mentioned that, and they're reviewing it, and maybe they retroactive flagrant that thing or whatever. Yeah. And I think he'll be one away from like a suspension based on the amount of flagrants he's had in the postseason. So that'll be something to watch for. But yeah, I mean, I know Knicks fans were pretty ticked.
I kind of appreciate Castle just lowering his shoulder and running over Brunson to get to the rim.
Oh yeah. He had a couple of crazy adjustments at the bucket.
He's a dog. No. I'm not talking about with the ball. Remember?
He ran through him.
Where it
was like Kobe and Pau Gasol.
It's like he's like, listen, you're going to stand there. Okay, I am about to run right over your ass, and I appreciate that about that. That was no flagrant. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's basketball, baby.
That's basketball.
Yeah, and Jalen Brunson's got to get himself figured out. 13 turnovers, 13 assists in the series.
He had 5 last night,
and he's shooting 82 points on 81 shots.
Jeez.
Like they're going to have to get that figured out.
Maybe
this thing's coming back to Texas too.
Maybe Becky Hammond.
Hey, I'm with you on that fist bump, baby. Yeah, are you kidding me? I've been with the Spurs. I picked the Spurs to win last night. I picked them to win the series.
Oh, I thought everybody gave up on the Spurs. I thought I was lone man on this.
I stood tall in the pocket,
Eric picked the Spurs last night.
We are live at Men's T Clinic in Fort Worth.
We're together, man. We're teammates.
Let's
go.
I don't know if I like this.
Make your appointment.
Go Knicks.
Nice beads on your wrist, by the way.
Win a performance injection. They got the amino blend. They got the carnitine blend. They have a master detox blend with a word I can't even pronounce.
I just hit that lipo B.
Glutathione. They got it all here at Men's T Clinic. Come get your hormones optimized. You'll feel outstanding. Everything from the boardroom to the bedroom. You're looking at performance upgrades. And we're coming back with Jared Sandler here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about another nation with you, though. Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. And they have buy 4, get 4 free available for you right now. And there's no limit on that. So you can put all new windows in your home, and half of them are going to be free. Windownation.com. Let's get your home ready for the super hot stuff. You know, it's right around the corner. We're going to be into triple digits. You're going to hear your AC running constantly, and then you're going to look at the energy bills and you're going to say, wow, is there anything we can do about these energy bills? And yes, you can. New energy efficient windows from Window Nation can save you hundreds, if not thousands, every year on your energy bills. Have a Window Nation guy out to the house. It's amazing. You're going to love it. I mean, I appreciate their customer service and professionalism. You can't imagine. And if you have somebody out to the house, they're You're trusting them with your most valued investment for most of us. You want guys you can trust that are amazing and do the best possible work. That's Window Nation, right? Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. You'll see why they love them, and I love them, and you're going to love them too. But right now, buy 4, get 4 free. You got to get this locked in because the sale will end soon, right? So go to windownation.com, book your free appointment. They'll give you a no obligation quote, and that quote's good for 6 months. When you're ready to do the job, they'll get it done in a day or less. And it's the gift that keeps on giving, a gift you give to yourself, and it pays you back in the form of energy savings and a beautified home there with new windows. Go to windownation.com. Salute.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman power tool when you buy a Craftsman B20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 cluck, $6 cluck. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 cluck, $6 cluck. Choose Golden Chick's 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 cluck, $6 cluck. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Tolos, if you're thinking trucks this spring, I've got a guy, Tony, at East Dallas Diesel.
We've got the best custom trucks in DFW. Lifts, wheels, tires, built right with quality parts.
Check us out at eastdallasdiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Follow here, Tolos. Let's get that hair back on your head, courtesy of Advanced Hair. It's a simple one-day treatment. It offers life-changing results. It's absolutely amazing. They put hair where you need it most, and then it begins to grow. Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. And Advanced Hair even guarantees it's going to grow for life. So please go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. Just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives. They're the team that I personally recommend. You are going to love them, so please don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
World's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final and have a blast every step of the way. From Norway to Spain, the U.S. to Brazil, pick your trades for the winners of soccer's biggest prize and watch the trends to find the best payout for you. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and you can buy out of your position, making it so much more fun. For a limited time, you can download the Kalshi app and use code TOLO. That's T-O-L-O. That's TOLO, T-O-L-O. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important, the golf game. Right, as we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me, all natural. And that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, it looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Give Dad the Father's Day feast he actually wants with Wild Fork. Score buttery picanha, red Argentine shrimp, Wagyu briskets, and prime New York strip steaks. Visit any of our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com. Stop settling for average. Own the backyard. Wild Fork.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to catch up with Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider. Pregame coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, and this segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. As Sands joins you now here on The Fan. Buddy, how we doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Well, another series victory. I think we talked last week, and we're about halfway here, and I said, what does it mean to you so far? And I suggested maybe it's just the ups and downs of about a 500 team trying to get back to 500 tonight, Sands. What kind of value can you assign on 3 straight series victories?
Yeah, I mean, Gavin, I still don't know that we've graduated from, what you just, the way you just framed it, because that's what 500 teams will do is, have stretches where it feels like it's a lot better, and then you have stretches where you wonder if you'll ever get back there. So, they're still a game under, right? And so a win tonight gets you to 500. This is a series that, I'd like to say you should win. I mean, the Royals aren't a very good team. It's never easy to go and win a series on the road, but, if you want to graduate from beyond that, are you a 500 team, give or take? This is the type of series that you want to go and win. And if they can, keep rolling, that'd be huge. They have a pretty favorable schedule between now and the end of the month. But we know, right, we've talked about what that means, right? If you're not playing well, it doesn't really matter. If you're playing well, then you can beat the big dogs. The Rangers, I think, actually have more wins against teams over 500 than any team in the American League. I think they're 19-14 or something like that. They've been really, really good. They got to beat these teams, right? And they took care of the Royals last time. They swept them, but you got to continue to win these games. And now they're going to have to do it on the road because other than this next homestand, a week-long homestand, 16 of the next 22 or 23 or something like that are on the road. So similar schedule to the beginning of the year. They're going to have to be road dogs here, over the next few weeks.
Yeah, Brian asked CY about it yesterday, and CY had the stat on like how many games under they are against the Angels and the Astros. And if you go back and just turn that sweep the other way, I think we'd be talking about this team in remarkably different ways. But it helps define who you are. And if you're bad enough to get swept by an Angels team, then you can't just throw that out. I guess tonight where I'd like to take the conversation, Sands, is to Eovaldi. Because you want to beat these Royals. I think there's a couple of ways to do it. You can play great offense or great defense, but I would say Eovaldi's just been kind of sufficient, even though he's worked later into games over the last couple of weeks. He's given up some runs.
Yeah, and they try to push him into that seventh inning, his last start, and obviously that last inning didn't go as planned. He's been really good, and there is great value in innings, right? Helps protect your bullpen. You can really get granular when it's the beginning of the series. You don't further expose relievers who the other team might face again in the series. So there's a lot of value in innings. We can talk about stats that are valued differently today than they used to be: wins, batting average, stuff like that. But to me, innings is a stat that is incredibly valuable, no matter what era you're talking about. And he gives you that, but you're right. I mean, he was on a ridiculous pace last year. He could have been a sub-2 ERA guy. I mean, he kind of was, but didn't qualify because of the injury at the end of the year. He hasn't been that dominant, but he still is really good. And he's the type of guy that I think you still feel a lot of confidence in when he takes the mound. I think, guys, and I could be off by one in both of these, but the Rangers now have had 24 times Eovaldi and DeGrom have gone back-to-back, and they've only won, like tonight would be the 24th time, and the Rangers have only won both of those games 6 times, so they can make it 7 tonight. But that's what this team really needs to do, right, is when you get DeGrom starting and then Eovaldi starting, you can really knock the wind out of the other team's sails by winning both of those games. You obviously need the offense to cooperate. The offense has been a lot better. They're averaging 5 runs a game over their last 20. And you get a good start from Nathan Eovaldi, then you feel really good about it. But you brought up the defense, Gavin. This is a big ballpark. This is not they move the fences in, but it's still not a super hitter-friendly ballpark. Big outfield, so defense in the outfield especially is going to be important.
Hey, Jared, have you ever asked anybody in the organization?
It's Jared Sandler here with you on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, as we broadcast live from Men's Tea Clinic, Fort Worth Alliance. Here's the King.
Yeah, Jared, sorry about that. We've got mics crossed here on the grabbing the wrong headphones and stuff. So the
swords crossed.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that.
That too.
Have you asked the team? Have you asked anybody in the organization, with the way that the West is with the standings, does it make it more difficult to make moves when it is this jumbled up, but you don't know if you're good or if you're not good? Does it make it harder to make that evaluation of really what your team is when the division is the kind of the way it is?
Yeah, I think yes. I think also just in general the American League being the way it is. I mean, the Rangers have under 500 and in a playoff spot, so I think it does make it tough because at the end of the day, I understand that a lot of folks live in a very binary mindset where it's like you win the World Series or you don't. And to me, if you're the Dodgers, that's maybe more appropriate. If you're the Rangers, the Rangers have made the playoffs once since winning the division in 2016. Have not won the division since 2016. Didn't win the division in 2023. To me, while the hurt and disappointment of getting knocked out in the playoffs sucks, getting to the playoffs is a big win. And it's a big win for almost every team in Major League Baseball. And so it's really tough to bypass an opportunity to get in the playoffs. But it's also a weird deal when, you're not even 500 right now.
Right.
I do think when the trade deadline rolls around in just under 2 months, my guess is you're not going to see any teams. I could be wrong, but my guess is the team holding the third wildcard spot will be over 500. I think broadest where it'll be really tough is that the Rangers are around 500, maybe a game or two below, but 2 or 3 or 4 games back of a playoff spot because you've got a very veteran team. If you're the St. Louis Cardinals, it's not as difficult. You're building towards the future. You're not going to compromise anything. You're not going to deviate from your plan for a scratch-off ticket. I don't want to say a lottery ticket, but a scratch-off ticket. If you're the Rangers, though, and you got a bunch of veterans, that's a really difficult spot because, you could go one direction and maybe, move those veterans to help you in the future. But you also can look at it like, hey, if we're going to do that, then this is the, we're really kind of turning the page on the DeGrom, Eovaldi, Seager, like trying to make another run. And my guess is for Chris Young, who just naturally is wired aggressively and loves and truly believes in the power of starting pitching, that when you've got the horses that he has at the top of the rotation, it's going to be tough to just turn the page and say, we're not going to go for it. And I do think all of those factors, Bodies, make it incredibly difficult, to make some of these choices. But we've talked about this in other sports, like the Patriots and their dynasty. They made some really tough choices that raised eyebrows, but they did it, with no regard for, any context or any frills. And it was what was the best decision for the New England Patriots now and tomorrow. And you see that, those are some of the tough decisions that shape a franchise. And there's no doubt that this organization is going to be in a position to make some of those decisions here in the next couple months.
We kicked this around yesterday, Jared. I wonder your thoughts about it. If the Rangers want to be buyers here at the deadline, what do they have to offer? And it feels like deja vu, but they do have such a strength and depth again, especially if Montgomery and Bradford are able to come back with their starting rotation. Do you foresee them, or is CY just kind of a guy that he doesn't want to give up arms? I mean, would they use that as possibly pieces to try and bring in maybe a bat?
Yeah, I don't, and maybe it's not Bradford and Montgomery, Zach. Maybe it's someone on the staff now because one of those guys can fill that void, right? I don't. It obviously depends on how teams value all these different guys. It's a great question, and the Rangers probably don't have, or maybe are unwilling to spend the currency, the resources to get the top dog in the market, whomever that might be, because it's not that they couldn't in a vacuum. It's that now when you get 2, 3, 5 other teams vying for that guy's services, that creates the market. And are they going to be able to one up the other 4 teams? I don't know. They might have to kind of do not like a buy-sell thing, but depending on who they're trying to get, they might have to give up someone who maybe is an asset but a surplus. In order to improve their major league club on the whole, right? It might not be your traditional prospects for a big league, or maybe it is. Maybe it's moves much like what they've done the last couple of years, where they're not unloading the farm, but they're going to try and incrementally get better. I think they definitely need help with the lineup, especially against left-handed pitching. I think you can, a right-handed power bat would be valuable, but a lot of teams want a right-handed power bat, and that's kind of the impetus of your question. How can you compete with other teams in a market? And I think that's definitely going to be a challenge, especially if the market is as strong of a seller's market as it's been in the 3 wildcard setup. The 3 wildcard setup has been very favorable to sellers, not as favorable to buyers. And the cost for a point of talent across the league. A guy like Alex Call, who's not even an everyday player for the Dodgers, was going to cost a whole lot for the Rangers to go and get last year at the deadline. Guys like that, is the juice worth the squeeze? And if not, then you might have to zig instead of zag. And that's where, again, GMs, presidents of baseball operations have to be creative, and where they really can make a difference between now and the deadline.
Love it, Sands. Let's talk about another dub tomorrow. What do you say?
Love it. Let's do it.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. Football Fix at 5. I got a Cowboys question for you next. The number one burning question as we go into this Cowboys summer here as you broadcast live. Men's Tea Clinic in Fort Worth. New location in Alliance. Second day open. You want to get your numbers checked. This is the place to do it here. mensteaclinic.com. Book your appointment now, and you'll be entered to win free performance injections. All right. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, D&M is one phone call away, and it's a quick phone call, about 10 minutes. They'll take your order, take what vehicle you'd like, and what you're trading in. They'll give you the highest trade-in value possible, and then deliver the brand new vehicle to your home or office. just like that. You'll see why it's called the easy lease. I mean, it's not hard to tell. They make everything as easy as possible, and with payments up to 50% less compared to buying, that's very easy. There's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days. They want to make it as easy as possible to put that dream vehicle in your driveway or garage, carport, whatever it is, wherever you put your vehicle. Not quite sure, don't know what vehicle exactly you want, but any make, any model, car, truck, SUV, D&M Leasing can make a reality for you. So give them a call from 972 or 817-35 Lease. Tell them we sent you, and then get ready for the white glove service, the best vehicle acquisition process in the entire world. They win Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater. That's a national, actually international award. It's for all of North America. We're so blessed to have D&M Leasing right here in our backyard. 972-817-35 Lease, dmautololeasing.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, from the matches to the money to the kits to your prediction, it's our official World Cup preview. Plus at 12:20, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. So join the show 10 to 2 right here on The Fan. It's a KNC Texas Rangers lunchtime party this Thursday, Corey.
Oh, man, Kevin, we're going to be at Specs in Arlington, 3909 South Cooper, celebrating Terramana Tequila, and joining us will be Rangers alums Ken Hill and Darren Oliver, plus a set of 4 premium tickets to a future game and other Rangers giveaways.
What a morning into lunchtime Rangers party this will be. Get Masterpiece with the Rangers this Thursday at Specs in Arlington with The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy. PUCT 10009.
Golden Chicks 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 club. $6 club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club. $6 club. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 club. $6 club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
All right. Turn it up. This next track by Crown Royal, it's got a way of getting everybody together. So grab your people, grab a glass, and play this one loud. This track is brought to you by Crown Royal. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Rangers President of Baseball Operations Chris Young teams up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Lucius. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic here, Fort Worth Alliance, brand new location. Congratulations to Fort Worth, surrounding areas. What is this? Is this Justin? Where are we, Chief?
No, this would be considered Fort Worth.
Still Fort Worth, just the Alliance area of Fort Worth.
Yeah, the Alliance area of Fort Worth.
Okay, well, it's great to be in your backyard, your stomping grounds.
It's awesome to have you guys here, man.
35W corridor. We do have another hour and 13 minutes of show remaining. If you'd like to swing on by, make an appointment now. You'll be entered to win some performance injections. And, you can get your testosterone numbers taken and then get optimized here. And real quick, you're going to notice performance and health upgrades across the board. Unanswered questions for all 32 teams was done by ESPN today. And I got the entire division here for us. And if there's other teams you would like to know their unanswered question, you're going to have to Google that yourself.
I was kind of hoping you were going to give me the Arizona's, please.
Okay, fine.
I'd like to know the Raiders' unanswered question, please.
Okay, we're going to start with the Cowboys. Can Dak Prescott finally add playoff success to his resume?
All right, I'm glad.
Or more meaningful playoff success? I mean, he is 2-5. Mm-hmm. This will be Prescott's 11th season as the Cowboys starter. Last season marked the 8th time he's played at least 12 games, but the first of those 8 in which Dallas has had a losing record. Maybe suggesting there's possible regression going on here. You played the majority of the games. You didn't make the playoffs. If we assume the defense is improved and that Prescott stays healthy, the Cowboys should be in good position to return to the playoffs. It might not be totally fair to posit a question that can't be answered until January at the earliest, but Prescott is one of the most established entrenched starters in the league. There aren't any more questions for him to answer except the big one. I feel like he's still in his prime.
Yeah, I mean, he was fantastic last year. Dak wasn't the reason why you didn't make the playoffs. I mean, definitely, you had a talent-deficient defense, and your defensive coordinator was bad and didn't do a better job to aid it. So, Dak, if he's healthy and he's able to play like he did last year, this should be a playoff team. I think this is probably the last question that Dak needs to answer. I think Dak's had tremendous success in the regular season. I think he's everything you want as a face of a franchise. He's a leader. This is it. It's all about the postseason. And he's had moments where he has played really well. The second half against Green Bay his rookie year. The game against Tampa Bay. It's still a playoff game. I get it. He can't control the opponent. Against the fourth quarter when they win in 2018 against Russell Wilson in Seattle. Sure. Played really well. The San Francisco games certainly stand out. The Green Bay game stands out. He's got to answer those critics. And it's not just him. There's other quarterbacks that have to do that, Lamar Jackson being one. Josh Allen in AFC Championship games has not always played tremendously well. Justin Herbert, that's certainly a big asterisk on him. But that has got to be the last hurdle that Dak needs to clear.
If they get in a situation where he plays all the games, but they don't win the division and they don't have success, in that post-game show that you and I do, the final one, are we going to open up the questions about the quarterback position?
It kind of depends on what the underlying metrics look like. Like if
he plays all the season and they don't have success, they don't have success on offense.
But it's a similar statistical profile to last year. I'll be fine with him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, if he plays like last year, then you're not really.
What if he and Shoddy?
on.
What if they don't get it done? I mean, I'll question Shoddy now. I'll question the head coach now. Like, okay, is this really the guy? They go 7-10 again.
With a healthy Dak.
I think your defense could be atrocious still. I think your defense could still be one of the three.
What if
worst.
the offense isn't better?
Then Dak would have to play poorly. If the offense is around what it was, but it doesn't jump into a lead, I'll say, well, of course it's not. Your tackles still stink, and you have one slow running back. You don't have a tight end that really threatens the opposition. Okay. You're two wide receivers and a Pro Bowl quarterback and three good interior offensive linemen. So
he's bought himself more time in your eyes?
I think so. What I'm waiting for is when the yards per attempt come crashing down.
When it goes from 8.2 to 7.0, 6.8.
You start turning into that kind of player, and you don't see it. You don't trust your legs to extend plays. You're afraid of the contact because you're worried that your old brittle bones are going to get broken. Like, all those things add up and compound very quickly on a quarterback. So as long as Dak, like you see him in the EPA per play type of leaders, I kind of don't care what the record is. I think the majority of the Cowboys' playoff success can be explained by the fact that in a lot of playoff games, Dak was their leading rusher, and they haven't had good, consistent defenses. They did have the one defense under Dan Quinn that I think finished 6th in scoring, but you kind of felt like when the chips are down, the opposition's going to be able to run on them. And for the most part, it did happen. They had the 19-point performance against the 49ers. That was a good defensive game.
That was the big one.
But Dak's running game was completely absent that day.
Pollard gets hurt in that game.
Pollard got hurt, yeah. But they also, the play calling I thought was terrible. They refused to push the ball down the field. I mean, they threw the ball up to CeeDee Lamb on like just a YOLO ball, and CeeDee rewards them with a massive catch in that game. But that's what it is. Like, at some point, yes, if you're going to be the guy, go be that guy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
think. It's a lot of excuses. Not every team is perfect. It's very few that you get a roster that's like the Eagles that went and won a Super Bowl, right? The Seattle wins one with Sam Darnold as your quarterback. Is he better than Dak? No, but Sam Darnold made huge plays to beat the 49ers, or excuse me, the
dominant running game, best
Rams.
defense.
Yeah.
I think that's false equivalency, Wolchuk.
False? I mean, the running game, I think, has been fine. In 2016, when you have Zeke, who leads the league in rushing. In 2018, they ran the football fine. You have Tony Pollard. What was the question mark then the first year when they lose to the 49ers in the wild card round? And you have Tony Pollard who breaks out that year. Like, they couldn't run the football, and then you also have Amari Cooper, and you've got CeeDee Lamb, and you've got Michael Gallup, and you've got Cedric Wilson. Like, it's just there's always an excuse. At some point, somebody's going to have to get the blame for it, and if it's not going to be Dak, then the next person that would get the blame would be the head coach and your offensive coordinator or play caller in Brian Schottenheimer.
Well, after 30 years, it's hard to imagine that we're not going to be playing the blame game at one point or another. in early 2027, and I hope I'm wrong about that. But after 30 years, it's really hard to bet that it's going to stop happening now.
No,
Tony Romo and Dak Prescott, very similar quality.
I asked the question just because of if it's not working, if they're not having success, are there going to be questions about the quarterback at that point? Are you starting to make plans? If this thing turns into a 7-10, are you starting to say, okay, we've got to think about going, because it'll be year 11, year 12, as we go.
I don't think they can do a fourth contract. I think at most you have 3 years left.
That's what I was kind of wondering.
Constantly pushing money back. When at the end of his contract, you're still going to owe 9 figures to him in cap hit.
Right.
So I can't imagine they have more than 3 more years with Dak. And so to answer your question, if you go 7-10, if this college draft class lives up to it, and there's 5 or 6 first round picks,
and you end up with the 12th pick again,
you got to take one.
Yeah.
Argue what the Rams just said, where you got to give Dak the best possible shot, but you don't know when you could have another opportunity to take one. So that's what I'd be saying there in that room. Okay.
By the way, your best pick goes to the Jets, right?
Yeah, the better of your two.
So if you tank this thing, that thing's going to the Jets?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, you're going to have the Packers pick.
Wow. Okay.
And the Packers might not be good this year.
Yeah, better hope.
Yeah, I think their offensive line is finally going to expose Jordan Love, although I think every year he started, they've been a top 10 offense. And he's done it with some pretty poor weapons at times.
He has, and a lot of injuries.
But I think this year the lack of offensive line, and they lost Dobbs as well. I think this year it comes full circle, and the Packers might collapse. So both those picks might be in the top half of the first round. Okay, Eagles, is Jalen Hurts' future in Philly on the line this season? Giants, can Jackson Dart learn to protect himself? Commandos, have they done enough to take the pressure off of Jaden Daniels?
It's all about quarterbacks in this division, isn't it? Every one of them was about the quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? We got 3 down and 1 to go, and a football fix coming up. Chuck.
Yeah, let's do it. A.J. Brown's farewell message. That's next in the nation. But, my gosh, Dallas, get ready. We got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It is coming to Cosm. You can experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You have to see it to believe it. It is unbelievable. Words do not do this justice. You can enjoy reserve seating, and you can witness history pitch side as you immerse yourself in every single tournament match, or catch every match of the round shown simultaneously on the wall-to-wall LED display there at Cosm, and explore the venue with general admission tickets. Secure your spot now at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby was granted a temporary injunction that will allow him to play this season of college football, reports are that the Big Ten is discussing a league-wide ban on scheduling Texas Tech in all sports. If this ban does happen, don't be surprised if other conferences follow suit. And Texas Tech takes matters into their own hands and decides to just cut ties with Sorsby. At a certain point, it's just not worth the headache. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580. You
finally plan that family vacation and you renew your passport only to find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today at 972-484-0TAX. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online. PlatinumFord.com. And then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day, and thanks to Men's T Clinic here in Fort Worth, the Alliance area, for having us out. Their 6th DFW location, menstclinic.com. If you want to schedule your appointment now, you'll be entered to win performance injections. These are fantastic, the peptides and stuff everybody's talking about. Thanks to all the Tolos who have swung by already. Rangers pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. Again, menstclinic.com. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
Let's do it right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir. Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Alrighty, how about DeMarvion Overshown as he's back at practice in Clarence Hill putting out green dot? That's the plan.
I think they're all wearing green dots.
For DeMarvion Overshown.
All 11, right?
I think they all had green dots.
Every single player out there rocking the green dot.
Who can do this? Who can make the calls? Everybody gets a chance.
They were splitting time. He was actually splitting time with the other linebacker.
Barham.
Well, yeah, I mean, I totally get that. I think this is the time of year to do it. But Chill is insinuating that might be the plan for the regular season.
There you go.
That Overshown might be the guy
there you go.
to do that. I'm sure, him, maybe Jalen Thompson when he's back at practice. I'd be interested, what's going on there. Is he a guy that ends up doing it? You've got Cowboys mandatory minicamp will be the 16th through the 18th. And we'll see. Does George Pickens show up? Dak said he has not heard from George if he will be there, but George is George, and George is fine. So we'll be monitoring that. That'll be the biggest story probably in the National Football League. Does George Pickens show up?
Yeah, because if he doesn't show up, then I think you start to imagine what else is he going to no-show.
Yeah.
Could this turn into a camp holdout that becomes realistic? I think it's a hundo.
Gosh.
I think it's a hundo to miss mandatory minicamp. $100K.
Which is not a good idea for him to do
for the whole thing. For the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, that would be a massive sign that if I'm willing to punt on money, I really don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I think it's your entire plan goes up in smoke. Yeah, I think that's the power you've given George Pickens right now by not doing a long-term deal with him. You've given him the power, and maybe justifiably so from his perspective and the NFL Players Association perspective of threatening to screw you over if you don't do what's right, because they wield that franchise tag like it's Excalibur, Like, oh, you better stand back. We got this franchise tag. All other teams are like, we really don't want to put the tag on you. It's kind of a Richard move. Cowboys like, damn right we will.
We're use that tag.
Yeah.
We're doing it.
So I would fight back with everything I had in this situation. Why not? Make Jerry sweat a little bit?
Yeah, we'll see if George. I'm still going to say he's there because I think he needs to be there. I think
he'll be there myself.
It's not going to be good for him in terms of just the rest of the league's eyes, let alone just because he's not proven it to just the Cowboys. I think he's got to prove it now to the other 31 teams.
But missing mandatory minicamp says, I don't care about that. I want you to judge me on what I'm going to do for you on Sundays.
Yeah, but I think the league has clearly said that Sundays isn't good enough. Because if they were judging it based on what do you do on Sundays, why did nobody pay him this offseason, right? Because he's clearly better than, you look at what Alec Pierce got, you look at what Romeo Dobbs got. Hell, the deal that Christian Watson just got is basically what George Pickens is making for 1 year in the franchise tag. He's so much better than all these guys. Yeah. If you really wanted an elite receiver, then you go ahead. The Cowboys said, make an offer. He's a free agent, basically. And then we'll worry about added compensation via a trade if you want him. Nobody did. No, so there's got to be other elements to this. It's not just the play.
I'm not saying the George Pickens Mulligetta move would make sense.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's probably what it is. Well,
and it's George. So, hey, for him, maybe it does make perfect sense. And I'm interested to see if he's there. I hope he is. I really, really do. Let's stay with wide receivers. Let's go to A.J. Brown, now with the New England Patriots. So here is Mike Garafolo, NFL Network. What did A.J. Brown do as he left the Eagles facility?
Let me add this part. So A.J. Brown closed the chapter on his time in Philadelphia because he was there at the facility last week. I believe it was Thursday. He was there to pick up some stuff at the facility and say his goodbyes. On the walls there, they have pictures of Pro Bowl players, and A.J. signed his. They have the players sign it. So he signed it, and then from what I was told, he then added the best to ever play here, always open. Now that signature is going to stay up on the wall. They may have to edit out the message as well, but and no hard feelings or anything like that. It's just he had his affinity for the time that he played in Philadelphia, and they still love him. There's still a lot of love for him inside that building.
Wow, is he the best?
That's confidence right there.
Eagles wide receiver in the history of their franchise.
I would say Harold Carmichael was pretty good.
Yeah,
Mike Quick was pretty good. I would say
T.O., Deshaun Jackson.
T.O., Jackson, Smith.
Yeah, but T.O. had one dominant year with the Eagles with like 14 touchdowns, 1,200 yards. And that 1 year is probably better than any single year that A.J. Brown had, but he did win a Super Bowl with them. And he had, four straight years of over 1,000 yards, two of which were close to 1,500 yards. If I'm A.J. Brown, I'm thinking I'm the best that's ever been here.
When he said this, and I first heard the story, I was like, that's pretty laughable, right? When you look at it, he might have a case. He is their all-time leader in receiving yards per game with a minimum of 50 games played. He's one of just 10 wideouts in their history with at least 5,000 yards, and he's played the fewest games with just 80 among any of those guys. Won a Super Bowl, played in another. He put up a lot of production, and you're right. I think Harold Carmichael's probably...
Well, Harold Carmichael, I remember him, and I just looked this up. 589 receptions, 8,978 yards, 79 touchdowns.
Dang.
He played there for 12 years or so, 13 years.
He was a four-time Pro Bowler, and he is a Hall of Fame. Just made the Hall of Fame.
6'8". He played from 1971 to 1983.
Yeah, because Mike Quick was good.
I like Mike Quick a lot too,
but
no love for Todd Pinkston.
A.J. Brown's might be over him.
Mike Quick, 1982 to 1990, he was 5-time Pro Bowler. He had 1,400 yards in 1983. He finished his career with 6,460 yards, 61 touchdowns.
I would say if you're saying the best to ever do it, that's just like for one game or one season. Because you wouldn't say I have the best Eagles career of all time because Carmichael does. So if you're fitting it into that criteria, I would say it's safe to say I would rather have T.O. for one season or one game than A.J. Brown. And I don't think there's a lot of people that would disagree.
No, for sure. Everybody, when you're stacking up all-time wide receivers, you're going to get to T.O. much faster than you are going to get to A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
But if I'm A.J. Brown, I understand.
You can make that claim.
Yeah.
It's not a ridiculous idea. I did find it interesting that he's got a lot of love and support in the building, and what's that mean for their chemistry? Like, just because you get rid of A.J. Brown, have you solved it, or was he just the loudest one?
I think there's a lot of love in that building because he was willing to stand up to the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I don't think the quarterback's well liked in that building. Mm-hmm. That's where I think that's why people respect Brown, because he stood up when nobody else would.
Now you also have Big Dom. Big Dom is being asked about what's going on with these massage rumors. Okay, the Hassan Reddick, the A.J. Brown, this whole thing that went down.
Oh, is the love triangle with the Eagles massage therapist?
Real? Is it real? Okay, is this what caused the friction between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown? Because Hurts knew about it. He's like, I don't really care. This is not my business. And he doesn't tell A.J. Brown. And then in turn, A.J. Brown's like, what the hell? Why didn't you tell me that our teammate is also having a relationship with the same girl that I'm having? Well, Big Dom says that the story is complete and utter bupkis, is the quote.
Bupkis?
Bupkis. It's bupkis.
I've never heard that used in a sentence.
From Big Dom.
It's kind of a nice way to say BS.
Yeah, it's bupkis. So Big Dom is saying that it is false. Now, therefore, if Big Dom says it, I guess we got to believe it.
Well, what was he going to say? Oh, yeah, it's all true.
Oh, well, why not? A.J. Brown's not there anymore. Hassan Reddick's not there anymore.
Yeah, but it's still just not a good look. You know, you're the minister of culture in Philadelphia. You don't want that getting out.
Well, we got rid of those bad eggs, man.
Is he minister of culture? Is that really a title for him?
Yeah.
He's got a really long title if you look at it.
Yeah,
he needs a poster board for a business.
It's like
card.
culture, play calling, head coach, general manager, owner, CEO, and just all around good vibes.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the face of the franchise.
Ball crusher.
Yeah.
He is. I mean, they're going to put a damn statue right next to Rocky for him out there. Joel Bitonio.
Going to need some lumber for that.
Shout out to him on an outstanding career. He has retired after 12 seasons. God bless him. 12 seasons with the Cleveland Browns. That cannot be easy at 34 years old. He was the 35th overall selection in the 2014 NFL Draft. Who was in his draft class, ladies and gentlemen? Well, that would be
Johnny Manziel.
Johnny Football.
And Zach Martin. Now, in his retirement speech, he opens up with, quote, I was drafted the same year as Johnny Manziel, and we actually roomed together. I learned some things not to do from him. It's a reminder that having a what not to do guy on your staff is
Johnny
important.
did a great job of serving as a bad example.
Yeah.
You know, we all
purpose.
don't consider yourself worthless. You can always serve as a bad example for somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have often advocated for this, Eric, and I thought that this was a perfect example of like the what not to do guy.
Yeah.
You need that, and I think having a Johnny Manziel around, who knows if Joel Bitonio has the kind of success.
Did Johnny go to Vegas the night before a game? Remember that? And he was in disguise at the blackjack tables.
Yeah, he did so many crazy crap.
Wasn't he Scooby-Doo one night?
That story doesn't get enough credit.
At Halloween, yeah, he tried to go full Rodman.
That story bleeps
it's
on
the
Rodman.
quarterback from the Browns.
Yeah, it does.
And then he goes and plays a game. Yeah, it was unbelievable. All right, we got the top 50 NFL players sales list. Now, this is the verified rankings of all official licensed NFL player products and merch. It's not just jerseys. It's all player products
So
and
is this the
merchandise.
Tom Brady Nutwater thing going on here?
If one of these players has a Nutwater, I think that would be considered.
Okay.
Okay? So who do you think, if you guys can nail some of the players that are in this top 10 here?
Is any player going to be out there hydrating with Tom Brady's Nutwater?
There might be one.
We'll see.
He's going to talk somebody into doing it. You watch the Raiders.
Caleb Williams is on the TB12.
Yeah, Caleb.
Caleb Williams is going to be drinking Nutwater there at Soldier Field.
Number 8 on the list, Caleb Williams.
Why did you do that?
It's just a fact of the matter.
No,
he's a part of the TB12 regimen.
He's going to paint
that is literally a factual statement.
You just don't care.
His fingernails are going to read Nutwater.
You don't care.
He's going to wrap those nails around that Nutwater can.
There we go.
He's going to shotgun that thing.
Yeah,
guys like the face of the franchise for the Bears, and you're just going to
probably boof it.
Oh, jeez.
He might.
Dawson, you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I blame you for hiring him.
I'm trying to have a good time, man. We're at the men's gosh dang tea clinic.
And
my
Did
tea
you get
levels
a
are
shot
flowing.
Of some stuff?
I think Walchuk got a shot.
I did. I got the Lipo B, and I couldn't be feeling sexier.
Are you going to get your in-body?
I got the outer body.
I got the 18.5 body fat percentage. 18.5.
There's no way you have 18% body fat.
18.5?
No, he's fat as hell. He carries it all in his league.
It was 219 pounds 18.5% body fat.
That's actually very surprising.
I'm going to have
That is surprising,
I'm going to have to clean that up. I'm going to have to clean that up.
Where does it go?
Yeah.
Where does it go?
Lard ass.
A lot in my face, neck, and then right there in the waistline. You know, the love handles.
Oh, the love handles. So you're kind of like fooping over the swimsuit a little bit?
Yeah, you just try not to get it too tight.
You were the only one at that wedding that didn't have his gut hanging over his belt.
Well, you can hide the hand.
The rest of us
Yeah,
were kind of
Medford
like
for
standing
engagement.
there with our guts hanging over our belts.
Good guts out. I thought Sean was actually looking pretty svelte.
He was just getting clowned for his shoes on social.
And the hands.
Yeah.
Which are small.
Was he wearing driving loafers? What was he doing?
I don't know. He really punted on trying to have, respectful shoes on. I don't know.
They were probably high-end shoes.
I think he blew the dust off those shoes, and the last time he wore them was 27 years ago.
I thought they were driving loafers.
I really didn't even notice.
He was trying to be high-end.
I actually didn't notice either until somebody pointed them out in the group photo.
What's wrong with my shoes?
Like, damn, Sharif shoes. And then I looked, and I was like, damn. Guy's got a point.
I'm not going to go back and look. I hated that photo. Josh Allen 1.
Okay, Josh Allen.
Drake May 2.
Drake May.
Barkley at 3.
Saquon.
JSN at 4. Shout out to Rockwall. Jaden Daniels. Mahomes. Hurts. Caleb Williams. Jordan Love and Micah Parsons were your top 10. This has got to be a first that you did not get a Dallas Cowboy. Even in the top 20, the first Cowboy on this list is 21. It is CeeDee Lamb when it came to the top 50 NFL player sales list.
Shots fired at Triquez Bridges, man.
Crazy. Very, very surprising. We had a kicker history. Eric, get ready. Get excited. Get your body right.
Kicker history?
Yep, UFL kicker history.
I thought we were talking football.
Well, we are. This is football history. UFL kicker, this is in the headline, makes football history by pulling off feet that has never happened even in the NFL.
Why would a
NFL
kicker
teams
pull off his own feet?
Take notice, okay? During the Kings' 29-20 win, and that is the Louisville Kings, it was a playoff game against the St. Louis Battle Hawks on Sunday. You had Tanner Brown, the UFL best kicker, pulled off an improbable feat when he went not one, not 2 field goals of 60 yards or more in one single.
So they get 4 points for that?
Wait, so it was 3?
So he got 8 points.
Said not 1, not 2.
I said not 1, but 2.
Oh, I thought you said not 2.
So he
Sorry.
scored 8 total points for his team on those 2 kicks?
He did. He absolutely did. His first long kick came in the first quarter. He drilled a 60-yarder. That gave him an 11-3 lead. Then he topped that with a 63-yard kick in the fourth quarter that put the team up 29-20. So I think you're probably going to see this guy, Tanner Brown. Keep an eye on the name. I bet he gets invited to a training camp.
Was this a dome kick or were we kicking outdoors in Louisville?
This was, I want to say
Edward
it's a dome
Jones
kick.
Dome?
I think it's a dome kick.
St. Louis Battlehawks playing the old dome.
No, this is outdoors. There's no roof here.
Okay, this with Louisville.
Boom, crush it.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
No, thank you.
All righty, we are live Men's T Clinic here, Fort Worth Alliance, their 6th DFW location. It's just 2 days old, just open for business. And if you make your appointment right now, you'll be entered to win performance injections and all sorts of new member benefits and bonuses. Get your hormones optimized, hair replacement, bedroom wellness, joint therapies. They got it all here at Men's T Clinic. We're coming back to hit the expressway, going commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day in LA Live right around the corner here on the Fan. But I need to tell you that DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states, and that means us, Texas. How about that? The whole world is watching one tournament starting this week. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time, heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're going to be in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app right here in Texas. The world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code DFW the Fan, spend $5 and you will get $200 in total rewards. That's code DFW the Fan with the DraftKings app in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawal per prediction dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Salute.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Do you spend as much time planning for your summer vacation as you do planning for retirement? Let Trajan Wealth's family office help you plan your financial future with the same detail, coordinating your investments, taxes, and estate plans so everything works together like your dream vacation. Call Trajan Wealth today and start planning your future like that next vacation. The beauty of it, it's absolutely free. Go ahead, give them a call at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 and set up that free consultation today. They got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. They're in Frisco, that's my home base, but they're also in Arlington, they're in Fort Worth, they're in McKinney, they're in Southlake, Eric.
Yes, they are. That's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth, where your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's a Root on USA watch party this Friday night as we all chant and get rowdy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. We'll have USA swag and a 50-inch 4K TV to give away. Let's chant and party together this Friday night as we fan hang at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless with the Fan.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
We are just a few days away, Dallas. Get ready. It's the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It is coming to Cosm. Experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You've got to see it to believe it. Enjoy reserve seating and witness history pitch as immerse yourself in every pass, save, and goal of the world's biggest tournament. Or you can catch every match of the round shown simultaneously on the wall-to-wall LED display and explore the venue with general admission tickets there at Cosm. So secure your spot now at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
Mostly clear tonight, overnight low 76.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Boomerjacks is sending 3 lucky fans to see the action live at Dallas Stadium this summer. Download and sign up for the free Boomerjacks Rewards app. Dine in, spend $20, and you're entered to win tickets plus a VIP watch party for 4 at your favorite Boomerjacks location. Visit Boomerjacks.com for details.
Tolo celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. And CertaPro Painters took care of me at the highest level. Their estimates are free, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Put a spring in your step with HealthSpring Medicare coverage. Whether it's helping you choose a plan that fits your needs or guiding you along to make the most of your benefits, Medicare coverage from HealthSpring empowers you on your health and wellness journey.
All right, and we're back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live at Men's T Clinic in Fort Worth. Alliance location, it's brand new, second day. So congratulations to everybody in this area. 35W corridor, you've wanted a Men's T Clinic, you got one. Okay, so congrats. It's time to level up and get in, get out, get back to being you. Easier than ever, mensteclinic.com. It's super easy to set your first appointment. Just a few minutes, They'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are, then get you optimized. All righty. We have Rangers pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. Lucius has the G-Bag of the day, and then LA Live here now right around the corner. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And let's take a snapshot of what's been breaking throughout your broadcast day. We did just get a little bit of Texas Rangers roster news. They've activated Cole Winn, and they optioned right-hander Luis Curvelo to AAA Round Rock. Additionally, Josh Smith's injury rehab assignment transferred from AA Frisco to AAA Round Rock. So, win for Curvelo. Pretty decent upgrade, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Cole Winn has been actually really, really good. It was unfortunate that he got hurt. And Curvelo's had some nice moments. I think consistency is just an issue. I think that was that line drive that hit him. He said he was okay after that. But to get Cole Winn back is definitely a boost to the bullpen.
Under what circumstances would you punch a fan from the other team?
Oh, that's a great question.
I know. Well, am I a Knicks fan?
Right?
Yeah.
If you're a Knicks fan, it's just you've spotted somebody in away colors, and you and 500 other Knicks fans are drunk on the streets of New York.
And maybe you took a bus sign and started whacking a guy with it.
Victor Wembanyama this afternoon among players on both the Spurs and Knicks to condemn the videos permeating social media of fans physically attacking San Antonio supporters last night. Informed a video shared on social showing fans attacking Spurs fans on the streets. Wembanyama announcing, saying, "My thoughts, of course, are that we can't forget it's a game. We're just playing a game out there, and I'm all for passion, but with respect of each other, it's unacceptable." There's very few places in American sport where it can be like an international soccer environment with the hooligans. I think that's one of them. I think Lucius, as he's prone to do when LA Live gives you the weekend warning, he was also giving Texans warnings. Yeah. If you're going to New York, you might want to try to fly under the radar as much as possible. Yeah. So I do want to condemn the actions for sure, but also, like, are you just clueless as a fan? Like, are you unaware of the reputation and the time of night and what success for you would mean?
Right.
I mean, I went to the Cowboys Commanders game in 2010, Sunday Night Football Week 1, and it was the game where Barron holds on the final play of the game, so the touchdown is ruled out. I think I got on that plane without an injury or without being the victim of assault because the Cowboys lost.
Yeah.
Had the Cowboys won, I might have gotten thrown over that glass wall. You know, that's how hostile it felt. You know, and I think. Yeah, I was aware of what the environment was, so I could tailor my behavior to avoid, the assault. I think some people think it's fun or like there's a confrontation happening, but there's no way it's going to get physical. So I think visiting fans have to know what time it is as well.
If I could turn it around a little bit, though, and just ask this question. I'm hearing like that yesterday during their time off, or just that Victor and those guys, they were going to parks, they were going to play chess, they were going. He
was drawing a statue.
They were
in
out.
one
They
of
were
their
out and
parks.
about. How do you get away with that if you're him? How do you?
It's in the middle of the day. There's less alcohol, and I think the mob mentality like normalizes.
But how
it
does he
weird
not
stuff.
get like? How does he? I mean, he just goes.
was getting stuff
travels
lobbed at
like
him.
he travels like he's one of us.
Yeah.
He's traveling around and doing things like, there's certain, like LeBron James was talking about. Hey, I'd love to go out and just get a burger with my kid. I'd love to go out and do this. I'd love to go out and do that. How does he do that in New York City? How does he go to the basketball park?
I don't know if he could do it today after doing what he did to Brunson last night.
No,
probably couldn't do it
But see,
again.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, and does he go out there without any security, or is he just
No,
kinda,
I bet they've got security.
Like he just wants to go walk around and check out what Rucker Park is? That where he went? And
He did. That was a like an old
old
video
thing,
or
okay.
old picture that.
Okay, old picture. But they were talking about he and his teammates went out. He was playing chess and
Yeah.
stuff like that, doing stuff like that, just seeing different
I
things.
think part of it is his energy. It's non-confrontational. It's nice. It's humble. It's not like I'm
so
better than
people are
everybody.
not going to do anything to him.
You're not going to do anything to Victor Wembanyama.
I don't
do
think
something
so.
To a random Spurs
Not until the sun goes down.
They're scum of the earth. They're not going to actually hit Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama. And this crap needs to stop, too. These Knicks fans,
You started
going
it?
viral. What?
Oh,
The Knicks
the
stuff?
Knicks fans. Yes, I thought you were talking
I
about
like
the
Victor
Wembanyama song. No, I
the
think
Knicks
you're
fans,
right.
Like it's really bad. Like
Yeah.
this needs to not be like a
DJ
normalized
thought-
thing. That's really
DJ
cool.
You really did it first.
I'm not
heard
going
that,
out
he
there
thought
kicking the
you were
Spurs fans.
vibrating.
I've thought about it.
This might be the end of their unchecked fun. This might be the beginning of accountability for those New York fans who've had their way.
Fun
Worry if
audio
they
for
lose
us to
this
play, but come on.
serious. If they lose this series, do you worry about that city?
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Honestly, win or lose.
Oh yeah, stuff's getting burnt.
You're right.
Yeah.
We'll count the damage in the tens of millions of dollars at least.
Just like what we saw in Paris with PSG. Did you see that what was going on in Paris? They were trying to burn that place down.
Yeah, I think on that level is what I would expect as we continue live from Men's Tea Clinic in Fort Worth, new location, Alliance. If you're in the area and you're ready to get in, get out, get back to being you, go to mensteaclinic.com right now as we head back into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius, your cheat bag of the day.
I think if the Spurs were beating the hell out of the Knicks, Wembanyama could not be warming around the city whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, the Spurs had been up in the series.
They were up 2-0. They're like, we're good.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that,
We
Luke.
got the
I was
burns
kind of
out.
wondering, how does this guy travel around just in the city, Like, everybody knows who he is.
Yeah, he's also a 7'5"
Yeah.
giant. Who's going to mess with him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's
like
got some
I'm
type of
upset.
security.
I'd hope.
Okay, so here's the thing right here, fellas.
I mean,
between,
oh yeah.
Yeah, between us right here, we have a hell of a delay. You guys are out there at Men's Tea Clinic having a good time in Fort Worth, and I'm in the studio back here. We have a delay, so we're going to try to work through this delay, okay? I don't know how it's going to go, but we are testing our professional broadcasting skills at this point. Yeah, well, yeah. And
Raise your hand.
yeah. If it glitches on this, we're going to go to the backup, okay? And that backup has a longer delay.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah, what a fun time we're doing right here, baby. Okay, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. It's brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing on this Toxic Tuesday? Going for two today is a lady at McDonald's. She tells a group of rowdy teens to shut up. Looks like it was some type of, a field trip or something. Maybe she was chaperoning a field trip.
This is unacceptable behavior. You guys should all be ashamed of yourselves. You better shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. No, you need to knock it off.
No, don't swear at me. I'm an educational young learner, and swearing does not help.
Boys, you're talking to an adult.
I'm a educational young learner. You shouldn't be talking to me that way.
Good line.
You should be ashamed of yourself was one of the great lines of my youth. I think most parents have retired it. You know, these child psychologists have been like, don't shame your kids into behaving. Maybe that's what's wrong. Not enough shame.
Yeah. I agree. Let's go to Inside the NBA. Charles Barkley. Cardi B was performing her during halftime, which I don't know. Why is it Cardi? Where's Alicia Keys? I want to hear, I'm in New York. What are we doing? But this
Concrete
is crazy.
jungle.
This is crazy. So anyway, Cardi B had a hell of a push-up bra on. And they were sitting right there at the bottom of her chin. Her puppies were. And them boys in the TNT, well, not TNT, excuse me, Inside the NBA crew was distracted.
It was a 14-3 run to close out the first half that has the New York Knicks up 7, looking for a 3-0 lead. We've been competing with Cardi B here. We lost. Hey, I don't know if those bees, that might be Cardi B's. I sure am. New love indeed. I'm pretty sure those are bees. I don't know who said that, Chuck, but I know it wasn't me.
Chuck, you let her name. You can't get to me, Kev. I told you to.
She got the wrong initials.
Cardi D's.
It's a pretty good line.
Yeah. They were pushed up. They looked a little uncomfortable. I didn't like that. They weren't appealing, in my opinion.
Take of the day.
You gotta let them puppies hang a little bit. Okay. Let's see here. Jamie Foxx did an impersonation of Shaq, Charles Barkley, and Ernie Johnson, the Inside the NBA crew. And I think Fox was just working this impersonation out. I feel like he just nailed Ernie Johnson. Pause. He just got it. And he wanted to take it to the internet before really perfecting a bit with it. But it's still good.
13 of 16 here in the Garden. I'm here. They're there. We're all here. Shaq is here. Charles is here. Kenny's here. What do you think, Shaq? I don't know what the he said, but we're here. It's great here in the Garden right now. Here at the New York Knicks. Everyone's here. Ben Stiller's here. Timothy Chalamet's there. Spike Lee's there. Everyone is here in the Garden. We're here. They're there. We're going to be here. We'll be here all night. They'll be there all night. What do you think? Charles, weigh in. Ernie, let me say this. Shaq, let me say. Shaq, what do you think? We're here. They're there. We're here. We'll be right back. Kia, right here in the Garden.
That is gold. I think you set that up perfectly, Lucius.
Yeah.
He's still workshopping.
Yeah, you can tell.
That's genius.
Got the Kermit the Frog vibe.
I like what this guy's doing. Let me contribute to his GoFundMe. More, please.
We're here. They're there. Yeah, it had Kermit the Frogish going on a little bit.
Yeah.
Here, there, everywhere. How about this one? We got those. We talk about the Knicks fans and how wild they are. There was a lady Knicks fan that crashed an interview to diss Texas.
Whataburger. That shit is ass.
Well, all right, good to know.
Fuck Texas. San Antonio. De'Aaron Fox. Knicks and 5, bitch.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Whataburger.
Go Knicks always. Shout out to my boys. I love you, Mom. Have a good night.
The views expressed do not represent us.
Exactly,
we rock with Whataburger.
yeah. I bet she's single.
Yeah, we rock with that.
Yeah, that's the Yankee litmus test right there. If you don't like Whataburger, get out. I love hearing it a second time. It's great.
It's just we're trying.
I don't want to say anything.
I mean, let's just zip it. Lucius, take it away.
It's so cool. I can hear myself back there. Hey, Lucius. Hey! Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, Lou, what's going on?
Yeah. Man, I want to play this, but it probably won't be good with this echo and anything. So let me just say we're done.
Okay. Is it our cussing Karen mom, your two-time G-Bag of the Day champion? I think sounds about right to me.
She's going for two
Is
today.
it Charles Barkley? Okay. Is it the entire Inside the NBA crew? Or a parody skit? Is it Charles Barkley there with the Cardi B commentary, or your lady Knicks fan crashing the interview to diss Whataburger? I'm going to go with that gentleman that did the Ernie Johnson with Charles and Shaq. That's pretty strong there, Chief. How about you?
That was Jamie Foxx.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with Chuck from his halftime show assessment.
Lucius?
I think I'm going to rock with Fox.
Alrighty, Wolchuk.
You know I love some McGuffies, but I'm going to go with Jamie.
Brian?
Fox.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Jamie Foxx with his impersonation of Ernie and the guys on Inside the NBA. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Have you guys ever had a 2-day hangover?
Yes, that was one of the first signs that it was time to hang him up. I think I lasted 4 more years after that.
Yeah. Well done. I can't say I have.
No, I've had a good day.
Yeah.
I didn't eat enough food.
I've had two. I've had a two. Yeah. I've had two. I slept on an igloo cooler when it happened. Literally, like if you were going to like the show like Tombstone, if they were carrying like the guy in for a reward over the horseback,
yeah,
that's how I slept over an igloo cooler. And then I had my face, and I had these like checkers on my face. The check impression because I had my face on the cooler, but I was laying over it when I woke up.
Yes.
So that one lasted 2 days. Yeah.
Well, me too, fam. Right now. Right now, dog.
Even the cooler?
Oh, no, not the cooler part, but this 2-day hangover. Like, I didn't drink any more than I usually do drink when I do drink, right? But I didn't eat enough food. I didn't eat enough food. I didn't coat the belly. And it is kicking my behind. I have no appetite even though I need to eat.
Ooh. Yeah. I think you need 2 cold beers or maybe 1 24-ouncer.
That's what I'm
Actually, that's prime recipe for hair of the dog. When the stomach is disturbed. Yeah. Happened to me after one of those infamous nights out with Greg Henson back in the day.
Ooh,
DJ is probably on the board.
That's Greg Henson right there. All right, let's get into what is this, a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live, right to the great Rick James, baby.
Well, all right, you square. Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high. Close by saying this. If they lose tonight, I'm looking right at him. I'm saying it. This is just me. I'm blaming him. I'm blaming the president of the United States of America if the New York Knicks lose this tonight. It is selfish. There is no reason for any president, because of the congestion and the security measures that have to be invoked in order to ensure his safety. If it were Obama, I'd say the same damn thing. This is not the place for the president to be coming. He knows it. He just doesn't care.
Oh, a little more on that later. Knicks fans crashed out last night, though. It was Lord of the Flies last night in Manhattan. Aaron talked about it earlier. Street fights, clashes with the police. People were standing on cars. They were crowd surfing with the gates, those little barrier gates. They're supposed to keep the crowd out. They took the barrier gates and started crowd surfing with them. All types of property damage. Some of the clips, my dad even asked me about one of the clips. He's like, hey, so Why they keep taking their belts off and hitting them on the ground? What's going on with that? I said, it's belt to ass, Pops, belt to ass. He said, oh, it means go get him. I get it. I like that. Shout out to that. And if you're a Tolo Spurs fan that planned on hitting up NYC for this run, you heard me tell you on Friday, do not wear the Spurs gear in Manhattan right now. It's just not a good look. You don't want to do that, man. Go neutral. You want to wear the white shirts or something like that and be real kind to people. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, ooh, all right. Finals. Because they were chasing Spurs fans. Real talk. They were chasing Spurs fans through the streets and spanking them with those belts. You seen that? Mm-hmm. Spanking Spurs fans with belts out there. People got bloody noses. It turned into Lord of the Flies. Win or lose, the Statue of Liberty will be going into Hudson. Win or lose, it's going into Hudson. Mr. Broadus, what is that the university that when they win, they tear the goalpost apart and put it in the river?
That's at Tennessee, right?
Not sure, but it's going to be like that in New York.
No, at Tennessee, I think at Tennessee we take the goalpost down and throw it in the Cumberland River. Is what we do.
That's what they're going to do to Lady Liberty.
Yeah,
100%, dog. This is LA Live for Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. You are appreciated. Stephen A. Smith, you just heard him. He said if the Knicks lost Game 3, he would blame the president for killing the vibes. Like Mush from A Bronx Tale, if you guys know that movie right there and that reference. Well, this morning, hold on. Hit that bang up. All right. This morning, reporters asked the Don about Stephen A's statement, and this is one of the biggest stories of the day.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
Now that I think about it, I don't think he does.
Yeah. Don't be too quick with the follow-ups with him. Let him continue.
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence of that, sir? Sorry.
Well,
subject.
No. Stephen A. has responded to that right there, by the way, and I'm gonna let you have it, okay, boys?
Well, I'm curious. Is this screaming A. Smith, or is this super like where he gets in his character?
There you go.
Okay.
You got it. You know it. Look, you know it. He's a real dear friend of mine. Yeah, that type of vibe.
Yeah.
You want to talk about IQ? I could say I put my IQ up against yours any day of the week. I could go one better. I could ask you why you've been running from me the last year since I wanted to talk to you.
Come get this smoke.
I could ask you to debate me since you think you that dude, okay? And my other side came out last night when I recognized that businesses that are accustomed to being patronized were compromised by you because you showed up. The crowd that surrounded the Madison Square Garden and its surrounding areas, you compromised. I thought you were about the economy. I thought you were about helping New Yorkers because you love New York. I thought you were about making money for people. What happened to the parking garages? How much money did they make? What happened to the local restaurants in the immediate vicinity of Madison Square Garden? How much money did they make? We know you've made a lot of money. We know you keep making money. But have the New York Knicks benefited?
Fellas, did the president kill the vibes in Madison Square Garden last night?
I don't think so. I don't think anything could stop their vibe. I think they got them through that TSA pretty quickly. And I just think it was San Antonio defense and the momentum of a game that can sort of sap the energy out of a building when you start worried that you're gonna lose. I think on top of that, just the fact that the tickets became so expensive. These aren't rabid blue-collar fans that are these are all very rich people. Mm-hmm. And I think the Cowboys fans, understand that frustration out there at AT&T. It's hard to get that real strong fan vibe when everybody is super rich. Because super rich people worry about appearances and stuff. They don't want to lose their minds.
Did the watch parties being relocated somewhere else kill the energy around Madison Square Garden?
That probably, yeah.
That's a yes.
For security,
That's a yes.
yeah.
Okay.
That's like when you get to the Super Bowl, there's no tailgating,
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to keep an eye on that because I like this story. It's the biggest story right now. I'm looking on TV over here. They're talking about it on CNN. Well, the president and Stephen A. Smith are going back and forth. I'm like, what is happening, bro? What is happening right now? Oh, hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Coach Steve Spurrier's favorite rapper, his name is Lil Boosie. He is going viral for his reaction to the new Madden cover with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you hear that, too. Here's where he's upset about the fingernails. Okay, he's had enough.
I come up under Tecmo Bowl. I never thought in a million years that I would see a Madden cover with one of the best players with his fingernails painted. A game that's sold to billions of little boys. What kind of message are they sending to these little boys? I never thought in a million years I would see this. Next is gonna be lipstick on the covers, thongs. Man hiking the ball with a thong in his head.
That is really good, dude.
I vote for that for G back in the day.
Oh, man, that's good.
They call Lil Boosie, I call him Lil Boosie, but on the internet they call him the CEO of homophobia, by the way. Call him the CEO of homophobia. I call him Lil Boosie. And he is also getting ready to throw a big topless pool party. And he said he's going to be venting the guest list. Security will be checking for Adam's apples. Strong facial features. And large hands at the door.
Especially ones with painted nails. Can Cardi D get an invite?
Absolutely.
You got hair on them knuckles, boy.
Yeah, we want to see the hair on the knuckles. That's funny, bro. Yeah, so
Golly, that's so funny, dude.
Yeah.
Wow, is he really doing the topless party?
Yeah, it's a big topless pool party. He usually has those large pool parties. And this one, he's checking for Adam's apples at this one. So he's getting out of control.
Well done. What about the kids, Boozy?
Yeah, what about the kids? What else we got right here before we get out of here? Oh, this is for General.
Get out of here, boys. Get off that Madden.
Yeah.
Get a sniff of some Americana.
America. Hey, you're joking, Mr. Dawson, but he really did that.
Did he?
He did that for one of his sons. He really did that for one of his sons. And talking to you, General, one of the General's favorite rappers from New Jersey is Fetty Wap, Mr. Trap Queen himself. Mm-hmm. Tell me what you think about this story here before we get out of here. A Florida principal has been placed on administrative leave